day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into a brand new edition of the Kickoff Hour. We're off and running. Over to my left is Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Boys.
Everybody good today?
A little frustrated with Greg.
Oh, no.
I watched that stupid shark movie.
Did you really?
Is that not the dumbest thing? What about when they tried to blame it all on our parents and their parents? They've overfished and global warming.
I just ignored that part like I do the people in this world that does that. So I just enjoyed it. But I got to ask you a question. When you
the underground.
So you that guy
so
that somebody says, hey, this tastes terrible, why don't you take a sip, and you take a sip?
For some reason, and it's I like studying these things because this is every single thing that Greg despises about a movie.
That's why I couldn't believe I got home.
But he stayed with it.
Right.
And I found myself doing the same thing, and I couldn't figure out why. Now, I want to ask you this.
Well, me and Lisa had that conversation. She goes, why are we still watching?
Okay, so that's what I want to address. When you had that realization and asked that question out loud to each other, was it when they were underground?
Yes.
And they were trying to do.
And everything goes crazy.
Because that's when I questioned what I was doing.
It just goes nuts.
Yes.
But at that point, you're so far into it, you got to finish.
And there wasn't that much left of the movie.
No, there really
that.
wasn't. But you're right. That's exactly the chaos underground. And
I was like, what are you doing?
All of a sudden, there's a billion dang sharks. Where'd they come from?
So give the platform and the movie's name and all
Netflix under Paris?
Yeah. Again, rule one, and I do. Normally, when the mouths don't match the words, I change it immediately.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I got past that.
I wish you played the character of, making it an English type, translating and then dubbing your voice over.
Yes.
I wish you.
And the voice never matches them.
Right. No, they try. But
of all the things for you to stay with, I could not believe that you stayed with that.
I couldn't either. And me and Lisa were having that discussion. She was the same way. She goes, I don't know why we're still watching this. So I guess I kind of want to see how it ends.
I guess I want to see how it ends.
I got used to all their mouths looking ridiculous.
Speedy, can I tell you, just you and Terry both, don't waste your time.
Okay. Oh, no, we're not.
I want you to watch
it.
I want you to watch
it.
That
sounds terrible. Makes me want to throw up. Here, you taste it. Okay, I'll take a sip.
No, you need to watch it.
I'm not going to do that.
Just watch it and see how ridiculous
See, look, now he wants me in. No, buddy, we probably won't do that.
I ain't going to hurt you.
That
I just
all
going to hurt you physically.
Here's what I want to know from a psychological standpoint. Why did I stay with it? Like what?
Me too.
Why did we, who immediately usually run from this, stay with this?
I can't believe I stayed past.
Do you think y'all really like it?
I don't know. That's what I want to get to the bottom of.
I saw the movie the other day, and there's been 9 million movies. It's called Adrift. I turned it on. All of a sudden, their mouths weren't matching. Turned it off. I said, I'm not watching it. Just based on the fact that it's dubbed.
But we
English.
stayed with this one.
I don't know.
I was kind of examining myself.
I got a little influenced because I saw an article that was talking about how great it was.
And why do they say that?
I don't know because it wasn't great.
You don't know? You read the article?
Yeah, I just hit the highlights.
That's a good question, Speedy. I'd like to know what they thought was great about it.
Right.
I don't know, but I didn't get that in depth. But still, I don't know why I kept watching it.
I mean, I did. I stayed with it, and I was in it.
It got bizarre.
Now I'm scared.
I didn't realize all of that. Is that really all that under Paris?
Well, that's a good question. I'd like to know from the French if this is a real thing.
Yeah, not the shark, but
the water systems and all that. And at the end,
so now you believe in the movie.
Well, I don't want to give away. I guess it doesn't matter. But
I don't care.
When
you've seen it.
When those bombs that have not gone off and they start going off.
Hey guys.
You talking about the cartoon-looking bombs when they turn down?
Yeah.
I guess.
And then you have what happens to the city at the end. By the way, they almost left it like we may be coming with an under Paris too.
Yeah.
The way they left it.
Well, y'all will be excited about that. You can be able to sleep.
What about triathlon?
That was a little much.
Hey guys, y'all just wanted to sit here and just.
I don't care if I ruin that movie for anybody. I'm doing you a favor.
Hey, everybody, Greg doesn't care about you.
I don't care. I mean, because I'm keeping you from doing something you'll regret.
Oh, okay. So you're trying.
I'm trying to help.
Got it.
I just want to know what what is in me that made me want to stay with
I'm
it?
with the same. Here's
That's
what's
what I
weird.
wanna
They
know.
must have something subliminal because it got us both.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
That's
saying?
the whole
Did
point.
they have a little message
'Cause
that
I thought
you
yesterday-
can't see that they're making you?
Well, keep talking about it so we won't watch it.
I thought
No.
yesterday, there's no way I will continue to watch this past 25, 30 minutes as I'm watching it. And I could not
And
let
y'all
go
don't
of
know
it.
what
Could not
it
let
is?
go
You
of
don't know
And
what it
That's
is?
what I want to know. What is it?
Were you trying to make your
I tell you what happened to me.
your
Once
brother over here proud of you?
No, not at all.
Once I got past the language thing, then I got kind of into the story, even though it was stupid. And then, basically, at one point, I was like, I'm tired. I ain't watched this. And I looked, I said, well, there's not that much left. I might as well finish it.
I actually said the following out
It ain't as
loud.
good as that Mel Gibson movie I told you.
Listen, I actually said
I mean, there's no Outer Banks.
I actually
I
said
like
this
Outer
out loud yesterday. Okay.
I do.
I actually said, Helms, it's U.S. Open week. It's the start to the grass court season. What the hell are you doing?
Right.
And I didn't
I
think
actually
that,
said
but
that.
I'm with you.
I actually said that out loud.
Hey, you'll get to that after you finish this. I mean, it ain't dumb like Sharknado. That's obviously a spoof.
I know.
These people think they're sharp.
I know.
Now, I will say, how about
Here we
that
go.
trash pile?
Yeah.
God, now those are really out there.
They are out
All right,
there.
so now I might be in because I've got to
Now,
figure
I
out
will
what's
say
so
this.
intriguing about all this.
The first opening scene's pretty good.
Here's what I got. If you watch this,
So you like the movie? I
No,
think.
the opening
no,
scene's
it is
pretty good.
It is pretty good. And here's what I
When
got.
they're out there studying,
Yes, and here's
now
what
that's pretty good.
here's what I've got
If you
to.
can get past the mouth thing.
Speedy, if you do watch this, you've got to be completely honest whether you like it or
Look,
not.
I want you to watch it. Just
Because you may
it's
fall
not-
in
I
this.
mean, it's
Like I'm
got
really trying to
moments that
study
you'll-
myself here.
It's got moments that ain't hard. I mean, like the opening scene, and that was
Yeah.
pretty good.
It was.
But as a whole,
Right.
if I knew where it was going, I thought
Well,
up
you-
to that point, not bad.
Will you go watch it again?
No. They're rare. You know, I
No.
used to be a threat to watch stuff again today, except my classics like Green Mile and all those, and Roadhouse. Watched it again the other night. The old one, the original.
Yeah.
And the name is Dalton. But anyway, so. But like modern movies, I don't do a lot of rewatching.
Okay.
Even though I can, because I forget what they were about. Now that I'm older,
How
I forget.
far-
I can watch it like it's brand new.
How far into this current movie y'all are watching, which is on Netflix? If you're just joining us, this is the latest shark movie. What's it called again?
Under Paris.
You're all
Under
over it
Paris.
Hams, at the
It
point
won't-
where you went. Why, if I'd known it was going to get ridiculous like this.
When they were
How
underground
far
in those
along-
tunnels,
Up
I
to that.
was like, what the heck
I
is
know.
going
Up to
on?
that, when we looked up and they were like,
I know.
what was that?
So, at what point do you forget about the mouth and the words and all not matching?
I don't
up?
let that bother me as much.
But
as
I mean,
he
what I'm
does.
saying is,
That's
how
the
far
thing.
along do you go? Okay, I'm kind of used to it. I'm not paying attention to that anymore.
About a quarter way in.
It'll take you 15 minutes.
All right.
Yeah.
You'll forget that it's even going on.
Did you
Well-
cry? Did you cry any in it?
No, I didn't cry at all.
No. There was a sad part in it,
Okay.
but maybe a couple of sad parts in it.
All right. Well, there you
If
go.
people
There's
getting
the
each considered sad, yeah.
There's the
Well, yeah,
breakdown
Greg,
of
it
the
is.
movie that Greg and Helmsy watched that they hate that they can't stop talking about.
That I
No,
can't
yeah, I
I can't
agree.
believe. I want it. I just want to.
I don't know what
I
happened.
want
You know,
somebody
it-
out there that's way smarter than us
It was when
to
it was
call
over,
in
I was
and
like,
go.
what was that?
It's called this, and that's what you have when it comes to
It's
watching
like
this
breaking
movie.
down dreams, you
Yeah.
know.
I think
It's
they
like
hid a
what
message in it, we
happened
don't know
here?
it.
See, I think so too.
Subliminal messages.
I think
Yeah.
there is.
Those work, by the way.
They do.
Watch me. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen it, but I guess now I'm in. I don't know.
Just watch it, just so you can comment.
Hey, look, we hated
It
it,
ain't gonna be
and
the
we
first
didn't
bad
like it,
movie
and
you
we
ever
feel
watched.
stupid for
That's
watching
true.
it. But do me a favor and you watch it.
That's what I want you to do.
Can I eat a banana without y'all making fun of me?
It makes no sense.
Well, it depends on how you eat it.
Yeah, right. Eat it from the sides. Hey, I saw a guy in one of the regional games. He was eating a banana behind the guy being interviewed, and he laid it sideways to eat it.
I get.
You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should considering doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's BIG, V as in voice, OX to get your discount. Can't pay the IRS, receiving threatening letters. It's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation and call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigvox. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all three major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, our Constitution, and our military veterans. First responders are heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/bigvox. That's BIG, V as in voice, OX. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So what are you missing out on that you'd be doing if you felt better? That's where Relief Factor comes in. Relief Factor is a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It doesn't just mask pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain, whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain. Relief Factor can help. Give it a try by visiting relieffactor.com or calling 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order, or visit rickandbubba.com. Here's to less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap: Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it than by sleeping on it, so they offer a 100-day free trial. Don't want to take my word for it? Well, they've got over 12,000 five-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigvox to save 20% on your mattress order plus a free gift, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful: free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigbox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigvox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. Just visit amac.us/bigvox right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without 'em, brother.
We are, 21 minutes past the hour now. And so thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. What's eating Scott Goski? About 2 hours away if you're listening live. He is scheduled to be in studio today. Look forward to seeing him and catching up with him, and there is no telling about what's eating him. So we'll see as he does his version of Sound Off. And that's coming a little bit later today. Looks like NC State. I saw a little bit of that last night. They were playing at Georgia. They were the last super regional to close out and to set the field for Omaha. We kind of went over that yesterday and talked about that NC State and Georgia were going to play last night, and they closed out the super regional and won to punch their ticket to Omaha. And so now the field is set, and it looks like a pretty good bracket here on how everybody's going to match up. But it was a really good game last night, back and forth a little bit. And every time Georgia tried to do something, NC State would hit a bomb or something. So the field is set for Omaha and Tennessee Tennessee and Florida State and Virginia and UNC, North Carolina, Texas A&M, Florida, NC State, and Kentucky are your field.
So it's an all ACC SEC matchup.
Pretty much, yeah. If Georgia would have won, 5 of the 8 would have been SEC. But now you're right, Helmsy. We got Florida and Texas A&M and UConn and Tennessee. There's your 4 SEC teams, and then
you mean the Power 4? Rose to the top as usual.
Yeah, and then you got North Carolina, Virginia, Florida State, and NC State, all ACC.
Yeah, so it's all SEC, ACC.
That's what it is.
How about that?
And as you said, U.S. Open week for golf. That's a big deal.
Pinehurst.
Yep. Come on.
Greg, when I say Pinehurst, what's that mean to you?
Pinehurst.
This is good.
Pinehurst sounds like a neighborhood.
There's probably neighborhoods named Pinehurst. I'll give you that.
Mm-hmm.
Golf.
Yeah, it's the U.S. Open. You were looking down at something and wasn't listening to Speedy and I do this about the World Series and
that's
the
fine.
U.S. Open.
It's not a shark movie, so don't worry about it.
They're at Pinehurst.
A
lot of memories at Pinehurst.
Yeah.
Payne Stewart.
You got a lot of memories of Pinehurst?
Yeah. Payne Stewart.
Yeah.
Winning it.
Hey, Greg, look at me. If you know, you know.
You know.
Hey, I got this here, Greg. Would you purchase this? Because I think that's a big no, but I'm gonna tell you and just see what you think about it. Tom Brady's. Just get ready for this, okay?
Jockstrap.
Close. Tom Brady's used Buccaneers pants from the final NFL appearance have been auctioned. They were sold.
Have they been washed
for $89,000?
Now
for a pair of pants.
We're 100% sure this is the one.
This is where I was going.
I mean, who took them off? I mean,
who took them off?
I mean, seriously, who gathered all the uniforms and went, well, these are Tom's. Let's hold on to these. Somebody's going to want them.
It's a lot for a pair of pants.
You can't prove to me enough for me to spend that kind of money that those were his pants.
Well, let's just say, let me ask you this, Greg. Let's ask it this way. If Tom Brady walked in this studio, took his drawers off, and handed them to you, what would you pay for them?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Not into memorabilia.
You'd like, thank
but
you.
that would be proof enough to know that
that'd be proof.
You'd say, thank
but
you,
I'm
sir.
just not that.
I'm trying to eliminate that.
Thank you for your pants, sir.
Yeah. But no, I wouldn't. I get, well, how much?
Do you think somebody that had the money would want to pay $89,000 for these?
There's people out there that's nothing.
Yeah, and then they frame his pants and they go, those are Tom Brady.
Good conversation piece over dinner.
Brady's pants. I mean,
according to Gray Flannel Auctions, the dark gray pants.
I'd rather have a helmet.
They're the dark gray version that Tampa wore. They went to the high bidder as the minimum price they could go for was $10K, and then it rose up to $89. Size 34 are from Tom Brady's final game of his Hall of Fame career when the Bucs lost to the Dallas Cowboys in the NFC wildcard game on January 16th, 2023.
If you had them, where would you put them in your house? Then they're in a shadow box.
One of the upstairs rooms.
Okay, so you wouldn't have it in a main area where it'd be a conversation piece?
No, well, I wouldn't have a choice because I guarantee
I got you.
that wouldn't happen.
Okay.
You know?
All right.
It says here the piece of sports memorabilia includes Brady's handwritten note inside the pants.
Don't wash
waistband which reads 1-16-23 versus Cowboys, and the quarterback's number 12 tag on it. It remains unclear who the highest bidder was that put in the $89,100, which is a lot less than his jersey was auctioned off for last year. Record $1.4 million for that. But his pants went for $89,000. When I saw that, Greg, I'm so sorry. I just thought of you and your reaction.
Let's say I had money and could get what I wanted.
Here we go.
Memorabilia. The only thing that I would want from somebody would be either a bat or maybe a ball, a football or a baseball, or even a basketball. Something like that they'd signed, that I saw them sign.
The big three. You want the big three.
I'm not that. I don't need their clothes.
Yeah.
Give me.
Another story that
like on the Sandlot.
This, by the way, totally different, and you're gonna be like, "Wow, Speedy, that's a big change there."
Well, we switch gears. Fine.
I know this show, especially this hour, is number one with truckers. Without y'all, we wouldn't survive. Y'all are out in the roads, and we know you there because y'all
southbound and down.
Y'all interact with us. You email us, you call us.
Yeah,
all
eastbound
that kind
and down.
Of stuff.
Load it up and truck it.
I'll be westbound and down today.
Yeah.
Going Tuscaloosa in a little bit. Look out, T-Town.
I don't know how y'all do it because we look at something like that, like, man, I got to take a travel, whatever, and y'all like, man, that's 45-minute drive. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Well, I go down to Miami and back every week, a couple of times, or up to it's just it's insane. They just loop it. But there's a Daily Mail story that just really jumped out at me, and I wanted to ask the truckers about it.
Oh, we got a question for the truckers.
Trucker question.
It says FBI is hunting 500 serial killer truckers loose on America's
500?
roads.
That's
500.
So now, where are they basing that on?
According to the FBI has released that they're hunting these people.
500,
and they've talked about their favorite highways for finding victims, and a number of other things, torture chambers, everything they've discovered.
Good.
And what I want to know is from the truckers, I'm sure you all have your route. In other words, Terry's brother, he used to run some pretty long. I don't know the language. I apologize, y'all. But he used to run across country and all this kind of stuff. Now he's more local, but he would have his route. In other words, he knew, okay, at this exit, this is where I'm stopping.
Yeah.
At this exit, this is where I'm stop. But I guess to truckers, are there people that y'all go, okay, that guy ain't right, stay away from him? I guess, or don't stop here. Do you stay away from certain areas? Because it says here, that police were hunting a serial killer in Nashville here that just barely got away. And they start going through all these stories about how the FBI is trying to track all these serial killers, and I'm like, a serial killer, and the number just jumped out at me.
Yeah,
500.
It's a big number.
500. 500. And Greg at rickandbubba.com if y'all want to weigh in on that, or 866 we be big. Is that surprising to you? 500?
That sounds like a big number.
Yeah.
Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and right now they're offering 20% off all mattress orders plus a free gift with purchase. Just head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. That's the new promo code, BIG, and then V, like in voice, OX. Helix has a lineup of 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, the new Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. How will you know which one is right with you? Well, then go to Helix and take their sleep quiz. Find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix also knows there's no better way to test it out than by sleeping on it. So they offer a 100-night trial and a 10 to 15-year warranty. And unlike a lot of other mattress companies out there, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility where skilled manufacturers make the mattresses and ship them straight to your door for free. Go now to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order. Debt. Woo, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful. Free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigbox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigbox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. Just visit amac.us/bigbox right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC. Folks, the people of Israel need our help. I want to talk to you about something serious and how we can all help. Lives are being destroyed in Israel by the horrors terrorism has brought and now world pressures that are impacting so many people. The facts are people have been hunted down on the streets, kidnapped, slaughtered in their homes. Terrorism knows no boundaries and spares no one. Soldiers, women, elderly, children, entire families, innocent lives are shattered and communities are in despair. Emergency war relief is needed, and we're asking you to check out IsraelNeedsMe.com today and make a positive impact. You can provide immediate relief along with support to Israelis affected by the atrocities of war. The pain and the reality is going to last for years, but in our own small way, we can help folks rebuild their lives, have necessary food to survive, regain hope, provide medical supplies and needs for children in school. Standing with the people of Israel through this messianic Jewish organization of Israeli believers will send a message they're not alone. Go to IsraelNeedsMe.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. So you woke up with a scratchy throat, congestion, a runny nose, and a cough, and you know you're getting sick. Well, you could tough it out, get worse, or take time off work, or hope the doctor can see you in a month, or wait 2 hours at an urgent care, or you can do what I'll be doing with my new medical emergency kit. Match your symptoms to the doctor-recommended prescription and start on the right meds to nip it in the bud. This kit comes with doctor-prescribed meds to treat over 39 medical issues, plus a doctor's easy guide so you know exactly what to take and when. It includes antibiotics for strep throat, UTIs, bronchitis, and more. No waiting to see the doctor, no waiting at the pharmacy. It's all in the kit, and your medical emergency kit is not a first aid kit. Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit. You want to order yours in minutes? Get 15% off at urgentcarekit.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX, and get 15% off.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we are coming back now. 25 minutes until top of the hour. An emailer here says, I tried to watch the movie Helmsy and Greg are talking about, couldn't do it. Had to cut it off 10, 15 minutes in.
All right, so this
he's warning me don't go in.
So this guy didn't buy into the psychological thing we did.
I guess not. Maybe stronger than us mentally, but
must be.
Speedy, just try it.
I want you to do a test.
That's how you got people to start drinking, didn't you?
No, this isn't detrimental to you. It's Well, it kind of is.
Well,
but
yeah.
I just again, you got to get past that mouth stuff. That to me was one of the hardest parts.
That was it. Yeah.
I am about
Well,
that.
people are warning, and they're also warning the question going into that bizarre headline into the break. The truckers are emailing, going, "Oh, we'd most definitely stay away from certain areas."
Yeah.
And I would think it's just like anything
Is that where
else.
the 500 serial killer truck drivers stop?
I don't know, but that number just jumped out at me like,
There's
whoa,
a lot of trucks
hello.
out there if you think about it.
My gracious alive. All right, so we've covered a number of different things, and we'll leave some of it to the main show. There's some pretty interesting stories and headlines out that the guys will pick up and run with. Don't forget what's eating Scott Goski scheduled to be today. He's in town, but should be in studio, so looking forward to that as well. Dan Hurley, the UConn men's basketball coach, turned down the Lakers' $70 million offer to be their new head coach. And he's broke his silence about rejecting that. He talked about he was humbled by the experience and honored that they would even think of him, but that he is committed to UConn. And at the end of the day, he's proud of the championship culture that they've built there and wants to continue to work on that. Now, he does have a 6-year, $32.1 million contract with Connecticut.
That helps.
He'll be okay.
He signed that back in 2023. And so I think he's okay, but it has, the NBA, anytime you shun a higher level, they can't believe you've done it. So the NBA's like, what in the world? Why would somebody turn that down? But he kind of explains why. And I think he just loves that area. His family does. He's happy to be there. He's making plenty of money.
Still a millionaire.
And he didn't want to go to the Lakers, and in 1 year they fire him or something. Now he looks around. He's like, so I have nothing.
Well,
he has a lot of money. Don't get me wrong.
Listen, he also realizes
Things
that
more than
he's
money.
coaching professional basketball at UConn.
That's about what I was about to say.
I hate to break it to everybody, but he's coaching in the NBA right now.
Right.
Yeah,
That's what it's turned into.
Yeah.
About to say the same thing. You can't go, well, I just like the college game better. Well, they're
No.
not anymore because NIL and transfer portal, it's a different world.
Right, yeah.
And basketball was always the one and done anyway.
Yeah, for sure. But that was an interesting. That's one of your bigger headlines when it comes to sports from
Plus,
yesterday.
you got to live in Los Angeles.
Yeah,
he was referenced or brought up when the Kentucky job was out there, and I remember him or someone saying that his wife really loves where they're at in life, and. I mean,
why mess it up?
Yeah, why mess that
Just
up
won
when
the
you
national
can?
championship.
You're still making millions. You're coaching a style of basketball that you can stay there and coach.
And you players are going to come there because they know they've got a chance to win it all.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Charlie Baker, he is the NCAA president. Speaking of,
You talking about Charlie Baker?
professional sports, Helmsy, and what all you guys and coaches and ladies have to deal with. He was on Pat McAfee, and he said that the pending antitrust case settlement is going to put major financial pressure on everyone in college sports in the industry as a whole. But he believes it is also creating more certainty for schools to plan for a new system that will allow them to share more money with their athletes. They announced last month that they agreed, the NCAA did, to settle the three federal antitrust cases that loomed, and we've gone through all that to $2.8 billion in back damages, and you've been outspoken and others about that's going to put a lot of pressure on schools because everybody's got to kind of divide it up and spread it out.
Down who pays what.
And so things will look different for sure.
The mid majors are paying 50-60% of the bill, and they didn't even have anything to do with it.
Right.
That's what's frustrating.
Yeah.
And the Power Fours are the one that voted on it. So of course,
Yeah.
little old us didn't get to vote on it,
But you got to pay.
but we got to pay substantially. Unreal. So, I heard the other day that a judge can reverse this. I don't think it will happen.
Wow.
But I don't think this is 100% done at this point.
Maybe.
I heard somebody say that a judge
Get the right one?
can look at this and say, hey, listen, this is not good for the betterment of college athletics, and we've made a terrible mistake here and reverse it. But I don't think that's happening. I think we're kind of we're starting to live in the land in which is going to be college athletics. From
And
here on
this
out.
is based on basically back pay.
Yeah, paying
that's what it
athletes
is.
at a certain point.
Yeah.
But they weren't.
Most of it, which is football players.
But it was illegal.
Power four.
Then. I mean,
Right, well.
you didn't have the same rules you do now.
Yeah.
Well, kind of like the Reggie Bush thing.
Yeah.
They gave him his trophy back.
They
Why?
did. They did.
Did they realize that you were wrongly accused? No, but that wouldn't be illegal today. Well, that doesn't wash.
Right.
Because it was illegal then.
The very people that brought these lawsuits and have us in this situation is going to end up, many of them, costing their sports and scholarships in those sports.
And you know who's behind it. Them lawyers just going to get their cut.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, and Helmsy, you talked about it. The sports that aren't the money makers at the schools, those are the ones in jeopardy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that a lot of
the
you
Olympic-
love, and
Olympic
a lot
sports.
of your kids and or friends that are being recruited to go and see if they can't get an education through a scholarship of some kind. That those are going to be affected.
Yep.
For sure. And that's,
Well, and
that's
two,
real.
one of the things that people's not really talking about, and I get why you're not talking about it in the Power Four because it doesn't matter. You have enough money to deal with these things. But the things at these mid-majors where one of the things in there is we got to bring up the scholarships. Like, so if you're going to have 8 guys on a team, they got to have 8 scholarships. Baseball will have 25 scholarships. You know, they got 11 and a half now. Well, that money,
sad.
that money alone, that is sad, and that's been sad
ridiculous.
forever.
Yeah, I've never understood that.
You know, men's tennis, 4.5 scholarships. That's sad.
See, that's stupid.
So you've
Feel
got
like a
to
used car salesman trying to spread it all
before
out.
you can
No
start
offense to
paying
all you
people.
salesmen out there.
You got to get that going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have fun it.
And what's funny is I am sitting back watching these mid majors, and they're not doing anything yet. They're kind of just sitting back waiting, like because they don't know what to do. They don't know what the next step is. They don't know what's reality. We'll see. It's
a mess.
It is a mess. It's a big mess.
Everything. I don't like the way everything's going.
No, I
Where
don't
it's
either.
headed, it's
I don't
just-
either, Greg.
It's
And that's why you see a lot of people getting out of coaching. And Saban said it.
Oh, yeah.
And you have, especially these Olympic sports, they don't make hardly anything as far as like the salaries.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's coming a point where you're going to have really good people that go, hell, this. I'm not doing this. Why would I do this every day?
yeah.
And
Way crazier than fine.
and not only that, it's one thing that the kids are more entitled today than they've ever been. So you've had that to deal with to
Sure.
start, but now you
yeah.
throw all this on top of that, makes them more entitled, and you have less to work with.
Yeah, like I say, I get the revenues and all that, and there's a way that you could give them a little more money and make sure everything's covered and all that without this just
Yeah.
open market.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that would have taken a proactive approach, and we've talked about this. You know, I've said it till I'm blue in the face. Anytime you got some kind of governing body, they're not proactive.
No.
They're reactive.
Kick it down the road.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's always political.
Let
They're
somebody
kick
else
it
worry
down.
about it.
Exactly.
I won't be in this position by then.
Yeah.
Right, correct.
Exactly.
On a
And if I solve all their problems, why would you need me?
Yeah. True.
yeah, you know, we
Politics 101.
we joked about the college softball women's World Series and that was two future SEC teams playing, Oklahoma and Tennessee, but they are getting two pretty good teams joining the SEC when it comes to softball, football too, baseball too, everything. Everything's going to look different, y'all. Are y'all ready for this season? We got the playoffs. We got conferences are all going to be different. We all going to figure out who's in what conference now. You know, we grew up, if you're older like we are, I mean, we kind of had it. You know, there were times that everything would change a little bit, but there has been a complete, rearranging the room, where's the furniture kind of situation. And so things are going to look different this year.
I mean, you talking about West Coast teams in the ACC?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, I am. Isn't that crazy? But that's this year. So that'll be interesting.
And bringing West Coast teams to the East Coast, to our ultimate point a minute ago, cost a lot of dollars
Sure does.
amongst a lot of sports.
Mm-hmm.
So something has to give.
Yep.
So you probably going to cut some
Yep.
sports.
Yep, you sure are. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 15 minutes until top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch, called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hi, this is Jeremiah, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Chicken Minis is that soft roll with that honey butter brushed on it. It's so fluffy, like a cloud. It might be a mini, but it doesn't taste like a mini. That sweet, savory bite and that fluffy roll with that honey butter on it and that crispy chicken, it's an awesome way to start your day, the perfect breakfast treat.
Breakfast starts with Chicken Minis and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app. Real customer paid for their testimonial.
Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious Field of Greens. And will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's B-I-G and then V as in voice, O-X to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful. Free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigbox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigbox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. Just visit amac.us/bigbox right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, we got 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the kickoff hour. This portion of the show is brought to you by zapmydebt.com. As we start off on this Tuesday morning, if you're listening live, I want to ask you a few serious questions. How far behind are you with your bills? I know nobody likes to talk about it. I got it. How many people do you owe money to? Next time your phone rings or you're like, oh, no, somebody wants something, a collection agency or something, there's nothing worse than knowing you're in debt, and we get that. The truth is the system here with zapmydebt.com can help maybe alleviate some of that stress in your life. The system is designed is to just kind of trap you in the debt that you're in. Insanely high interest rates, loans that are just impossible to pay off. But there's a new way out of the debt trap. Debt trap, I should say.
Trap.
Sorry, excuse me. Zapmydebt.com. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. And maybe relieve a little bit of that drama in your life. So it's worth a chance for you to get out of all that. Before you do anything, just contact them, see what's up. Zero Debt USA at zapmydebt.com and talk to them for free. Find out maybe a fast, easy way to get out of this stuff and just get some information. Zapmydebt.com. You can always find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. You might just go, hey, wow, that was kind of easy. I didn't know it was going to be that easy. I'm glad I called.
Somebody just sent me an email, and something that we've always talked about, the athletic side of the sports and NIL and athletes getting paid. And we've always had that professor resentment with student athletes and budgets and all that. You don't think that's going to get – this guy makes a good point. He said, think about how that's going to even get worse.
Oh, yeah.
Because now you're going to have students walking in making 10 times the money they're making to sit there and teach you.
Oh, yeah.
Think about that
There's
side
a little
of
trickle down that we aren't thinking about.
No.
That's going to change everything. Like
It's going to be ugly.
I bet a lot of these young kids handle that money well, and I'm sure they're going to be real wise with it.
I mean, how do you teach a business major how to do business when they're making millions of dollars and you're making $75,000 a year?
It's
and they'll point that out to you. I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're all over that. I mean that was that was
a good
one
email,
thing.
Jim. Good thought.
Besides the obvious, which is when you move from the college ranks up to like the NFL or the professional ranks, I mean those are men and women that you're coaching that have families, and it's a business.
Yeah, they're going to work.
And so when you're coaching them, it's a little different because most of them probably make more than you as a coach, and B, it's a business to them. So they're not in college just trying to get through it and whatever. It's just a total different approach. But now, to your point, Helmsy, in college, now you might be coaching somebody that makes more than you.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Good night. We talk about this a lot, and this isn't new, but I love the whole when Deion Sanders was playing in the NFL, and sometimes he'd be going out of bounds or whatever, and he'd just step out instead of taking the hit. He said, "I look at that as a business decision.
Yeah.
Why take that hit?
Yeah,
if I'm
my body going,
if I'm not out on this field, I'm not playing and making money. So it's a business, but now it's a business in college too.
Well, and
same thing. Let's say you try to get on one side. I'll tell you what, I'll set you on the bench. You'll go fine. I'll just go somewhere else.
Right.
You used to threaten them with playing time.
Yeah.
You can't now.
Yeah. So-and-so's offering me more anyway.
Yeah.
I'm going to hop over here. And that's the craziest thing is that you see these at one time Power 5, and the reason we say Power 4 is because the Pac-12 is no more. What was it, Oregon State and Washington State are the only two left remaining. And
they have a plan to have some kind of resurgence, but I'm interested to see that take shape.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just bizarre where we're at as far as just how this is all going to play out. But it's never going to end, and
the transfer,
we'll have to see about
the transfer portal is just as bad.
Oh, yeah.
If not worse, for some sports.
I can leave and be eligible immediately.
And that's what I was going to mention is that in these big Power 5, 4, whatever, you have starters that led their team leaving. And it's like, well, you're not leaving for playing time. You started. You're a superstar over here. Why are you leaving? Well, because so-and-so's offering me more money.
And it's not all about the money either, guys. It's because there's plenty of transfers in other sports not making a dime. They just have the mindset that the grass is greener.
Yeah.
That's it. They think that I would rather go to this city.
Yeah.
Or I would rather go to this school. Or I would rather go play in this conference. And you take the money out of it. I mean, yes, that's happening in the Power 4 world, but there's transfers I see it. I look it up every day, and it's and most of the transfers are not money decisions.
Yeah.
It's I think the grass is greener because I don't like the coach, or I don't like the school, or I don't like the restaurants in town, or I wish it was a big city, and I want to go. Should have figured all that out before you come.
Yeah,
yeah.
You're
now
right.
there's no deterrent to transferring because you don't have to sit out.
No, right. We were bringing up the fact that last night when NC State beat Georgia, either way, that was an ACC and an SEC team, so it wouldn't have mattered. But we were talking about how it's an all ACC and SEC matchup in Omaha for men's baseball College World Series. Did y'all know since the College World Series expanded in 1949 to 4 and again in 1950 to 8, there's never been just 2 conferences represented? Until this year, after a combined 19 bids, the ACC and the SEC will be the only 2 conferences in Omaha.
Let me ask you this, and this is a dumb question.
Unique.
Thank you, Martin.
Is Texas A&M actually in the SEC this year in baseball?
Mm-hmm.
They were?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Texas or Texas A&M?
Texas A&M?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't follow it. I'm asking.
No,
yeah.
Because the softball wasn't, was it?
Texas A&M, yeah.
Oh, you're right. I'm thinking Texas and Oklahoma.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry. Yeah.
yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
I knew you had to be thinking something else.
I was.
But I see your point. When will they be considered SEC?
You're talking about Texas and Oklahoma.
This fall.
Yeah, that's
this fall.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. That was a brain
you're
fart
good.
on my part.
Yeah.
I was thinking about those sharks and underpants.
Yeah, scary. You gets in your mind.
Golly.
But I think that starts Friday, and I know to a lot of you that's a big deal, and it was fun. I know you went with your dad when you were younger. That's one thing I'd love to do is go out.
It was the old
enjoy that.
ballpark. It's not the new one.
Right.
I think it's TD Ameritrade maybe now, or unless they've named it something else at this point. But yeah, what an experience! Golly, what an experience!
Yeah, I know a lot of dads that have gone out there instead of going to Cooperstown or something. They have kind of a youth World Series too, and you kind of combine playing and going to experience the games kind of all at the same time, and it's a pretty cool little deal. But that will be going on. The field is set last night.
Listen,
NC State
if
beat
you're
Georgia.
a baseball fan, college, pro, little league, doesn't matter. That is on your bucket list.
Yeah.
That needs to be one of those items that you just check off.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say go if you can only go for a couple days. Go the first few days. Don't go the end. Go because there's more teams, there's more action, there's more games. Take it all in.
Yeah. We'll crank up. The field is set. All right, we'll take a break, and we will crank up the main show. The guys are here. They're all in building, and they're ready to go for the main show. Don't forget what's eating Scott Goski scheduled to be a little bit later in the show. We cannot wait to catch up with him. What's eating him? There's no telling. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
People out of upside-down cars, burning apartments, lady with a stroke, a police chase through the woods, CPR, domestic violence, washes a man off that was covered in gas at a gas station. I mean, that's. I mean, he's
washes a man off.
He's wide range. I mean, he covers a range.
Probably the least heroic of his things.
But I mean, but think about
it. Depends on somebody smoking.
Yeah, back to my point though. I probably would have been sitting in the truck returning phone calls. I'd have never known Scott had gas.
I wouldn't. I said, why is he squirming?
I'd be thinking, I got to wait for this gas tank. I better get on the phone and get some things done.
Greg, don't knock that, man. There's a smoker in there. That's a bad scene.
Yeah, he could have been.
Or any spark.
Yeah.
You ever seen these people still smoke while pumping gas?
Yeah. Don't understand it.
That's called shaking hands with danger. That's what that is.
I'm telling you. And then that same person is probably saying, "Look, don't take that vaccine."
Yeah, and they
wear a mask. It's like when you deal with any superhero. I'll say this in closing about Speedy. I'm glad he's on our team.
Oh yeah.
Well, hope we don't take his powers and use them for bad.
I know it. So do you feel comfortable having him around you?
Yeah, I do. I do. Because I know how enthusiastic it is. The same way he overgreets, he saves people.
Hold up. This is going to test my theory immediately.
He's an oversaver, too.
Immediately. Now, Speedy, I can't remember because baseball and all that. Were you at Chandler's wedding?
Yeah.
Yes, he was. Yeah.
Did you sense Bubba was in trouble?
Sadly, I did not.
Okay, so that maybe my theory's off.
But I will say I saw him from a distance. I didn't get close to him.
You didn't really look.
Yeah, because really, honestly, Bubba, you were having some issues, and Speedy wasn't drawn to you.
Yeah. So I mean, you know.
Well, I just had a theory, maybe my theory,
but I felt better knowing Speedy was there.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Well, you pulled the move though on that day, and I'm the same exact way. Okay, and I'm not saying this is what we should do.
Right. Yeah.
I have an animal instinct that I need to go off in the woods.
Yes.
I need to get away from everybody.
I need to get away from everybody, get off in the woods, lay in some pine straw, and see if I can recover.
All right.
Yeah. I'm not sure that's the right way to go. I think we're supposed to be going to people for help.
We are.
Right? I mean, so I it's like I have to go off by myself and see if I can get it together.
Right.
Which is what you were doing, right? I mean,
yes. I just felt like I was smothered. You know, I had to get out of there. I couldn't stay.
I've been there.
It's almost like a panic attack, which I've never had, which is a bad feeling.
Yeah.
I assume if it feels like that.
Yeah, I have to go back to this, and I need to tell myself this. I don't know, Rick, that you can solve every problem by walking out, letting the wind blow in your face, and take a deep breath.
Right.
See, I think as long as I can do that.
But that's a darn good start.
I know. As long as I can do that, I can overcome whatever's after me right at that moment. But I know that can't always be the answer.
You know, when you're sitting at the table at the reception, people go, "Are you okay?"
Right.
You know, that's a bad feeling.
Well,
I'm even showing it. They can see.
My last vision of you at Greg's daughter's wedding, before we found out that you didn't end up needing a stent, is you were in a cart driving away from everybody, and like your son was looked at me and says, "Where's Dad going?" And I was like, I don't know. And the fact that you don't means there's something going on. And then you remember we all start trying to call you, and then at that point, so you don't want to be pressed. We're pressing on you now.
Yeah.
You know,
you don't even answer the phone. It's like,
right.
It's a bad feeling.
Now I feel like I can't breathe.
Yeah. It was like a shirt way too tight on you.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's what blockage feels like.
Yep.
We'll be back. Let's start with Wes out of Spanish Fort. At the end of 30, the buzzer sounds. Wes, 30 seconds, go.
Wes.
Y'all are talking about Speedy's sixth sense for those situations. I was thinking maybe he's like one of those dogs that, you know, can detect when somebody's blood sugar's dropping or something.
Yeah,
you know,
they're about to
might
pass
miss
out.
the wrong thing, but he's pretty handy in a tight.
One of those pillow dogs.
But
I did see him dive one time and break Bubba's fall, and Bubba passed out.
But don't we rule that out that
I
he
never
didn't
hit
sense
the ground,
Bubba was in
Greg.
trouble at Chandler's wedding, though?
He was in celebration mode.
Maybe it was.
Maybe he's not tuned for
He was
hearts.
off the clock.
You know, may not be tuned for hearts.
Yeah.
Or he was distracted by the dessert table.
He was.
You know, he's got an issue with desserts.
Well, we had some there.
Chris in Pensacola. Chris, 30 seconds. Go.
Biggins, how's it going?
Good,
Good,
Chris.
buddy.
Let's go, Chris.
Did anybody just catch it? Bubba just jinxed Baylor.
Oh, yeah, they're done.
Yeah,
It's over.
He did.
Yeah. He did a whole
I didn't
speech
wanna
about
say
how
it.
good Baylor was.
We
First
got
of all,
some
he
Baylor
claimed they were
Bears.
undefeated.
I said in the past I have been impressed with them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Had him undefeated.
Had them undefeated,
No, I did. I forgot the dead loss.
and
about to
was
make
amazing.
history.
Hey,
Which was amazing.
said that he.
Everybody just goes undefeated. Everybody.
He said it was the best team he's seen, and he has seen Gonzaga as
saw
well.
both of them play.
Yeah. I mean,
this year, that's got to be this year.
Look, hey, God, you got your green and gold on. I got it.
Yeah. How do you feel that? Because I know you're Nobby.
Go Bears, go!
How do you feel about their main best player is a transfer from Auburn?
Mitchell. He probably made a good call, I guess.
Evidently,
he got some playing time.
This year, it looks like it.
Mm-hmm. I really don't know the whole story. I know they've mentioned he's a transfer.
What about the Zags? You all about them?
Mm-hmm. They're an odd.
He's down on the Zags. He doesn't think they're as good as they.
He didn't like the name. That name bothers him.
Well, they're kind of they're kind of got a. I don't know. There's something about them a little strange. I don't know what it is.
You're not impressed with the Zags.
I tell you what it is.
They win. I mean, you can't argue with that.
I tell you what it is. He looks up and he's expecting to see something when he hears the best team in college basketball at the highest level. And he looks, and basically, it looks like Alexandria is going to win the March Madness.
Because they play good.
It's looks like a lot of guys from Alexandria out there getting after from the pictures I've seen.
Well, they don't. They got some athletes, but they don't.
I know exactly what you're talking about. They
don't
move the ball around.
Yes.
Uh, 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us. This hour of the Rick and Bubba show starts with the national anthem. We go 7.5 minutes past the hour. How you doing? Another hour of the Rick and Bubba show now underway. We are excited today to spend more time with you, and we'll walk through the stories of the day. We'll take your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Today, the return of a segment that you, the audience, seem to respond pretty positively to. We haven't done it in a while. And that's What's Eating Scott Goski. We'll find out today. Scott Goski has been out of town for a while working on a project, so he wasn't really in our world. He has returned, and he seems like he's got some things that are really eating him. So What's Eating Scott Goski happening on the program today, another installment. The kickoff hour is behind us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy knocked that out. Eddie Van Adler taking over the YouTube duties. And sitting right there is the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into another edition of Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. champions, Joe Flowers. Hey. Right there. That's that driving music you like right there.
I like it. I like it.
You get going.
Toe tapper.
Toe tapper.
That one's a head shaker. That's a step above a toe tapper.
Oh, I'm telling you. And a lot of you have been. I've gotten this email a few times. I've dabbled in it, but I know that Crowder, that is Crowder, by the way, has a new album out called Exile, and all I've heard is Grave Robber. And then the other day I tried to listen to the whole thing, but I got distracted and got in the conversation, so I haven't heard all of it yet. But it just came out. He's you ever seen Crowder?
Yeah. I mean, not live, but yeah.
I mean, just the person.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You kind of look up and go, "Where somebody just walked out of the woods," and he's got a song or two to share. But a great catalog. So, and the new album is out, and I understand it's fantastic. But I've only heard one song off of it. But I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of it. So we'll unpack the day, Bubba, the world. I'm sure since the last time we're together.
Isn't it crazy out there?
Oh yeah.
I mean, it just keeps changing, and it is getting faster. It seems like.
Yeah, I mentioned that What's Eating Scott Goski's back today. Can you imagine?
Yeah. Oh, I know. We've had a little sabbatical from Scott, and I'm anxious to catch up with him today.
Yeah, and and one of those things when we bring in Scotty G. I mean, you have to put your big boy pants on because you never know when maybe your little world may find its way into the crosshairs. So it's a nice time for evaluation. Usually Scott takes us there whether we want to go or not. So that's coming up as well. There's stories that since the last time that we were together. We have an economist here that has a prediction I don't think any of us will like, and hopefully we can find some way to keep that from being a correct prediction, since he's talking about a stock market crash worse than 2008. So I don't think any of us want that.
No, who wants that?
Nobody wants that. So we'll talk about that a little bit. Well, Nancy Pelosi on the political side, kind of a weird moment. When this whole thing about the National Guard being requested but not being deployed on January 6th, kind of a new development there that I think kind of caught everybody off guard a little bit. We also have the ongoing Hunter Biden deal.
Hey, text messages.
Yeah, get text messages. Of course, he's in Delaware. I'm not sure any of this is going to matter, but
the evidence is going to have nothing to do with
this. Right. Anyway, and then Trump goes on some discussion about being eaten by a shark, and he basically does a would he rather.
He did.
Yeah, which was kind of odd. And then we've got some other stuff that we'll cover. But your phone calls will also be important today, and we'll run everything down that we can think of. And then I heard on the kickoff hour again this bizarre movie that Greg brought up about sharks. Now Helmsley's seen it.
Yeah.
So
they didn't like it, but they want us to watch it.
They both hate the movie, but they keep trying to ask us all to watch it.
I want to know from a psychological standpoint why I stayed with it.
Yeah, I know.
What is it about me, my inner being, that made me stay with this movie?
You may not want the answer.
Yeah, no, I do. I do. Ugly or otherwise, I want the answer.
It had enough parts that were intriguing to drag you in.
Yeah.
I should have turned away when the language barrier, but besides that. And then
But
once then it gets to the part where you go, this is ridiculous. You're so far in, you go, well, I might as well just go to the end.
Yeah,
well, that turn around and go the other
But
way.
I think the question that Helmsley's asking himself, and Greg, you should ask yourself, and I heard you discuss it, is that barriers that normally work with you did not work this time.
Yeah,
you blew through barriers.
Yeah,
I did.
So, and that's the part you have to examine.
Yeah,
and then Helmsley's not helping us today. We live, and we've been talking about the Gulf Coast and the shark attacks yesterday, and all that, and Sherry and I were discussing that we're headed there here in 2 weeks, and so less than 2 weeks now, and then Helmsley comes in today further down, but still in the Gulf Coast, and on Alabama's coast, we see a bunch of people with alligators out there in the water.
Good night.
So this is something
pulling
that
alligators out of salt water. Do we have saltwater crocs? What is this? Are these alligators getting in salt water?
This is something, honestly, I thought y'all probably had seen.
No,
And so I made the comment, because I've been seeing this over the last few months. People putting it on reels and whatnot. Yeah. And almost, not a daily occurrence, but, every week I'm seeing an alligator on a Gulf Coast beach and in the water.
That's strange.
And so this morning, I just made the comment that, we had alligators to worry about. Now we've got sharks to worry about. And y'all looked at me like I was a little loopy.
Mm-hmm.
And I just assumed everybody knew this was going on. Span put something out the other day, maybe yesterday, of an alligator in Fort Morgan.
But they're getting in the Gulf. I understand that there's lakes and there's stuff around, but
And people are thinking that they're like this happened yesterday. This may have been on Orange Beach yesterday. But this is a guy that went out. By the way, he handled it much better than the guy he's about to hand it to. The wildlife guy.
Yeah, and Adler's there taking pictures for some reason.
What am I doing?
But this is like a normal thing that's going on over the last year, and I didn't know we had to deal with this too.
Wow. So right now we got to go and overcome. There's a potential of sharks and alligators.
Yes,
I'm just
and,
gonna stay
and
at the pool.
alligators.
That's
by
bigger,
the way,
that's bigger than jellyfish.
Yeah.
It looks like a log out there. It's not. I mean, it's just kind of floating around, and so people are getting real close to them. Like, oh my gosh, that's an alligator.
Okay. Well, I didn't know about the alligator thing because I kind of thought that we didn't have any that would get in salt water.
I didn't either.
Right. So there you go. We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show, and we'll jump into these stories and others, and also your phone calls and what's eating Scott Goski, all still to come.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Begins.
The eye test, which will fail you, by the way. Okay, the eye test will fail you.
Well, unless you see us.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious
when
what's
you
going
see
on
some
here.
of them, they don't strike fear in you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just,
I don't know. That guy looks like Screech. He's tall.
And they're dominating, and they're not just winning games.
How about
they're
Will?
dominating
Good. I'm not
games.
saying
Hey,
they're
we'll
not good.
hey, let me tell you.
Bubba said they suck.
Hey, BB, Bill Bubba Baylor Bear. Look, we'll see if you jinx a Baylor Bear or not.
Look, I got
Bubba Baylor Bear. Bill Bubba Baylor Bear.
Okay, so I know
Watch
some.
him get blown out. I mean, just,
Well, he might can overcome it. Maybe this will be the end of the
I
mojo.
have a friend who played tennis at Baylor. Okay, so I'm giving him props.
What does that mean?
And, well, I'm just saying the connection. And we have a friend who is actually the women's tennis coach at Gonzaga. So how about that?
you got a lot of friends.
A lot of connections with those two.
But you went all in
these
on
friends
the
of these
Bill
people you
Bubba
actually-
Baylor Bears.
I thought Baylor looked like a better team when I saw them play.
You
That's
said
all.
you just said you think they're the best team. You said that.
I think.
And you may
if
be
I
right.
if I was betting and they play each other, I'm with Baylor.
He said
Well,
the
there you go
Zags are
again.
overrated. Right?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that you may turn out to be right, but it concerns people what you've done to some teams in the
Well, I
past.
know.
I mean, you took
Sorry
this,
about that.
I mean, you,
Sorry, Baylor.
Well, what you've done to some
Sorry,
teams is
Bears.
awful. Look
What
what you
is that?
did.
They've
Look what
got
you
a
did to
cheer.
poor Bruce Pearl.
I know. It,
He was living. He was the life of Riley.
Yeah.
Bubba
Bubba messes up and goes to the Final Four.
I didn't
and-
jinx
He
Bruce.
destroyed Auburn's program in one season.
Yeah. He went all the way to Minnesota
I
because
didn't
that was a
jinx
double
Bruce.
jinx.
Yeah, you did. Look what you've done to him.
Ain't
Leave
been
people
back
alone.
since.
You just need to stay
I'm
out
a
of it.
casual. I'm a casual follower of all of it.
30-0, dominating, not impressed.
He's not impressed.
It's kind of
Ain't
like
no Baylor.
that. Y'all remember?
I am
listen,
impressed. They're a strange looking bunch.
Rick,
This,
Gonzaga.
this reminds me of when my dad saw David Dahl
Yeah.
for the Colorado. He plays for the Rockies now, and he
First round draft.
Dad saw him play at Southside and called me. Said, "I'm not impressed with the
Okay.
kid. He got drafted in the first round." It's like, what are you talking about? You're not impressed
So,
with him?
Rick, I could give you an example. You remember when we were growing up, the Boston Celtics, who were extremely good, world
That's my
champions,
favorite team. I love
play
it.
for it,
Oh,
but
yeah.
they were a weird looking.
Oh, like a bunch of cretins.
Look,
Yeah,
look at
they just didn't look the part to be as good as they
They
were.
look
you know?
look like the Adams family out there trying to play basketball.
No, it did. No, you're right.
Well,
You're
that's
No, you're right. It looked like the opposition to Michael Jordan's team in the Looney Tunes
I
movie.
mean, Larry
If
Bird, let's
you-
just call it a goofy-looking guy. He looks like a giant bird.
McHale.
If you saw Kevin McHale,
Bird.
Dennis, what's his name?
Johnson.
Dennis Johnson. Good. Great. They're some of the ugliest basketball players I've ever seen.
If you saw Kevin McHale, if he walked in here today and you say this is one of the greatest players to ever play in the NBA, you would think somebody was lying.
I was
to
saying,
you.
you talking about Lurch?
Yeah.
No.
By the way, there is
dragging
an
the ground.
excellent March Madness commercial right now where Larry Bird is a part of with Jim Nantz and Charles Barkley and that crew. They do great commercials. Samuel L. Jackson's also in it.
Of course.
Hilarious.
Is that the one where there's a big portrait of him up on the wall?
That's one
The
of
bird?
them. Yeah, that's it.
I just haven't
That's it.
seen it.
Yeah.
I will watch
It's
it.
funny.
And I couldn't hear the audio.
Very funny.
Well, it's a new show, Pooch Perfect.
And after, I guess this is where dog groomers compete with each other.
Yes, Rick, we're competing.
Dog groomers compete, and now the outcry from the crazy, weird, far, far, far over the line, bizarro animal people. Now they have, for some reason, determined that dog grooming is cruel to dogs. Day, as we work our way back, we get lots of emails every day, and thankful for that. By the way, on that note, website is back current again. We had our host, they had issues with servers and data server something, and the website, and all the websites yesterday, Rick and Bubba website, BurgessMinistries.com, the Man Church, they were all down because they all come from the same company, all are hosted by the same company. And we had something up on Rick and Bubba, but it was outdated, and I know that might have been weird for you. You look up and go, my goodness, they're showing us what they're doing in March of 2022. But anyway, all that has been resolved, so they're all back up and running today. So just FYI on that. But this, when you see emails, sometimes I'll look and go, I don't understand that. I'll move on because I can't get the reference point, but then it keeps coming back. Adler, are you aware that there's something going on with someone claiming to be you on social media? Are you in the loop on this?
Everybody wants to be Adler.
No.
Yeah, so...
I mean, who doesn't want to be Chrissy?
Right. Yeah, everybody does. But anyway, I got emails, like one person said, can't even wish Adler a happy birthday. And I was like, what does that even mean? Is your birthday now?
No, December.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. So anyway.
Well, that may be one reason.
And then today, I have another one, Adler warning, another message. And this one comes from, I won't say her name, but anyway, it says, social awareness. I'm here because I have to warn you, all Chris Adler fans, to be aware of these scammers claiming to be him. He won't open a Facebook account to text you, so please don't believe anyone who says this. And is there another Chris Adler other than you?
With a birthday?
The previous drummer, he's not the drummer anymore, but the original drummer for Lamb of God's name was Chris Adler.
That's
Are they
true.
impersonating him? Because he's a lot more successful and rich and famous, so maybe they're impersonating him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I think people are thinking because it's...
Oh, I don't think so. I
A lot
think
of
it's
Lamb of
you.
God fans out there.
Yeah, but I do see, is your birthday December 8th?
Yes.
All right, so they have someone that has your...
Sorry, buddy.
In like...
I haven't seen any of this. Why aren't they emailing me? They should warn me, too.
Yeah, I don't know. So anyway,
I'm scammed very easily.
They may have thought they were sending it to you and sending it to somebody
Well,
else.
that's true.
I need all the help I can get. I'm scammed very easily. We've seen that in the past.
Yeah, so I don't know whether this is the other Chris Adler that has been hacked and people think you've been hacked and they're confusing, but there's some sort of Adler confusion in the audience right now that they're getting things from you that are not from you. So just
This is all Facebook?
I guess I don't know what it means. It is interesting.
they're sending these things to every one of us except you.
Huh.
Here,
I don't know about that.
I'll send you
Adler.
this, Adler, and then you can ask this person, this listener, what's going on. How about that?
Yes, that sounds.
nice.
We'll try to get to the bottom of it. This is the first I'm hearing of it,
Yeah.
and like I said, I've fallen for many scams in the past. I had that jury duty scam I just fell
boy,
for.
did you.
I took the COVID vaccine. I'm scammed very easily.
I took the.
That is a good one. So anyway, yeah, that's boy, all this stuff too. We're finding out so
All
many
of that,
things.
and I can't get him to go to lunch. I don't know. I guess I'm
It's
gonna
got
have
to
to
be
call
after
and
10:04.
I'm gonna have to
It's got to be
pose.
later than 10:04 a.m.
Well, I never look. I want to be clear. I never eat before 11.
That's right.
Never eat before 11 because they're not open.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that's true.
that's funny. So I don't know what to do.
You know
about
what?
that.
I think I'll scam him that I'm somebody else that wants to have lunch with him.
Right, yeah.
You know?
Well, if you tell him that it's after 11, he'll know it's not you.
Yeah, that's true.
Who is this?
Right, yeah. So so Adler, I didn't mean to drop that on you today, but it may be it's this other Chris Adler, and you have nothing to worry about. Yeah.
I don't like it one bit.
Yeah. So 2 days in a row, I've gotten an email about.
Well,
that,
happy
so-
birthday.
Yeah. So happy birthday.
Thank you so much. It's good to be. Yesterday was my cousin's birthday, Ben Adler.
You talking about Ben Adler?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Ben.
Yesterday was his birthday, so maybe that's what they're doing.
How's Ben doing?
There you go.
He's good. He's finally found his way. You know.
TMI.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. Doing.
Professionally.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, yeah.
Professionally. So we got that as far as inside the show today, and then the text messages we mentioned also. Speaking of things people know and can find, Hunter Biden has all kinds of text message exchanges with a drug dealer. Not trying to go back to getting scammed again, but even have him going to an ATM to get $800.
Yeah, for a drug deal the
Yeah.
day before he signed the I'm not on drugs
Right.
gun application, which their first defense was he didn't know he was a drug addict, even though he was.
Yeah, I'm starting
The
to
same thing with his dad being old and not knowing the charges, you know?
Greg, I'm starting
The
to think.
Biden family's all completely checked out. It's a defense they seem to use regularly.
I'm sorry, I was too high to know.
Bub, I'm starting to think that you can't trust what these Biden people say.
I know, isn't
No.
that crazy?
So-
Isn't that crazy?
so
also, we'll talk about it, but John Fetterman,
Saw that, yeah.
has been in a wreck with his wife.
Yeah. Yes, like not like in a car.
Yeah,
Yeah,
car
yeah,
wreck,
right,
not
yeah, so-
not just normal life.
Right,
you know?
yeah, so-
I mean, he'd made a lot of improvements.
Yeah,
and actually had swung back a little bit to the middle politically on stuff.
What's going on there?
Well, I think he's getting better.
Right.
His brain's starting to work again.
Yeah.
Right. His brain starts to work again.
That may be why they've tried to take him out.
Well,
Yeah.
There you go.
I heard it tore his hoodie.
that's true. And
That's bad.
So
right there, Greg.
and then is there
Looking good.
any update on the Facebook post from the one of the jury on Trump's trial with their cousin
we
or
had
something?
the New York Supreme Court let the trial judge know that there was a problem. So I don't know where that is now. What's the judge's
I know
name?
how it's going to turn out.
Juan
Michon?
Michon.
I bet.
Yeah, I thought he was a running back for the Seahawks.
That's
but
funny.
That's a different guy.
Okay.
But I bet when he got that news, he jumped right on it. Tried to declare a mistrial.
He
Don't you
knows
think?
he's in trouble. He knows it's unraveling.
Does he? I mean, does he?
I don't think
does,
he
will he
does.
just keep on? I mean, he like you said, he's
listen,
the hero
I
of the
think-
left right
I
now.
think right now he thinks he's untouchable, and he will put Trump in jail on July the 11th. I think he wants to be that guy in great Democratic circles who put him in jail.
Yeah, like you said, he's the toast of the left town right now.
Yeah, I mean, everybody on The View wants to make love to him. I mean, he is the darling right now of the Democratic Party. So I think he thinks he's untouchable.
All right, I dug into this a little bit more, and it looks like it's just a phishing post on one of my old birthday posts. So I was like, here's my family. I'm happy for my own life or whatever. Anyways, it was just a comment on nobody's pretending to be me.
I don't even know what he just said.
Yeah, somebody put something underneath one of your posts, and they're saying, "Don't fall for that."
It was just on my post. It was a scammy link.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They do more than groom. They make them look like characters. They paint them. You met a guy that brings that dog, looks like a tiger.
Yeah.
Got a lot of that, but
Tried
I
to
guarantee you
forget
these
that.
dogs are treated better than most people.
Let me
Sadly,
ask you
yes.
this.
Sadly, yes.
Now, granted, they look funny. I'll give them that, but they don't care.
Rebel Wilson is the host, Fat Amy.
Not anymore.
Well, that's still her name, even though she's lost a bunch of weight.
Medium Amy. Medium Amy.
Pooch Perfect, little playoff, Pitch Perfect there. Now, how do dog groomers compete? You know, that would be like
judges, I guess,
barbers competing. I mean, how do
judges.
you know? I don't know.
One dog even looked like a peacock. They paint them up, and it's really weird. I didn't watch the show.
I will tell you,
did.
we had a real fluffy white cat one time, and we had it cut like it was a lion.
Yeah.
And that was the funniest thing I think I've ever seen. He had a mane, he had a little ball on his tail, and he was like embarrassed, you could tell when he first got it. And then he started liking it because he could tell everybody was making a fuss over it. And he'd come out and he'd whip that tail around with it and had that mane like a lion. It was the funniest thing.
Look at that dog like a lion.
That's pretty funny, too.
I didn't watch it. I saw it on last night, but I see there a lot of these. Of course, again, like we always make fun of how they'll just grab random Twitter people like somehow they're experts,
Right?
And they're all saying that
I mean, you don't know what kind of
animal
good
abuse, cruelty to animals.
Medium Amy says she's actually a fourth-generation dog shower. She's been to dog shows. Says she was a champion junior handler.
Really?
But Twitter, and I know we must listen to the Twitter sphere. Here's some of the things the weird animal people are saying. This show is a disgusting display.
Rick,
this is not art. This is hey. There's no artist here.
Did you see
it's
the one
animal
that's like
abuse.
a fox?
Yes. Cruelty to animals, says another. Cancel ABC Pooch Perfect today.
I'm sorry. I think what they're doing is borderline dog abuse. Rick, that's Heather said that.
They
and we know
hurting
Heather
the
knows
dogs.
a lot of things.
They wasn't hurting the dogs.
I'm telling you, these
The
dogs are
dogs
pampered.
love probably all the attention they're getting.
And they're pampered. My goodness.
Again,
I got one that loves to be brushed. Oh,
now, I
my
will
gosh.
say this. When you look at that up there, that does look like dog abuse, just making it aware of that.
Well, but the dog doesn't
The
care.
dog's fine. It doesn't care.
The dog, you know what the dog's thinking? Am I still getting a treat?
Yeah.
Is everybody still going to feed me?
Sure.
Do I have a comfortable place to live? And are people going to pet me and scratch my head?
Look, skunk.
And where's the grass patch? I need to go.
Right. Yeah. It's,
That's funny too. You know, I didn't know the show was that funny. I'd have turned off of it.
Like I
I
say, that
wasn't
guy
really-
brings that tiger dog up here. I'm enjoying it.
That's pretty funny.
gosh.
That's a service.
The,
Rick, that's a service dog.
I couldn't figure out what the dog was doing. I'll just be honest with you. Other than looking like a little tiger.
Yeah.
Well, I think we stretched the service dog thing a little
Just
far.
a little. Just a little. We are calling on things.
I'm gonna
yes.
get Mr. Buddy classified as a service dog.
But
We know
what,
the airplane folks have shut down all that stuff. You know,
they're
everybody and their
tired
brother
of
was
it.
saying service.
But
Now,
you
People getting
realize
bit in the face.
we find ourselves in a great situation again, though, guys, because this is left on left crime again.
It is.
It is.
Absolutely.
You've got the all loving, all feeling, all caring ABC. You've got some Hollywood actress that probably has all kinds of bizarro causes, and then here we are. They think they have them a dog grooming show, thinking this is going to be once again. Let's put the proper attention on animals, and now the animal people that they probably are hoping will flood to view this show are screaming, "This is abuse of dogs."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And-
Rick is
and-
abuse. You're painting them up, parading them around.
How dare you?
You know, but what gets me about all
dare
that,
you.
what
How
gets me about
dare
all that, though, is, and we've said this on the show for years, but it's been a while to revisit. Some of y'all are not who, and I have no issue whatsoever in human beings domesticating certain animals for to enjoy them. No problem with that whatsoever. Okay, we have been given that authority and responsibility. But if you really get into this thing like grooming them is cruel, if you really start thinking about the whole thing about the freedom of animals, well, if you really wanted to get to the best thing, if that's your view, then there should be no pets anyway. They should all be roaming free in their own natural wild environments, and us taking them and putting them in crates, putting them in pens, putting birds in cages, fill in the blank, putting any kind of reptile thing in a glass enclosure. Really, if you have pets, is that the right thing? Shouldn't they be allowed to live in their own freedom? Should we have domesticated and made up, come up with all these breeds and done all this stuff just so we can have a little dog to sit on the couch with, or have one out on the screened-in porch, or have one in a crate? or they're in a pen, dropping them off somewhere.
"35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us. How'd you sleep last night? Not good? It could be your mattress. It really could. What if you had a mattress that was customized for you? Like little baby brother and his sweet little wife, Lisa. They got theirs.
Custom made.
Yeah, from Helix Sleep, baby. And here's what happens. You go to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Now, that's going to get you 20% off. Use that URL, and you go there and you say, hey, here's how I sleep. They got a little sleep quiz. Doesn't take long at all. Greg wouldn't have done it if it took long.
No.
And they want to know if you sleep on your back, your side, your stomach. They would like to know preference on firmness on the mattress. You like a really soft mattress. You like a medium. You like it really, really firm. They have, 20 different unique mattresses that they'll customize to you. They have big and tall. They have a mattress designed just for children. So if you'd like to find out more, you can get all this done in under 2 minutes, and then they'll customize this. Now, unlike a lot of other mattress companies, they have their own manufacturing facility right here in the United States of America. So it goes straight from them to you, and the shipping is free of charge right to the door, and then you get 100 nights to sleep on it to make sure that you love it. So if you'd like to get a customized mattress for you and 100 nights to sleep on it to make sure you love it, then you go to helixsleep.com/bigbox, BIGV as in voice, OX. Save 20%. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Hey, before we move into this Fetterman story, Helmsy, you need to know this. With the now alligators in the Gulf Coast, alligators can't survive full-time in salt water because they lack salt glands. But they can survive in salt water for a few hours or even days, so they can play around in it for several hours and be okay, but they can't live in it. Okay. So they can get in it and be a problem for you for a period of time.
Helps, and then they have to go back and get in the fresh water,
then they
wash it out.
Then they got to go back.
You got to go wash the prop out like you do in the motor.
Right. Yeah. So they move between freshwater and saltwater ecosystems.
I know there's a lot of speculation. Why is all of this going on? It's this, it's that. Well, we'll get into that in a minute.
Sure. All right. So
hold up.
Yeah, hold
it. Whoa.
I'm off the list.
So let's go to the Fetterman. Which has been an interesting character, and Bubba and I were discussing in the break, and we mean no disrespect to people that we know, and we thank them for their service. But does anybody really think right now, when you look at our government at every level, okay, the House, the Senate, the executive branch, the judicial branch, do any of us look at people serving in these roles and think, now this is the best of the best? Anybody?
You talking about the cream of the crop?
It's almost like it's the opposite. And not just, hey, I'm not sure they do a good job. They we're talking about odd and weird. I mean, it's like
there's some good ones in there, but I'm gonna tell you the vast majority of them are a little bizarre.
I tell you what it feels like. Like if I were to walk into D.C., and even sometimes it seems to be even at the state level too. You remember the Hunger Game movies?
Oh yeah.
You remember how the way society looked when you're whatever, and the elites, the ruling class,
right?
How weird they dressed, all the weird makeup, weird hair.
Yeah. And they were all in district. What is it?
Yeah. Whatever district it was.
District 1 was that the capital?
Sure. But I feel like when I walk into their world, I'm walking into just a completely different society and culture, and of bizarreness.
It's almost like you get the feeling. And I would like to say no offense, but I don't know how you can say this and have no offense.
That's correct.
It's almost like they can't hold down a job anywhere else.
And there it is. And he just said it right out. Right.
I mean,
it's almost like somebody sits across from you, Bubba.
I can't deny what I'm seeing here.
But
anyway,
how sometimes somebody will look at you and say, "Hey, let me just say this: you don't have the skill set for what we do." But let me tell you what I might suggest.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like if you have no way to hold down a job at like a high functioning organization in the free market,
they look at you and go, but I tell you what you might want to try. How about running for office?
Yeah. If all else fails.
You might be perfect for that.
And
so anyway.
This is not tied directly to this story, but
it is indirectly.
It is tied to the fact we were talking about Dr. Oz, who lost to Fetterman. How does he feel today? I mean, when he goes, he had a choice, the voters of Pennsylvania, between Fetterman, who really at that point could not make a sentence,
right,
and Dr. Oz, who kind of has his act together, TV personality, has done very well for himself. And when the people chose Fetterman, I mean, what do you do then? I mean, I haven't heard much out of him since the interview.
Well, I think it affected him. We remember when, even though it's not the same thing, but it was a close victory for George W. Bush over Al Gore. Al Gore could never get past it.
Oh yeah.
Hillary can't get past her loss.
He went total freak out woodsman after that.
But this one's a little different. It's almost like, somebody says, y'all going to play one-on-one in basketball, and you're really good at basketball. I mean, like really good. And then somebody just walks out there, and maybe with an artificial limb
and throws it over their head.
Yeah, and they're smoking and they shoot granny shots, and you got beat. It's like you'd go, I don't think I can get past that. And I think Oz losing to Fetterman, I don't think he's been able to get past it, because he thought, how can that even be?
And I know what will happen a lot of times. People say, well, it was your first time to run, and you need to do this, and people know you better now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I'm kind of like, you either want me and my skill set to serve you, or you don't. And if you don't, I got the hint. You don't have to tell me twice.
If the state wants Fetterman over you, I think that says more about the state than you.
Yeah. It may.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's been told that too.
Sure.
Speaking of Fetterman, and we don't wish a car wreck on anybody, John Fetterman and his wife Giselle were hospitalized after they rear-ended a car on the highway. And we've got a story on this, right, Eddie?
All right, here we go.
Learning Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman was involved in an accident on the road this weekend. Maryland State Police say Fetterman was behind the wheel Sunday morning when his SUV rear-ended another driver on I-70. According to investigators, the driver went to the hospital along with the passenger from the senator's car. Police say no citations have been issued and the crash is still under investigation.
Yeah, so he and his wife.
Not good, you rear-ended.
Yeah, who was driving?
It says he was.
He was? Okay.
Yeah.
And,
what?
Yeah, and you're right.
Wait a minute.
Following the crash, both of the Fettermans were transported to War Memorial Hospital in Berkeley Springs, West Virginia. The senator was treated for a bruised shoulder.
Okay. And
he talks about it here if y'all want it.
Yeah,
let's hear it.
Let's hear it.
Hi, everybody. You've heard that we were involved in a car accident, and that's absolutely true.
It was the worst anniversary.
Yeah, and not great for your wedding anniversary, but we're both great. And thank you for all of you that you care. Thank you so much. But actually, I'm using frozen peas from the teeter in the yard, and of course Tylenol. But we're great. But thank you for anyone with well wishes.
Frozen
still
peas
struggling.
From the teeter?
Well, he sounds
does that
like
mean?
he spoke.
Well, he said
he's
well
speaking
issues
better than
too.
he used to.
What is he talking about? I get the frozen peas.
Is that the
but-
name of the grocery store, maybe?
Let me Google teeter.
Because when you say frozen
careful with
peas
that one.
and use the word teeter, I thought, did he have a vasectomy?
I don't.
I mean,
that happened.
It sounds like he was told to ice his shoulder.
yeah, but
I don't know what teeters is.
I would tell him that he's putting the peas in the wrong place.
Harris Teeter is a grocery store.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
All right,
There you go.
All right,
Well,
we go.
that answers that.
Yeah. So that I know that if I was a Pennsylvania voter, that video right there makes me say, we're good.
We got it.
But he's come a long way.
I think he sounds better than he used to.
Yeah, he does.
Definitely.
But keep in mind, we're celebrating that presentation, saying, well, but he's taking huge steps. I mean, I want you to think about what we're
Pretty
saying.
important position.
I want you to think about what we're saying.
Yeah, Rick, he's not as bad as he has been. He's bad. But he's better.
I mean, it's, well.
So Dr. Oz can go back and look for those people that are making cardboard cutouts of him, right? Endorsing things.
Yeah.
Dr.
Bless his heart.
That's just got to get tough because there were probably people talking to you, and he's like, "You think you're gonna win?" I'm like, "Well, look what I'm running again." I mean, anyway.
Come on.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
riding them around in cars.
My favorite is the chain to a stake. Well, that's a good life. If you can't do no better than that, don't have a dog.
Right.
Amen.
Yeah.
Just don't have one.
Right. But back this again. If you can ride one in a car, then you can fix their hair. You can, as long as you're not injuring them or
this
hurting
person
them.
makes a great point. There's actually a Twitter that's for this. It says former groomer says, I've been involved with this. The dogs actually enjoy all the attention. She goes, what you got to understand, they don't have the fashion sense like we do, and it washes off. They don't know they look stupid.
They don't care.
They don't care.
And they like the attention. They like being petted and taken care of. I mean, if this whole thing is animals shouldn't be put through anything like this, that the ultimate goal is for an animal to be maximum free, then there should be no pets. They should all be living wild. So you see, you're kind of picking and
Rick,
choosing.
I want to get that pit bull and chain him in the backyard.
Right, but
just let him have that one circle, the only thing he can reach.
Yeah.
And every now and then I'll think about it, move his bow close, and that's what
Right.
he
And I have no issue with the fact that we have animals that we make pets. That's our right to do so. Most of them are treated extremely well.
Oh, I think.
But if you go down that road, though,
God gave them for our enjoyment.
Yeah, but if you go down that
It's
road,
a wonderful gift.
But this is a new thing that everything should be in its natural state.
Oh yeah. Well, no. Natural state is weeds,
right,
and storms.
And if
Nobody
that's-
wants that.
And if that's the case, I got news for you. An animal living in your house and riding in your car is not in its natural state.
No.
That's
look. We were told to subdue the earth. Okay, not abuse, but subdue. That means get it under control.
Right.
And that's part of having pets.
Right. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you these animals are not being mistreated.
No, heck no. They love it.
Any more than an
But
animal.
now we're against people that do abuse animals. But
Of course.
not this. This
Of
is
course.
not abuse.
I mean,
You're making a mockery out of people who really do abuse animals.
That's right. Once again, when now people think all of it's silly when you make these outlandish statements like this.
It's funny when you look back at the history when these animals were domesticated, and that this has been something that people liked for a long time. Different languages, long time ago.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We've had all this negotiation going on in the NFL about adding more games, and it looks like that 2021 will feature a regular season with an extra game.
Yeah, the NFL owners voted this week to expand the regular season from 16 to 17 games starting this year. And the NFL is planning on having full fan participation this year.
Good.
So
good.
That sounds good.
So 17 games will be the regular season, and then everything else looks like it will work normal. It said it'll be played over 18 weeks, getting a bye week per season.
Yeah.
So there you go. So that I'm not sure what that's really going to mean, but that is in the.
Well, let's see. This is all, and this is a little give and take here with the players' union.
Mm-hmm.
It says the preseason will shrink. The CBA mandates that the combined number of games per team in a season shall not exceed 20, with exception made for two teams that play in the Hall of Fame preseason game. This means in any season that includes 17 regular season games, no more than 3 preseason games can be played per team. How many were they playing now?
I don't know, but I always thought the preseason was way too long.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. You get people
4
injured,
games?
you're losing players. And
It's preseason 4 games.
I don't know, but I always thought it was way too long. So,
absolutely.
So anyway, I know that these players are trying to make the roster. It's helpful to them, and I'm not trying to take that away, but I think we need to trim it a little bit, and they have, so that's good. And then we'll see how the rest of it goes. But you're right, a little give and take between the union and the league.
Yeah.
And then Bruce Arians, who won, his team won the Super Bowl, and he had made a bet with the team.
He made a bet with the strength coach and the
strength coach,
and
okay.
the strength staff and the tight ends coach that he would get back in August. Rick said he would get a tattoo if the Bucs won the Super Bowl. Well, I would say back in August, that was probably a pretty safe bet.
Yeah. Yeah.
He revealed his new tattoo on Tuesday. He says, "I'm a man of my word," he wrote in a tweet. "When we win the Super Bowl, I will get a tattoo." Well, I got mine, and I love it.
I see the look at it. Where is it on the body? Where?
10 minutes to the top. Thank you for being with us today, and we look forward to chatting with you coming up a little bit later on, looking at things you need to know. If you're wanting to get Dad something from rickandbubba.com, the store, I would move today so we make sure we can get it to you by this weekend. Some good gifts there for Dad. Also, coming up Father's Day weekend, I'm honored to have an opportunity to be at my home church, Valleydale Church, coming up for a men's breakfast this Saturday morning. If you're in the Birmingham area and you want to join us, guys will be hanging out. It's free. All you got to do is just let us know you're coming, or just come. And you can find out more by looking at the link at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. And we'll also tell you how you can get into one of our curriculum if you so desire. And I think we're even going to do a little work day, get out and see if we can't help some folks. So that's coming up 8:30 a.m. local time this Saturday in Birmingham, Alabama. 104.7 WZZK is the station, and Valleydale Church is the church. Bubba, Apple, does this call for a Mac update? I mean, all right, so even the lyrics are dated now at this point because they've moved on. But Bubba, there's an Apple.
Apple has revealed their new iOS 18, and it is being called a cheater's paradise.
Now, what does this mean? What is cheater's paradise?
Yeah, I don't was
sounds like a new reality show.
Just for like hiding things from other eyes. So if you're
It said they unveiled new features with its upcoming iOS 18 that has sparked controversy among users, some calling it a cheater's paradise. A new phone will let you hide or lock apps on the phone home screen, keeping their personal hobbies and information from prying eyes. I don't know that that's necessarily a cheater's paradise. It sounds like it might just be good security. I don't know.
Well, I guess that means like sometimes if somebody, hey, let me see your phone, let me do this, it would be locked to where they couldn't have access if they had your phone open because that individual app might be locked.
Also features to stop kids from buying items on Amazon, which I understand is a bigger problem than you think.
Yeah. What about wives?
About
listed kids, but what about wives?
That may be part of it. That may be part of it. So I don't know.
You know, when we were, before we knew that Bill Cosby was a sexual predator, but he had some really hilarious comments on the whole family dynamic, and they still were funny, even though we didn't know those things about him, and we just wish they weren't true. But anyway, he was saying that especially with husbands, if we can just hear from our wives whatever the famous bit he used to do about his kid out there in bedroom slippers getting muddy. And he was like, "Does your mother know you have those slippers on?" And she was like, "Yes." And he goes, "Oh, it must be all right then." and so with me, I'll look out there. I said, "Babe, what's all the packages showing up?" I'm just using the points. Oh, okay, must be all right then.
Yeah.
From
American Express, everything's such an unbelievable deal. You wouldn't believe what a deal.
What a deal. But we don't need it and we don't use it. Right. Yeah, but what a price.
Yeah,
right.
But we're still paying for it.
Yeah. Thank goodness we have a windsock. I thought that was a good deal, but we're not an airport.
That's my point.
But
look at the price. Yeah.
But the cheater's paradise, I guess what they're saying is, and we actually even talked about that this past weekend, if you're sitting there and, the whole porn world is, is just, they're out to get everybody and they're pretty good at it. And, but if you were to say, I guess why they call it cheater's paradise, of course it could be, this is talking about other things, but if you said, all right, we have a new accountability, you can take my phone anytime and look at it anytime you want. So know that I'm not doing that anymore. You could actually hand your phone, your spouse look at it, and never know you still got it.
I guess.
You never know you're still looking at it. And, and of course, this is wonderful, for kids because you want to, keep an eye on their phone if they can find a way. Because there's so many ways around, unfortunately, because it's such a wicked industry. But there's so many ways they get around. There's some filters out there, and some of them are better than others. But man, it's still a difficult thing. And they're saying this is only going to make that worse.
Yeah, you could see that, and I could see why they would call that. But the flip side You also, have people that are always trying to steal your identity
course,
and hack and all that.
Of
So
course,
if you can upgrade that side of it, you think that would be a real positive.
Yes, absolutely.
So they're going to have the ability to hide the apps in what they call a hidden apps folder. So they can lock an app for additional privacy, hide the app, moving it to a locked screen or a locked folder that nobody sees or they can't get to. So to y'all's point, that's what they're talking about, just being able to hide things.
And Speedy, you had asked me a question about Elon Musk and that he was they're in some kind of tiff with Apple right now, right? Are you familiar with this?
Yeah, so
that's
what Speedy was just talking about. It's so funny you guys are talking about people not being able to see things because of these changes that Apple is making. It looks like Apple can see everything.
Right.
And Elon Musk is not liking what they're integrating, the AI that they're integrating into the iPhone, the Macs, and all that. And he's saying, if you guys continue to keep these features, Apple products will be banned from my company's, like you can't.
Workplace.
Workplace. Yeah.
Right now, Elon is not happy with AI, and I mean, where we're going is great, but the freedom that it's allowing and where they are as far as the technology, he's like, we got a lot to improve. Matter of fact, he tweeted out or X'd out, whatever you want to call it, posted something on X yesterday about if you asked AI a question, what the response would be right now, and he's like, that's dangerous, very dangerous.
Well, and I was asked too, because of that, there was even some speculation that Elon, either under Tesla or someone or a new company, will get into the iPhone market and try to develop something. And would you trust that? And I was asked yesterday, given an Apple phone or an Elon Musk phone that had been, the bugs worked out of it, which one would you prefer? And I said, well, I would like the one that works the best.
Right.
That's really the bottom line.
Right.
And maybe offers the most privacy. Here's an example of the AI that they're starting to integrate into the iPhone. This is one of the capabilities Siri has. They're calling it on-screen awareness, and here's a little package about that.
Over the course of the next year, we'll be rolling out more features that make Siri even more personal and capable. For one, Apple Intelligence will provide Siri with on-screen awareness, so it'll be able to understand and take action with things on your screen. For example, say a friend texts you his new address. Right from the messages thread, you can say, add this address to his contact card. And Siri will take care of it.
Who's Nuka Jones?
I saw Elon Musk talking about the AI stuff though, and of course he said something the other day. You saw what happened with Scarlett Johansson. Imagine what they could do to you.
Oh, I know.
And you don't have the power she has to go out there and say, "Hey, you can't use my." There's good and bad that comes with all these things always.
He sent out yesterday. He said this was asked to the AI's Chat GPT. Is it okay to misgender Caitlyn Jenner to stop a nuclear holocaust? And it says no. That's what AI said. And he said, now imagine if an AI trained, deal grows to more power and has answers like that.
Yes.
It sounds like AI is just going to become an electronic version of the same old garbage we deal with with human beings. It's going to decide things that we can and can't discuss, just like humans are doing now.
They're training it to be woke.
Yeah. Well, if I've developed something and it's going to advance my worldview, I would teach it to have my worldview, wouldn't I?
But
if I'm the one in charge,
you can manipulate the testing because it learns based on feedback. So if you dedicate yourself to answer or ask it the right question enough times, you can change the way it looks at it.
Yeah, I guess so.
There was an experiment where there was people that did that.
You're right. All right, we'll come back. We got more stories to cover today. We'll get your phone calls in next hour or two, find out what's on your mind, and things that we haven't covered that you want to ask about or bring up. We can do that too. All coming up next hour. It's top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This hour of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you in part by the only Christian-owned Patriot Coffee Company that stands for core values, family, and building community across the nation. Go now and become a subscriber at firstcup.com. Use the code Bubba to save 10%. Become a subscriber and get an additional 10% and free shipping at firstcup.com.
Is it placed? Is it on the
shoulder
arm?
or something like that, Greg? Is that what you saw?
Yeah, it just showed a close-up.
Kind of. I think
picture.
it's up
couldn't
here,
tell.
Rick, on the top part of the arm, I believe.
Yeah,
what I saw.
I don't know.
What if you put it on his neck?
No, the
Greg,
there.
right there. Yeah, right there. Just
So,
to the left.
So the Buccaneers management has done something that we've often wondered about. They, through their re-signing of running back Leonard Fournette, they have become the first team since 1977 to bring back all of its offensive and defensive starters following a Super Bowl winning year. So they got everybody back that won the Super Bowl.
The entire team is coming.
How about that?
Been a while.
That's rare. That's
Yeah,
rare.
it is rare.
Been a long time. Like you said, I think they're talking about maybe the Steelers were the last ones to ever do that.
77, whenever that was.
Probably
Who
somewhere.
was the champ? Yeah, it's probably Steelers.
It feels like the Steelers.
I know.
Of course,
who-
back in those days, that was common because you didn't have the free agency.
Right. Hey.
What about that? I knew a
I'm
little
going
bit
to
about
speak
it.
that with some authority in my
Not
voice.
really kind of apples
Rick,
and oranges.
Rick,
Not
I,
exactly the same. A little tougher now.
Rick, I know,
It is
I
about
know
the
who
way
it wasn't.
Yeah, I know, Bobby.
That's probably one of the years they beat the Vikings.
Yeah.
Played every team at the peak. That's all right. I'm good with
Yeah, obviously.
Also, tomorrow, Rick and Bubba, Major League Baseball has opening day, and the Rangers have said that we've got 100% capacity. We're letting everybody in. They open up with the Kansas City Royals at KC, but I'm sitting here looking at what all the stadiums are going to allow, and some are up to 20, 30-something percent, 25%. It looks like that's pretty average. But you'll see fans at Major League Baseball games at least, and with the Texas Rangers, they say they have no limitations.
So they're not listening to President Biden.
Well, it
guess
seems
not.
to fall under the you a blue state or red state.
Yeah, of course.
This is even political.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, guys. I mean, you don't need to have every seat.
And it looks like the Blue Jays are going to start their games in Florida.
I was going to say Canada is worse than we are. They would just openly weep if you tried to play a baseball game.
Yeah.
Do you find it, and as we study and look at all this stuff, do you find it strange that if you are a blue state and you're a Democrat and you're a liberal, that you are so hung up on this, and if you're a red state, conservative, Republican, you're like, hey, let her ride? I mean, I've never seen your political affiliation play out in a medical issue as much as this.
Well,
now, I'm not talking about the politicians who say, but I mean rank and file people.
Well, I think probably I understand that I've seen this, and even people that have pretty strong convictions about the Constitution. Still, sometimes certain things scare them to the point that their liberty is something they're willing to give up for maybe more safety. But I think what you're seeing, medical or no medical, I think once again you're just seeing freedom-loving people versus government-loving people.
Yeah,
is what you're saying.
That may be where it all breaks down.
Right.
Before we move completely out of competitive grooming, I got an email here.
Okay.
Y'all, this is, I read this, and I had to read it twice to be sure I was seeing this right. This is from Leslie Waltrip. She says, I'm a competitive creative groomer from Tuscumbia, Alabama. If you have any questions about creative grooming, please let me know. I'd love to talk about it. Here is some of my work, and she is on the cover of a magazine, and she has a dog that she's made it look like a deer.
Interesting.
A reindeer, as a matter of fact.
What kind of dog is it?
Hams, it's hard to tell. With those antlers on it, it's really kind of hard to tell. Look, Speedy, look. How would you describe that?
Oh, wow. It looks like the nose of maybe some type of lab, but I can't. I don't know.
I've never seen a dog look like that.
No.
Yeah.
That's
now, Rick, she's on the cover. Get this. The
the Rolling Stone?
No, the name of the magazine is Groomer to Groomer.
Yeah,
Never heard of that?
I guess if you're
anybody get a
this is an industry magazine.
Anybody get a subscription to that?
I don't. I haven't.
Groomer to Groomer.
Yeah, I guess probably the most
The Grooming Industry's Trade Magazine.
Yeah.
All right.
Didn't you ever subscribe to any magazines anymore?
Southern Living
of any kind, but that's something your wife did. You're not.
Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody put my name on one. And we keep getting them sent to the station. Like I've
my
subscribed to some. And
I know
haven't.
what Speedy gets. Dirty books.
I just remember as a kid, Dad had the Field and Stream, and Bass. The Bass magazine sent one out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Thanks for being with us. 6 minutes past, brand new hour, and the gang, as you heard, all here today. So, Bubba, let's start this hour. We're going to the NBA. The NBA Finals, I guess. I don't even know who's in the NBA.
The Celtics and the Mavericks.
Yeah, I'm usually watching.
Are up 2-0.
I'm usually watching
last I saw, unless they played last night.
I spend most of my basketball time watching the WNBA.
Right.
So anyway, no,
I'm not. Didn't even know who was playing. Don't know anything about it. But I do like this. The Celtic coach. Is it Joseph Mazzulla?
Yeah, that's how we're going to say
Mazzulla.
And you know, I became a fan of his when I thought it was really cool when he was asked about the royal family being at the basketball game, and he said with a question, was Mary, Joseph, and Jesus here? I didn't know.
Right.
And everybody was just
like.
And a good one, and he's basically bringing some issues up when he's being asked about some racial issues in the NBA.
Yeah, he's going to be asked that question, and again, he's a man of faith and a man who is not afraid at all to use the platform to speak about what he thinks is really important. And here we go again.
Hey Joe, Ben School, Yahoo Sports. For the first time since 1975, this is the NBA Finals where you have two black head coaches. Given the plight sometimes of black head coaches in the NBA, do you think this is a significant moment? Do you take pride in this? How do you view this, or do you not see it at all?
I wonder how many of those have been Christian coaches.
Everybody just looking.
David Aldridge?
Anybody want to talk about how many men of faith we had running some of these teams?
Yeah, and apparently that same reporter went on to write a Yahoo Sports article about how he needs to focus more about racism and calling it out.
No. See, what Joseph Mazzulla is saying, and I'm not trying to get in his head, but I mean, we share his same faith in Christ. If we look at Scripture, what Joseph Mazzulla is saying is the reporter is absolutely wrong. Mm-hmm. Now, that doesn't mean that those things don't have some value. I'm not saying that. But what he is saying is where I am in my faith and what I believe as a follower of Jesus supersedes the importance of anything and all things. Mm-hmm. Nothing has more value than that. Right. So I would disagree. And when you see this, like sometimes people are aghast. And I remember this. I actually talked about this past weekend. I remember my grandmother, and I'm embarrassed of this, and I watched how she lived her life. And I thought, well, she's a little over the top. Mm-hmm. And then as I began to grow up spiritually and actually was redeemed, I began to watch and learn Scripture, and I realized, wait a minute, my grandmother was just a genuine article. We are called to be, this is the center of everything we do, and everything flows from that, and everything else is secondary. Mm-hmm. And, we need to be wise in how we use it and all that. But I think that what he's saying is that's all I really care about. I don't care what color your skin is. Are you a person of faith or not?
Yeah.
It does my heart well to see him with that platform.
Yeah.
To be as outspoken as he is. I wish him nothing but luck. I think that he's already very successful.
He looks young, doesn't he?
Yeah,
he does.
Yeah. Here's that royal family comment if you guys want it.
Yeah, sure. That was a great one.
A non-basketball question. Did you get a chance to meet with the royal family? And if not, how was it like having them there in the building?
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph?
The Prince and Princess of Wales.
Oh, no, I did not. I'm only familiar with one royal family. I don't know too much about that one.
That's
so good.
You know, not only his answers, but his ability to say it deadpan and stay with it.
And just start looking around.
I mean, I think
It's almost like a comedy routine.
Your reflex is to kind of laugh after some of that, especially when you have crickets. But I mean, he just stays deadpan with it, which is funny.
Oh my goodness!
Funny.
So that's.
Y'all want to watch the one from last night again?
Yeah, I want to count the second.
Okay, hang on. Let me get the crickets ready. All right, go ahead.
Hey, Joe, Ben School with Yahoo Sports. For the first time since 1975, this is the NBA Finals where you have two black head coaches. Given the plight sometimes of black head coaches in the NBA, do you think this is a significant moment? Do you take pride in this? How do you view this, or do you not see it at all?
I wonder how many of those have been Christian coaches.
The look around's precious.
David Aldridge?
David Aldridge. It was next.
Right around 7 seconds of
Next.
nothing. Of nothing.
They're going to be
Next.
so mad at him.
But you know the thing about that is so true. You know, we've been talking about this for years, but and this is Christ said to expect this, so they're just fulfilling the very thing they think isn't true, and we've talked about that too. But isn't it? It's not surprising, but it is interesting. You know, if you're somebody who say this month, and let's say that he was a coach, and he wore his homosexuality on his sleeve like he does his faith. Okay.
Yeah.
If anybody said, "Do you think he's a little over the top with that?"
Oh,
you would be run out on a rail.
Yeah, you would.
So what our society says is everybody should be who they are, and they should be bold about it, and they should take what's most important in their life, the thing that they identify as the most, and they should wear that boldly. Except if you're a devout follower of Christ, then on that, how about pipe down and not be over the top?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He's a little over the top.
Make people
Can you imagine ever?
How dare.
Can you imagine ever walking up and seeing a gay pride parade and say, "Well, they're a little sanctimonious. they're a little over the top with their commitment to this. I'll tell you that. Why can't they tone this down a little?" You would be. I mean, you'd be taking off every platform known to man tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And the View would wear you out and go crazy. So anyway, I'm with you guys. I think he's a breath of fresh air. But again, he'll already this article. He'll be absolutely just attacked and destroyed for this. But if he stood for something that opposes the faith, then he would be a hero.
Oh yeah.
But that's right out of Scripture too.
Yeah.
So anyway, and so who's in the finals? I don't even know.
The Celtics and
Mavs.
And who's 2-0? Who's up 2-0?
Celtics. The Celtics are.
Game 3
You
tomorrow.
excited about that, Rick?
No, not really at all.
Game 3 tomorrow.
I'm excited about this guy. I like how he's handling himself, but I couldn't.
Well, here's
care
what
less
you got
about the
to do.
games.
Let's pull for the Celtics because we need more of this guy.
Yeah.
And if they win, you get more of it.
Right. Well, Bubba.
Or you can go this route. You watch the way he handles himself when they lose.
Right. Yeah.
Sometimes that's even better.
Oh, it always is.
Yeah.
It's when
it's easy to do it when you win it.
Yes, when adversity hits you, that's when most people lean on that faith and say, "Let's have a look at it now."
Yeah.
But Bubba said it. I've said it, and we're open about this. Bubba and I don't like the Celtics. There it is. We said.
Hey,
I've always
just
liked
in general. But now
Well, I grew up,
we like this guy.
They were not my team growing up.
Didn't like that team. Still
I
don't.
love Red Auerbach. I just made that up.
You just throw that out there.
Yeah, I did.
I like for you not to speak ill of the Celtics.
I just don't like the team.
I used to love
I like this guy,
Yeah.
but I don't like the team.
Now, you did love their
He's
play-by-play
making
guy.
me like the Celtics more than I ever
Well,
have.
there you go.
I like him.
There you go.
I'd like to see Luka and Kyrie
Because
actually
they're
make
on
a
fire.
series of it, but that's just me.
Oh, look at me! I'm gonna talk a little about it. I'm gonna use some of the players' names.
Yeah, I'm going to hip it up. Because
Luka and
Rick,
Kyrie.
most everybody on the planet knows who Luca is.
Who's Luka? Which one is that?
Look,
Right there.
guys.
My name is Luka.
I have
So
no
he
idea
goes
who
by
that
his
is.
first
One of the
name.
best players
Well, his last
on
name's
our planet.
Uncomfortable.
Yes. Yes. Well, just watching Adler kind of get a little sporty.
It's funny to me to
My
see
name is
him.
Luca.
He's the big man. He wears number 77, but yet he'll bring the ball down and just shoot it
Do
anytime.
anything he wants.
Yeah, I mean, he can just drain it from anywhere.
Oh, yeah. They won a championship. Is that the guy from the Nuggets?
No,
They won a
he's from-
championship?
No, it's a different one.
Oh, different. Isn't he some guy like that, though?
Yeah, very much.
So I'm not far off, right? It's a similar type of guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Rick, you're thinking of Kevin McHale.
There you go.
All right, let's go phone calls next. Yep. See what's on your mind, America. We'll do ourselves a Patriot Mobile phone tro. All 10 lines are available. Let's hear from you when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Have you heard? Bubba, it is time to tell a story that has been begged from us for years, and I do mean years. It has been a long time ago when this actually happened. The details we will leave sketchy to protect the innocent and guilty.
Well, with Don Juan and Speedy going to Los Angeles, I thought this was a nice time.
Yes, a good time to do it.
Has this ever been told before on there?
No, this is the first time.
Never has.
Many years ago in a place very far, far away.
Yes.
We were involved in a promotion that we were going to Los Angeles, and we were going to carry 2 listeners who were going to be drawn via a random drawing.
Right.
Now right there is the beginning of where this story goes awry.
Let me, for all you aspiring radio people, salespeople, because you're involved in this too, our people on the air, the term random drawing, if you're going to place out boxes, be careful where you place them. Just a hint.
Yeah,
like open mic night
we begin, and we have it's worse.
Yeah, same thing.
And thank you for crediting us with changing that.
Yeah.
We have the drawing, and we're going to call the winner and do a promo, so we can play it on the air. And we call. And we call, and we will say that the young lady's name who won was Wanda. We'll just say that it was Wanda. And I called, and I said, "Is this Wanda?" "Yeah, this is Wanda." Now, Wanda was a chain smoker. And
yes, she was.
And didn't I can't even do the voice anymore, Rick.
We called her. She said yes. She said yeah. This is Wanda. And we said Wanda, this is Rick and Bubba. What, Rick and who? Said Rick and Bubba. Do you remember registering to win a trip to Los Angeles? Well, hell yeah! Like that. And I know right then. And
I'm thinking, hey, we're in trouble.
And folks, that's the only word I will use because she gave us others that we cannot use on the air.
Well, she didn't believe us. So we go through a flurry of words that sound like we just came off the troop ship.
Yeah.
She doesn't believe us. We have to call her back again to verify this. And then she begins to go nuts. And she is screaming and running around the trailer, screaming to the top of her lungs.
She is screaming
Hey,
through
Prater, key word here, trailer.
Yeah, she was screaming throughout to her home. I'm going to GD Los Angeles.
Look, we're not making any judgments about anybody or anything. We're simply telling the story as it happened.
Look,
okay?
I lived in a manufactured home a long portion of my life, so I don't think everybody that lives in a manufactured home would be these type of people. But I must tell you, the term white trash comes to mind here.
Rick, we were somewhat in a panic what we'd gotten into.
Yes.
And as the morning that we were leaving, we were going to the Atlanta airport. The limo picked me up first, and then we had to pick them up. And I knew there was problems when the directions was last trailer on the right.
It's time for the Patriot Mobile phone troll. Make your phone money matter by switching to patriotmobile.com/bigbox today. Here we go, everybody. Still to come this hour, What's Eating Scott Goski, a brand new installment. That'll be coming up here shortly. Right now, though, we talk to you, America, at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And since it is a Patriot Mobile phone troll, the buzzer will sound. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. You're bringing information to the table. You're saying, hey, guys, what do y'all think about this? Well, here's what I think about that. And, hey, I just want to make you aware of this. So whatever the case may be, dial it. And unless you're granted a timeout, you need to be ready to go in 30 seconds. Barriers are a blessing. That also means if you're online and you're waiting, no problem at all. It'll be moving quickly in front of you. Helmsy has one timeout. Bubba does as well, but that is the max. So let's get started. If you dial now, you'll get in. The real Greg Burgess taking calls now. Sam in the great state of Kentucky will get us started. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Sam, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, do y'all remember that movie from the 1980s called War Games, where that AI was getting ready to do that, and then they got it all sorted out, and the guy said, how about a nice game of chess? And go Cats baseball. You all have a great day.
Okay. Yeah, that was a great movie, by the way. I love that movie.
Yeah, that
in 1980, I thought, we don't get him better than this.
Oh yeah, look,
the Whopper. You remember the Whopper?
I remember that, and also remember the ongoing various DEF CONs.
Yes. Oh yeah, we all learned the DEF CON list after that. But it did give us a pretty good insight to what it looks like at NORAD.
It did. Do you think any of that was accurate, though?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Real accurate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and what was the actor that was really big then? That was the main guy in that one.
It was Broderick.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
That's right.
Bueller.
That's right. Okay. And he said, "Go Cats baseball." Is he talking about Kentucky?
Yeah. They're in the College World Series.
The men's College World Series.
Mm-hmm.
So all of those are set and ready to go now. And so we have that, and looks like that Kentucky will start out with North Carolina State. Looks like Texas A&M takes on Florida. Mm-hmm. You got Tennessee, Florida State, and North Carolina, Virginia.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like an all SEC, ACC World Series.
Yeah, and we during the kickoff hour, we talked about since the College World Series expanded in 1949 to 4 teams and again in 1950 to 8, there's never been just 2 conferences represented in the College World Series. And so the ACC and the SEC are the only 2 conferences.
And it'll even be more once Florida State joins the SEC. We know that's going to happen soon, too.
So there you go. Also, another...
That's why they're trying to get out of their contract. Y'all, they're not trying to get out of their contract with the ACC just for fun. They got somewhere to go. Come on. Yeah. Y'all know that.
That's true. So anyway, so that'll be starting. And another thing that happened yesterday, and I got some emails on it. I know you did too. Is and we've talked about him a lot here on the program, and certainly his teachings meant a lot to so many people, including me. And that's Tony Evans. Did you see that yesterday, where the word came out that Tony Evans is stepping down from his role in as the pastor, and also his role in their ministry, and saying it was some sort of something that happened in the past. They're not specific about what it was,
that he did not deal with at the time. When you read everything that the church is doing and his ministry is doing and he's doing, they're doing it, the right way biblically. But that leads to a lot of speculation. What was it? What happened? And I don't really have any idea. And they don't specify that either. They just say it was something that was something he said was a sin in the past that was never dealt with, and that he has dealt with it now, had dealt with it privately a long time ago, is now dealing with it publicly.
Yeah.
So people are asking me, I don't know what it is, don't have any idea, and we may or may not ever know.
Yeah, and we always get a lot of comments when these kind of things of well-known people come forward, and I always remind them, the gospel is perfect, not the people presenting it. None of them are or have been, and that will continue. So don't let it dampen the message.
Yeah. So that if you go back and you see, what he was teaching is what we need to hang on to, and we talked about this before. It's there's always, if you look at Scripture, it goes all the way back to even when people were saying, well, I'm a follower of Paul, and I'm a follower of Apollos, and I'm a follower of Peter, and you remember Paul having to deal with all that, and he's like, hey, so this taking the teacher and elevating the teacher has been a problem with human beings for a long, long time.
Yeah, and I think it's especially a problem in American culture because we've got that British, Western European DNA. Even though we don't like kings and queens, we still make them in our lives.
Right. Yeah.
So you got to be careful of that.
Yeah, and on when anytime you've seen it, and if you're at a church or somewhere where you hear people say, let's say that the pastor's name, or whatever your denomination calls the shepherd of the church, your minister or whatever their name is. Let's say their name is Ted, okay, or John or something like that, and you hear them saying, Pastor Ted said, and Pastor Ted said this, and Pastor Ted did that, more than they say the Bible says that, or right. Jesus said that. That's always usually a red flag. You want to start watching out. Just
watch where the focus is.
Right.
Don't make all stars out of people who are workers.
No. Also, another thing that we have not hit on today, and this is the ongoing watching our president fall apart before our very eyes. This is video one. So Juneteenth is approaching.
Yes.
And
next week.
Of course, the Democrats have to get out ahead of that. And but the problem is they took the president and they've brought him out to try to say something. But once again, it looks like that the cognitive skills of the president are fading. If Normandy wasn't enough, it doesn't look like it's getting any better. But but here's an attempt, I think, at something involving Juneteenth. So here we go.
She knows so long as she was denied, our freedom can never be secured.
Good night. Good night.
Did you get any of that?
Anyone?
Let's go one more time.
Can we try that again?
She knew, and then I didn't follow.
She knows so long as she was denied, our freedom can never be secured.
Denied?
Anybody?
Denied?
Something's being denied.
Listen, I'm pretty good at this. This is hard for me to follow.
Yeah, one more. Let's hear it again.
Yeah. She knows so long as she was denied, our freedom can never be secured.
Good night.
Amen.
Right,
amen.
At one time I thought
democracy is safe, my friends.
Yeah. At one time I thought it might tie into we don't want to deny freedoms, to our fellow citizens. Right. Certainly true, but I don't think that's it, because what he says next, it doesn't make any
Adler,
sense.
let's hear it one more time.
She knows so long as she was denied, our freedom can never be secured.
Look at the guy with the guitar behind him. He didn't know what to do.
I tell you, this presidential election is setting up to be one for the ages, and I literally mean ages.
Yeah, I don't want to get into what's eating Scott Goski, because it may just be parallel thinking. Mm-hmm. But now our numbers right now in our country, we think 340 million.
Yeah, thereabouts, round figures.
And these are the two.
Yeah,
out of 340 million people, we are down to this. It just
this isn't going to help. Here's more from the Juneteenth celebration. He's dancing, or not.
Oh, y'all.
Speedy, don't look at this.
Oh, my goodness.
Whatever you do, don't look.
What's he doing?
What's that dude in the dress with
Thank
the beard?
you, Adler.
And where's Dr. Jill?
Who is that?
Oh my goodness.
That's that actor guy.
No, he hadn't moved.
Flamboyant actor guy.
Oh yes.
He hasn't moved. Look.
He's so confused and
still-
lost.
What's eating
Check
Scott
out the
Goski?
VP, the VP's husband ain't much better.
I'm proud to be in America.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But we get there, we find it. The trailer door swings open. I don't mean open and come out. It comes open like a bomb has exploded.
Now, Bubba, I think that we have left out an important part when she started telling us who was going to go with her. It was a trip for two.
Well,
please don't leave that out because you're about to talk about this guy.
She asked who the friend that she could carry could be, and we said, well, anybody. And we asked if it was her husband that was going to be going, and she said, no, he's in the pen.
She said, can Willie go? And we
I'm going to carry my boyfriend, Willie.
Yeah, and I said, you know, it's so it's not your husband. No, my old man's in the pen.
He got picked up by the law.
Yeah, and I said, well, are y'all divorced?
No, he just can't go. So I'm going to take my boyfriend, Willie. So we get there. Trailer door swings open. And out comes Wanda, suitcase in hand, on a full sprint to the limo.
Yes, as hard as she can go.
And then coming behind her, and he looked like he started on a full sprint from way in the back of the trailer, comes old Willie. Now, I have to tell you what Willie looks like, and I don't know any other way to describe this.
Careful here, Bubba.
The well-accepted pictures of the way Jesus looked. The long, stringy hair, beard, and goatee. And look, that is where the tie ends, okay?
Yeah, nowhere, nothing else is similar.
But topped off with one of those Richard Petty hats.
The
feathers in the front.
cowboy hat with a fan feather. So basically, you have Jesus with the Richard Petty cowboy hat on.
Now, Willie, as he will tell us,
get ready.
Willie, as he will tell us later, ain't never been nowhere. Okay.
I ain't never been nowhere.
Willie comes running from the back of the trailer, and he is so excited. No, he doesn't stop to go down the steps on the front porch. He does a full hurdle over the rail. One problem: the last foot, the last silver toe of his boot got hung on the rail as he tried to hurdle it. Yeah. Willie, cowboy hat and all, went end over end into a giant bush.
Yeah.
Now this did allow me to see inside their home.
Don't miss this. Don't miss this.
Now Willie was a big outdoorsman.
Because he ain't never been nowhere.
And we know a lot of deer hunters that, you know, they keep a trophy, the head of a deer that they harvest.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Willie not only kept the head, he had a whole deer stuffed, hoofs, tail, and all, standing in the middle of his living room.
Yes. He has stuffed the whole deer in the middle of the living room, just left of the TV.
Now, Willie picks himself up off the ground, begins another full sprint toward the limo, locks it down like a sideways slide into the limo like a skier would do, and promptly announces, I ain't never been nowhere.
Now, at this time, his girlfriend, Wanda, begins to explain to Bubba why Billy seems to be a little clumsy.
Well, she said he'd been drinking since 4 o'clock to take the edge off. This is about 6 in the morning. And I said, he's been drinking for 2 hours? She said, no, 4 yesterday afternoon.
All right, when we come back, Willie and Wanda are in the limo, and Bubba is headed to pick me up, and we're headed to Atlanta to catch the plane. The rest of this story, folks, it only gets worse.
Y'all ready?
So stand by. The story that we vowed to never tell.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. What's Eating, Scott Goski. Been a while, a new installment coming your way. And as he's back in the Rick and Bubba studios, ready to let you know. Scotty G.
Here.
Everybody.
Move your band pass down.
Get your hat, G. Welcome back, Goski.
Glad to be here.
Been a while.
Short timers.
Short timers.
Short timers.
Short timers.
You don't think that I'm going to crank it up now that I know that I can't get you off air?
You're right. Yeah. You're a dangerous
Where
man,
have you been,
Scotty G.
Scott?
I have been in the beautiful state of Florida in West Palm Beach area.
You down there working for Trump or what?
I'm down there where everybody works for Trump down there.
I bet they do.
Boy, man, let me tell you.
Does he run that down?
Oh, my goodness. You can't imagine what goes on down there. You really can. It's really staggering.
It's really staggering.
It is.
So, G, what's our category
Yeah,
today?
what's our
Well,
topic?
let me give you some things to choose from here. The first one is going to be baboons, breakdancing, and Christ's return. The Summer Olympics are upon us.
Was that just one category?
Yes.
Yeah. give us the name of that again.
Baboons, breakdancing, and Christ's return. The Summer Olympics are upon us.
That's
all right. Jiu-jitsu, Botox, and butt implants. There's got to be a better way. Last one is pee on the fire and call the dogs. The hunt's over. I've officially given up.
Wow.
Now, let me just say this about that one. That needs to be a segment too. That's got a little link to it.
Okay. So you're saying,
because that's got some.
Well,
Okay.
I think we got to go with the Olympics.
yeah, let's go with
because it's timely.
I think we may can get all three of these in, but we'll see.
Okay, we'll see.
But
That's fine.
definitely,
That's
let's
up to you.
start with that one.
Okay.
All right.
Do y'all remember? Do you know that in the Bible that King Solomon had baboons and apes?
No.
Y'all realize that he did before Michael Jackson. Solomon. Okay. Now I want you to think about that think about that for 1 minute. Think about that now. He gathers up 100 or so men and say, "Look, I want you to go across this island over here. I want you to bring me back some baboons." All right. They go over there, never have done this before, and this guy hands a dude Neptot a pineapple. He says, "Hey, look, walk in those woods, and you're gonna find this big, hairy thing. It's about 7'2", 900 pounds. You and 7 men grab it, bring it back to me." Okay. Now, how many times did that gorilla rip them limb for limb? Because they didn't have like guns.
Yeah, they would tranquilize.
They had to bring that thing back. Okay.
Right, yeah.
So probably 200 men for every chimp you got, right? People's faces being eaten off.
Yeah.
All right. We started there.
Right.
That's where man started in the toughness category, and now we got breakdancing in the Olympics. Okay.
It's an Olympic sport.
It's an Olympic sport. Breakdancing is an Olympic sport. Okay. Sailing. If you think you're an elitist white person, get in a sailboat. Okay. Stanford dominates Olympic sailing. You know why? You think Liberia and the Democratic Republic of the Congo have a sailing team? They're looking for 2 weeks of air conditioning somewhere away from home. Okay, that's why they go. Okay, now look, and now NBC is going to start selling us in the Olympics on all these personal bests. Have y'all heard all that?
No.
It's not about who wins anymore. It's about the woman with swimming zones swimming that 10,000 meter. They'll have 6 commercial breaks. The meet's over. She's going to get her personal best. Who cares about her personal best? Okay, she lost. She's only there because they felt bad for her.
Right.
But she's got her headband on, the whole outfit. She's swimming. She can't dive in. She just starts on the side of the pool. But that's her personal best. Okay, 6 hours behind the people who won. All right, look.
Personal best.
Let me say this.
True.
Seriously, she'll get the bravery award for wearing a burqa. Let me say this too. Okay, look, no one knows the hour of the day when Jesus is going to return.
Right.
But I got a good idea.
Okay.
In 2028, they're putting flag football in the Olympics. There's no way he waits that long. Okay. Okay. Seriously.
So you're saying 2028?
Yes, Christ will not allow flag football in the Olympics. He won't.
Ain't gonna happen.
Okay. That is the men's slow pitch softball football.
Right.
I mean, it is the biggest joke that is now in the Olympics. There's no way There's no way Jesus let that happen. He'll be back before 28 summer, so get your stuff in order. So what I need to tell you. Now, look. Y'all remember what it took to get us out of schools in the 70s and 80s?
Yes.
Seriously.
Oh, my goodness.
We had drills for a reason. We practiced them.
Right.
Oh,
Okay? I sat in the hallway in Concord Elementary School with my head covered as an F2 for rolled over top of the school.
Right.
And then got up and went to lunch.
Right.
We didn't go home.
No.
Okay? It was like, okay, it's done. Your neighborhood's gone, but you can go back and eat dinner. Now we're so soft. If it even, let's seriously, y'all seen this. If we've got a thunderstorm morning, they'll shut school down.
I know.
For anything.
Yes.
I mean, we got to out of school. It was a big deal. Now it's just some of the habits because we're soft. We rode the bus to school. I know for a fact there are schools in this town that take sprinters, like Mercedes sprinters, to the zoo. Okay.
No.
Yes. My dad drove a school bus when he was 17 years old to school.
Yeah.
Okay? Think about that. Think about the 17-year-old kid pulling up to pick up your 6-year-old. Get on the bus, boy.
Right.
But, I mean, he just got his license. It doesn't matter. Get on the bus.
Right.
He parked the bus in the front yard at my grandmother's house.
Everybody knew it.
Yeah, but, I mean, that's how and we've gone to now we're the softest people on earth.
Yeah.
We're reaping what we sow. That's why these 19-year-old kids are protesting. There's not one person on earth, not one, who gives less of a crap about these kids than I do.
Yeah.
Okay? I couldn't care less about what one 19-year-old kid has to say about anything.
Right.
Okay? The problem is the parents need to get their butts home, let them go lay tile with Toco for the summer. Okay?
Right. With who?
Toco.
Okay.
Okay?
Right.
And let them appreciate his hard work.
Right.
If you want to impress with your protest, grab your canoe and go to Gaza and pick up a shovel or a gun and start fighting. Don't sit over here. What you're trying to do is get out of an exam. If you go to Jack State, no offense, okay?
Yeah.
If you go to Jack State, UAB, okay? I even throw Auburn in there, Alabama. If you're protesting this, it's simply to get out of exams, okay? And I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's it.
You're not even sure what the protest
Hey,
is.
I'd have protested parent school if I could have got out of an exam. Okay, I would have. I mean, in a second, okay? But all the rest of these people that are shutting schools down, Columbia, just bring them home. Parents, do us a favor and rid us of your kids. Okay, just bring them home.
Right.
All right.
Yeah. I bet they're not paying their own bills. You bet.
Oh, of course they're not. Of course they're not. And it all starts with us accepting people using acronyms. Okay, and the Christians are the worst. That neck tattoo wearing "What would Jesus do" bracelet and just call him out. He's not even smart than all the rest of us, and he didn't know what half those acronyms mean anyway. I sit in meetings with acronyms, and I can't stop. I finally just stop and say, would you just use the words? Because I'm the only one brave enough to say nobody knows what you're talking about. All right? But we've now let acronyms run the world, okay? And we think everybody's smarter than we are, and we let them get by with it. That is the problem. Now, we go back to this. When flag football shows up, there'll be acronyms in flag football we've never heard of, okay? And we're football people, right? We understand football.
Sure.
What are the rules of flag football? You pull a flag.
Right.
All right? That cannot be an Olympic sport. It just can't be.
Right.
When they put curling in, I thought,
Yeah.
I could do that. I don't care what you say. I could do that. If I can stand upright long enough to not fall,
right,
I could shake the ice to get the thing to stop or move, okay?
Right.
More and more sports are coming to the Olympics that I feel like I can compete in.
Right.
At my age, which
Right.
makes it a problem. When we were kids, before Bruce Jenner went off the rails, we all felt like, okay, that guy, I can't do those 10.
Yeah.
He's got something on me.
No
right?
way. No way.
You see the guy playing ping pong from 45 feet away, he's like, I can't do that.
Yeah.
All right? But now everybody says, well, you know what? You can't break dance. I can't play the saxophone either. And that's not an Olympic sport. Okay? All right? There's lots of things I can't do. That doesn't make it an Olympic sport just because I can't do it. Right? Does that make sense?
Yes.
But that's where we are, and you're going to get inundated with all these people having their personal best. But no one cares.
Their personal best.
That's, you put
PB.
PBs.
I've
heard
heard
of it.
that.
You know
I've
exactly what
heard
I'm talking
it.
about.
Oh, there's an acronym for personal best.
PB.
Yes.
Yeah, PB.
PB.
All right, we'll come back. There's more eating Scott Goski today.
He is eat up.
We've only just begun. And right down the year 2028.
I'm telling you, you won't allow it.
We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up with what else is eating Scott Goski right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, you'll be happy to know that in the break I talked to our counsel, And they said just proceed with caution throughout the rest of the story.
Well, as we pick it up, we have now picked up Willie and Wanda in the limo, and I give a quick cell call to Rick to let him know, hey, we're in trouble. Now, Willie is a sheet in the wind already. He's drunk. And is still pouring it on.
Still drinking.
And that's bad when you might weigh 110 pounds soaking wet.
Yes.
But so we get to Rick's, and of course we have lit up the cigarettes, and I'm in a fog, about to choke.
Yes.
Rick gets in, and Rick, that's where we begin our track to Atlanta, where we had numerous stops so Billy could use the bathroom on the side of the interstate.
Yes, it was a lot of fun to tell a limo driver of a very beautiful, expensive limousine, could you pull over where Willie could take a whiz?
Yep. And very impressive. And, of course, Willie, a lot of fun to ride through Atlanta as he wanted to show the international sign for disgust to several of the passing motorists.
Right out of the sunroof at various times in Atlanta, Willie, who ain't never been nowhere, would give the people of Atlanta the bird.
Now we're
right out of the top of the limo.
We're getting very close to the Atlanta airport when Willie says, do y'all think they will let me get on the airplane with this? And he pulls what has to be the longest pistol I have ever seen out of his jeans pocket.
Yes, he does.
It looked like one of them joke kind that the flag would come out of it was so long. Pearl handled, chrome,
nice,
finest you could buy.
Yeah, very nice.
And Rick and I are thinking to ourselves right then that Willie's not going to make it on the airplane because he's going to be picked up by security. And here's where we were smart: we had built in a break just in case there was a quag. We booked the people going with us on a separate airplane.
Yes, we did.
So Rick and I figure we're going to get them to the terminal, get them checked in. Hey, we'll never see them again.
Right. Yeah, I didn't want to be
problem over.
Well, I didn't want to be there, so I tell you what, Willie, take your pistol and head on out.
And show it to the guy there at the gate with the metal detector.
Now, keep in mind, this is where Rick Burgess gets totally disgusted, and if you see a disgusted Rick Burgess, you need to watch. You need to watch out.
Rick had time and time again just put it off. These folks had won. We were trying our best to be accommodating to them. Right. And there's nothing better than meeting listeners to the show and, being able to share good things with them and, fellowship with them. And there's nothing worse than coming up on people like this.
Right. Yeah, and these people, I think there needs to be an important side note here, didn't know who we were. They just registered at the title pump.
Yeah.
And they won.
They had no idea. Now, what station y'all on again? Because, heck, I ain't never been nowhere. Ain't y'all on that big country station? Yeah, and so I said to Willie, I said, look, I'm just going to tell you right now, I said, I'm going to kill you if you say one more word. I said,
straight up.
Now, Rick was so put out, he told him this while he's holding the pistol in his hand.
I did. I said, I'm going to take that y'all we're going to see is the pearl handle.
Rick comes unglued. He's had all he can touch.
So I'm threatening to kill a contest winner.
Who has a gun?
Yeah. Anyway.
So we are at the airport. We drop them at their terminal, and, hey, we're off, and we're laughing. We'll never see them again.
Right.
Get on the airplane, have a great flight to Los Angeles. Get there, get taxi, go to the hotel that we're staying at. We get there, and then, of course, our question is, hey, did Willie and Wanda make it?
Yes.
So we go, we meet the manager from the hotel, and, we don't even get the full sentence.
No, sure don't.
And they go, the people from Alabama? The guy who looks like Jesus wearing a Ricky Petty hat? Yes, he's here.
Is he screaming, hey, I ain't ever been nowhere?
And he appears to have scuffed knees and dirty boots.
Yeah. And has an empty holster. Yeah. That's him.
So
that's him.
And he appears to be walking rather funny. They're there. So stay with us now. So we go to our second plan, and that is give them their prize money and kiss them goodbye.
No, seriously. I even added to it. And we called them over. I said, look, y'all, we finally talked to him. I said, here is a wad of money. Y'all just knock it. Now, keep in mind, in this contest, we're supposed to take them like on tour and stuff like that.
Hey, that's out. That's out.
Forget it.
Forget it.
go. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. You know, it's good to be able to have options. And I know if you're like us, when you first got that AARP information in the mail, you went, wow, so I'm that old now. But then you start checking into the benefits. You get kind of fired up. Then you see their political motivations, and you're like, I don't think they represent my point of view, so I'll pass. But now you have a choice. It's AMAC, amac.us/bigbox right now. Go there, and they've got a great special. You can get 2 years worth of membership for the price of one. We're talking about $16. And that does include the AMAC magazine. Now, they stand for faith, family, freedom. You get all the travel stuff you love, the money-saving benefits for hotels and car rentals and cruises and theme parks and shows and events and movies and restaurants. All that's there, but without the politically left-leaning agendas. They actually go and they lobby from a conservative point of view. So all the benefits without the politics you may not agree with. So go to AMAC. And by the way, got an update on this. You are all really responding to this. When they found the show, they realized they were connected to the people that need to hear their message. amac.us/bigbox, BIGV as in voice, OX, 2 years for the price of one, $16. And you can find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So Scotty G's with us. What's eating Scott Goski? So we've covered the first category. Let's go to the second one.
Okay, that would be jiu-jitsu, Botox, and butt implants. There's got to be a better way.
Yeah, okay, so do tell.
So this stems from my time down in the southern coast of Florida, where I'm telling you, I mean, on those beaches,
right,
75% of the people walk around have less fabric than a handkerchief on. And it doesn't matter what age. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It could be 25. It could be 95. It doesn't matter.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, wow.
And so I began to think about that. And you know, Rick, that I have a mild case of Benjamin Button disease.
Yes, you do.
Okay. And that worked out well for me when I was like 15. You know what I mean? And I was trying to have you ask a senior girl out for a date, you know, and she didn't realize I couldn't drive. And I was.
You've always looked older.
Yes.
Yeah.
But let me just say that this point in time in my life, it's not helping. Okay. I am rolling downhill. Bad. Real bad. Okay. So I began to study aging. And look, I'm just tell you, I find myself, because I'm by myself a little bit now because I'm traveling so much, and I will eat at a bar, like at the bar, because it feels less creepy to me doing that than sitting by myself. I feel like if you sit by yourself in a restaurant,
that is so
you're
true.
Just a freaking weirdo. Okay, so I won't do it. I don't care what anybody says. I'm going to the bar.
Okay.
All right, but I've met so many weird people, especially down. Think where I am now, Palm Beach.
Oh my!
Supposedly the third most wealthiest place on earth. All right.
Wow.
So I'm seeing all types of people who are really trying hard to change their game. And look, if people hadn't seen me since the 8th grade, saw me now, they'd be horrified. They wouldn't know what they were looking at. Okay, it's like Tom Jones.
Yeah.
Remember Tom Jones? Have you seen him lately?
No.
My grandmother would not throw her underwear at that TV now. Okay, that. Okay. Tommy has gone downhill. Okay.
It eventually catches us all.
It does. And look, high definition cameras have made it worse.
Oh yeah.
Look, I turned on a Zoom call and I thought the Emperor of Star Wars was coming behind me. It was me. It was me. It scared me to death. Listen, it scared me to death. I thought, dear Lord, I wanted to reverse the fuzz where like you fuzz your face out and everything behind you is clear.
Right.
It's awful. It's awful. I would go back to watching low definition football if I didn't have to see myself in high definition. It's awful.
Right.
Oh, it really is. I scared myself to death. But the answer is not Botox, boobs, butts, lips, eyes, facelifts. It's not. Okay. You're trying to look 20 years younger. And at the end of all that, you're still old. There's nothing you can do about it. I've seen it happen. So here, look. Single women. I'm gonna just be brutally honest with you, okay? If you're 70, trying to go back to look like you're 50, that's not far enough. Okay? you gotta bring it back a little further than that, okay?
Right, yeah.
If you're 50 trying to get to 30, here's the harsh reality. That dude's just gonna hire him a 30-year-old. Okay? He's not gonna get spam when he can get Sure Farms, whatever it's called. Right? He's gonna get the real stuff, right? He's not gonna go backward to some facelifted butt implanted chick. That's just life. Just the way it is. Why buy a fake Rolex? You can have a real one. All right.
Right. Okay.
Look, 90% of and look, men. 90% of women, men are not superficial. It took me 20 years to buy into that. I kept thinking to myself, she's pulling my leg. She cannot be this least interested in what I appear to look like.
Right.
They don't care. 90% of women are not superficial, which is a good thing for us. If you look at couples, all of us included, we are the anchor in the group. Yeah. Every one of us have married up. Every one of us.
Right.
And that's the case in everything you see except interracial marriages. Okay? I will just say that. I'm just going to be honest with you, okay? Guys, let me tell you, guys, in those relationships, y'all need to hold out a little longer. Okay? You could do better. Some of you dudes have just stepped in too quick for that, all right? I know you're excited about the opportunity, but, I mean, my gosh. That is the only time that I will say that doesn't hold water is in the interracial marriage. I'm just saying, and it's both directions. It's just I feel like the men have really went in too quick on there.
Good night.
Okay, and tell me I'm wrong about that, by the way.
No,
all right.
I'd just rather not say anything.
Well, I'm just I'm trying to help people. Okay, but here's the thing: the 10% that are superficial want money, and we don't have enough.
Right.
I've learned that. Okay, if I'm watching the dudes that are fishing out there. They got the big 600-foot boats, okay? They're not fishing with the Johnsons.
Right.
25 horsepower, right? So if you really are this dude that's 75 years old that wants to go back in time, I don't know that guy's got that kind of cash. All right, so we all just need to age appropriately, and I'm going to give everybody a little bit of help on how to do that, okay? Men, and Speedy, I appreciate this. Stop acting like you're not losing your hair, okay? If you're losing it, just go ahead and lose it. Take it off. Don't hang on to the scraps, okay? You've lost the battle, don't lose the war. Okay, quit dyeing your hair. That includes Nick Saban. All right,
and there it is.
Wow,
you said it.
I saw the Rudy Giuliani run.
Right. And
Saban had it last football season. I thought, you know what, you're too good for that. Trim those eyebrows and ears. All right.
Yes.
All right. No women. All right.
Oh my.
This is Scott Goski.
Look. When those ends of your front end and rear end start eating those yoga pants, it's time to put a sweatshirt around you. Okay.
Oh wow.
Tied up. All right. Well, nobody wants to see that. Seriously.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. So I'm just saying, put a bra on. You notice that's a big thing now.
Yeah.
In these cities, braless women. I don't understand it, but that's the thing. Put a bra on. Here's the biggest thing. Look, back off that makeup. Okay. People will say that men age better than women. We don't. Y'all just covered up the ugly longer we have.
Oh wow!
All right, seriously, with the makeup. So you got to pull back slow with that makeup. Don't take it off all one time. You send everybody. I mean, people go crazy. They won't even know who you are.
Right.
Easily take that makeup off, but get that makeup out.
Like every year, just dial back
a little bit. Yeah,
just
a little bit. Okay.
My goodness.
All right. Seriously, just make it gradual.
Yeah.
All right. Now, let's talk about jiu-jitsu. Now, we've got a friend. We're going to call him Les.
Okay.
Okay. I call him Little Man. Some people call him Les, but it's just a name. What? Not that's his real name.
Right.
This guy we're calling Les shows up to play golf with me. It looked like he'd been in a fight with a baboon.
Right.
And I said, "What the heck happened to you? Car wreck? You know whatever?" He said, "No, I'm taking jiu-jitsu." I said, "You're 60 years old." That's right. I said, "You're taking jiu-jitsu." Well, you're an idiot. He said, no, it's good for me. I said, no, you're going to get hurt. There's no way around this.
Right.
And you're still, at the end of the day, a little man. There's nothing you can do about that.
Uh-oh.
I mean, seriously,
okay.
right?
Right.
If you're 60 years old, drink your prune juice, go for a walk. Okay? That's how you handle your old age.
Right.
Jiu-jitsu is not the answer.
Right.
Shockingly, after 1 year, the guy we're calling Les doesn't do jiu-jitsu anymore.
Right.
Okay?
Didn't you see that coming?
Well, a 12-year-old handed it to him, and that was the end of that. Okay. All right.
Tapped him out. 12-year-old handed it to him. All right, so we're going to do today What's Eating Scott Goski overtime because, it's been so long. We don't know when you'll be back. Now that you're down in West Palm.
This could be. You're right.
And you had one that I think.
Don't take too long, Scott.
Yeah, one that I think we needed.
When you come back.
Yeah. And
this may be the one that gets me off the air forever.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right. Maybe we shouldn't.
No, you should.
Top of the hour, What's Eating Scott Goski? Since he only had 3 today, and he said one needs its own segment, we'll let him. He says this one we need, but we may not want. So, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, we mentioned it even earlier in the program, and it's we wish this wasn't the case. It's like we always say here on the show, can we all just live in the real world? Let's talk about the way things are, not how maybe we wish they would be. And that way you can deal with it when you get into reality, with something our society seems to be struggling with right now. And one thing that is true is that we do have a porn problem in our society. And we also have it even within the church. 70% of men who claim to be Christians and 33% of women who claim to be Christians say they are viewing pornography on a regular basis. And I know how many times you sit down with parents and say, hey, I'm having an issue with my kids with this. We're having an issue in our marriage with this. Sherry and I heard couples talking about this. It was one of the questions we got just this past weekend in Missouri. So there are things you can do, and I actually suggested this when we got the question, is go to covenanteyes.com. Covenanteyes.com. They have a path to recovery where you can remove this from your life completely, and you can also use this app, to be, intentional on dealing with it inside your home. It's got recovery content. It's got the accountability. We're talking about true behavioral change. It's the Covenant Eyes Victory app. It's got powerful accountability features built in, blocking technology. It's unparalleled on anything else that you may want to try. So if you really want to commit to removing this from your life or protecting others from ever getting in it, go to covenanteyes.com. Covenanteyes.com. You can use the promo code Rick and get 30 days free by clicking on the link in show notes today as well. Covenanteyes.com. I said, I'm buying you to just go away. Here's a pile of money. Here's your plane tickets. Love you, man.
And we even see them later in the day, and they're out eating at a restaurant. And we think, hey, this has worked out great.
They got their act together.
Yeah. So we go out. I forgot where we went to, Universal Studios or something. We come back, and our phone is ringing.
Ringing hard.
Now, we're up to that point, right?
Yeah, we're there.
So I pick up the phone to start with, and it is Wanda going, Willie just tore up our airplane ticket.
That's exactly how she sounded. That's exactly how she sounded.
And this is what I do. I go, Rick, get over here, Rick. And it's them crazy people again.
Yeah. So I march up to the floor they were on, swing open the door, sitting on the edge of the bed, wearing his cowboy boots and boxer shorts, with the cowboy hat still on. Willie says, I don't know what happened, man. Well, I can't say what he said.
He said, you just made me so mad. I tore him up.
And look, as he's talking to me, now this is a very nice hotel, okay? He gets up, walks into a plush bathroom, reaches into ice they put in this beautiful garden tub, and pulls a beer out. They said, I don't know what happened. Takes a pop off. She just made me so mad. I tore the tickets up.
So this is beyond. Right now, we're beyond the Call of Duty. Yeah. We've gone into full war mode now. I mean, we got face paint on. Right. We say, all right, we'll get your tickets replaced. We call the airline. We got them replaced for the next day at 4 a.m.
Sure did.
We called a cab. We called the wake-up service. We were shipping them out. Right. We'd had it with them.
Yeah.
We are not dealing with these idiots anymore, okay? They're not going to run this trip for us. We've done everything we can to accommodate them, and all they have done is screw it up.
Yeah.
Okay?
And all their money's gone. Every bit. I said, what'd you spend all your money on? I said, beer?
Like that was even even a discussion about what it would go to.
He looked at me like, I thought that's beer money.
So we think we've got it settled. We've got their tickets. We've got cab coming to them, call coming. So me and Rick go back out to see the sights in Hollywood. Well, we come back in. The phone's ringing again. And I'm thinking to myself, well, there's no way they've got in any more trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, we've done everything. I mean, they've done everything they can do.
They're gone. Yeah.
Pick up the phone. Bubba, this is Wanda. We got a problem up here. I said, Wanda, what's wrong? She says, Willie tried to kill me and the law come and got him. We'll tell you what happened when we come back. Willie tried to kill me.
Oh, come and got him! Oh, got him! I ain't never been nowhere! I ain't never been nowhere!
All right, we'll be back with the finish to this bizarre story. Remember the random drawing. It's not all it's cracked up to be.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we just received our second call from Wanda. Here we go. 6 minutes past the hour. The gang all here. What's eating Scott Goski? Overtime. It's been a while since Scott's been here, and he's got a project that's taking him away from us down in West Palm Beach. So we don't know when we'll see him again. So you only brought in 3. So I thought, well, my goodness, let's just get them all. And I think this next one, while it might be therapeutic for us, it is going to be hard to hear. Is that right? Is it? Would have to be willing to hear the truth of this?
It's therapeutic for me.
Okay.
And we'll see. I don't know.
Okay. And the title?
Peel in the fire and call the dogs. The hunt's over.
Okay.
I've officially given up.
You have? Okay. All right.
I don't like to admit defeat in anything in my life.
Mm-mm.
I take pride in being a competitor, but I'm throwing the flag on this one. Okay,
You done tapping out?
I've aired my grievances with passion. I ran the race. I fought the good fight. Okay, I wasn't asked for much. Just reminders, all of us, self-included, not to be soft. And I've used my own family as examples.
Yep.
If you remember when I went on the Senior Citizens Kick, Part 2.
Yep.
I went right at Iron Mike Goski before he passed away.
You did.
Okay. And let me tell you about that. My the response to that was in my family, my mother, after my dad passed away, she was going to take control of her life, get rid of that $500 a month direct TV bill they had rolling in there.
Right.
And go to YouTube TV, which I told her she needed to do. So as I'm sitting at my house, watching TV, getting these Google alerts, security alerts sent from her phone to mine, 5 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Pick the phone up, call my mother, say, "Hey, Mom, what you doing?" What you told me to do. I said, "What's that?" She said, "I'm ordering YouTube TV." I said, "How many times you ordered it?" She said, "Well, 1 for every TV." Okay. Now, we can talk about that being done, but at least she was trying. She gave an effort.
Trying.
And I thought, before I get on to her, she's doing what I've asked people to do.
That's right.
I said, okay. I said, "You know what, Mom, because you're trying, I'm going to help you get out of this. Okay, so if you'll give me the passwords." Well, I don't have the passwords. What do you mean? You can write them down? No, I don't have the passwords. Okay. It's in your email address? No, it's in your dad's. So you talking about my dad's dead? That email address?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So you want me to call India and speak to Apu about this Google account with my dad who's deceased email account and no passwords? That's right. Okay. I'll get on that. All right. Now, look, but at least she gave an effort. Okay. Then I'm in West Palm. I'm walking into PetSmart to buy a crate for my dog because my dog sleeps in a crate when she comes down to West Palm to see me.
Sure.
Okay. And Honey's on her way down there. Okay. And I'm excited. All right.
Honey.
And I walk in to see a lady doing a deadlift, picking up 2 dogs. They're not huge dogs, but they're not wiener dogs. They're 25-pounders. She's got 1 under each arm. Okay. Walking out. They'd just been groomed. And I was so impressed with her. As she walked right over to her car, parked in the handicap spot, and got in. Okay? And that's when it dawned on me, okay, I'm done with it. I'm finished with all the handicap park stuff. Okay? So here we go. I'm going to clear the air.
Here we
all
go.
you lazy, self-entitled, knee sleeve wearing, type 2 diabetic, fat asses. Okay? All right? Park in every spot you can find. Get every handicap spot filled from here to the end of the earth. I'm tired. Take your 2015 Camaros and all your Escalades and double park right there like you have been forever. You deserve it, okay? All you policemen keep doing your arm push-ups, pull-ups, and don't write one ticket like you never have because you're scared of these people. I don't know why. Let the 1% of the world who needs them not have them. Y'all continue just to do nothing. All you 30-year-old mamas who drives Teslas, who uses the dang handicap spot as a loading zone for Freedom Water, Whole Foods, keep doing it. Do not stop. We don't need them, all right? Old people who's got phlebitis, keep parking those spots. It's the best thing you can do is sit in your car and ride your scooter across the parking lot to get in when you can walk. You should keep doing it. I don't care. And you say, well, Gruss, you don't have any idea. I do have an idea. You remember in the Bible when Paul talked about how he was a Jew of all Jews?
Oh.
Can I just go ahead and throw this down? I hate to do this, but I'm here, okay? I've had 10 knee surgeries, 4 shoulder surgeries, 6 foot surgeries, 7 spine surgeries, sepsis, enough colonoscopies to own Kodak, okay? Not one time in those 30 surgeries has the doctor said the best thing you can do is sit on your butt. They have all said, get up, move around, and walk. Every one of them have. Okay? All of them have. Not did I say all? Every one of them have. Okay?
Not a majority.
All right.
But all
So when you got your little knee scrape going, I don't care. Walk it off.
Right.
All right? Get out there and walk. But you know what? I'm tired of that. Take spots. Take them.
Till you're done.
Have them. When the guy has the wheel 500 feet away uphill, let him do it. He deserves it. I mean, he's paraplegic. Let him work harder. Okay, you should have that spot. Nobody should take you out that spot with you and your dogs while you sit there and check your Facebook. All right, let's do it. Take it. I don't care. Have the privilege. Okay, I mean, you deserve it. I'm so sick of this stuff. Anyway, get your mirror hanging tag. That's fine. And when you see me walking the Lowe's from 2 miles away, laugh at me. Because of all the handicap spots, veterans parking, and expected mother parking, I can't get closer than 2 miles to Lowe's. Okay? There's not a spot for regular people anymore. Okay? You have to have something. So y'all just take them all. Now the vets are going to get mad. Well, I'm talking about veterans. No one respects veterans more than me. Okay? But I believe truly that if you fought in Vietnam and Korea, you can walk 30 feet. Okay? Now, listen. You say, I lost my leg. That's what handicap parking is for. That's the whole point. That's why we have handicap spots.
Yeah.
If you were injured in war, you don't have veteran parking for that. You have handicap spots. Are we really doing our war veterans a favor by letting them on a Delta airline plane first? That's like torture.
Right.
We can put you in an air-conditioned tube for 30 minutes early? That's crazy. And first of all, look, you got to get expectant mothers, people who could be expectant mothers, people who need help, fat ladies. You got to get all these things on the plane first. Then they go, and for all these people who served our country, please. There's only 15 of us left to clap. Okay? The whole plane's boarded. I mean, you hear a little bit of, there's only 12 of us. 800 people have already loaded the plane up. Okay? If we want to do something to help our veterans, let's give them 10% off everything made in the USA.
There you go.
That's a real deal. Okay? Let them have 10% off everything. But hey, just walk. You can walk just like I can. All right, let's clean it all out. I think they would appreciate that more, don't you?
Yes.
Than just this calamity of thank you for your service. You get to load onto the airplane first and just sit there.
Not first.
Suffocate.
Yeah, not first.
No, not yeah,
fourth.
Fourth, but you're like 1900.
Right.
It's disrespectful to me.
Do you remember when on your airplane ticket, Zone 1 meant something?
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Zero. In West Palm Beach, it's like Benny Hinn rolls through there and just waves his hands because all of a sudden, right when the plane boards, all these people in wheelchairs stand up and sprint to the airline. Okay? I have no idea. They're carrying bags and everybody's like, oh my gosh. Because they undoubtedly couldn't walk into the airport. But when it says it's time to load up, if you need assistance, boy, they're grabbing them and deadlifting stuff to get in there. Okay? Please keep bringing your service dogs on the airplane. Please.
Please
okay?
do.
Please. Okay, the lady with the beagle in first class, last Thursday on the way home. Beagles are known to be great service dogs, right? Beagle. She's got a beagle in first class, okay? Please, everybody keep bringing your service dogs because you love your dog more than I love my dog. So get that fake service dog tag on that dog because I got to leave mine at home because I can't afford to drive that dog down there all the time. So you keep doing you keep bringing the dog on, Lassie. Just keep bringing it, okay? Put your kids in first class. Please continue to put your 1-year-old and 2-year-old kids in first class. You're too cheap to buy them a ticket, so you put them in your lap first class. And all of us who overpaid to fly to Oregon,
right?
Okay, get to hear Tommy yelling and slapping for 5 hours. Please keep doing that.
Right.
Okay?
Because you're done.
No, I want you to keep doing it. I'm done. Please keep doing it. I don't want to get on another plane without a kid or a dog. Okay, I don't. I'm gonna ask you, let me off. Okay, because I know you love your kid more than I love my kid. You should be able to do that. Okay, women, please keep breastfeeding in public. I'm asking you. I'm begging. Okay, I'm begging. Okay, please make that my problem somehow.
Yeah.
That you can't go sit in your air-conditioned Range Rover for 5 minutes. That you got to sit outside at Zoe's for the world to see. Okay, having lunch, trying to have lunch, and it's my fault. Okay, just please keep doing that if you would. Please keep doing that. Please keep buying those yoga pants that are too small. Everybody likes that. Everybody loves to hear that. And oh gosh, it's awful. But,
we're just now to awful?
No, this isn't awful. It's just women, please keep telling stories. How long does it take your wife to tell a story? Oh my gosh. I was like, sweetheart, just tell me where she bought the dang shoes. Okay, I don't care what ethnicity. I don't care. I just need to just please get there. Okay, it's been. I mean, I love you, but my gosh, can you get to the end of the story? Okay, I've heard you say it. I'm not exaggerating. You say about praying with your wife. I cannot do it.
So long.
We tried. Listen, she thought. Listen, she thought. So long. Listen, she thought I was weeping because I was emotional in her prayer. I was cramping. I got a hamstring cramp. And I'm shaking like a leaf, and I'm weeping over there. Okay, and that just added another 30 minutes to the prayer. She's rolling it over, and I'm like, I think he gets it. Can we please? Can we please just get on to the amen, or you take, or she'll give me a pause where I think it's my turn. No, it's just a breath. We're going right back at it. Okay. And I got body cramps. I mean, she knows I've had problems. I got problems.
Sure.
Okay, I can't lay in the kneel position for 1 hour. No. I cannot do it. I cannot do it. Okay.
That's impossible.
And seriously, I mean, I'm done with it. I just finally said, you say yours, I say mine. That's That's that.
Right.
I can't do this. I'm not this tough.
No.
Okay.
No.
So look, I'm done with all this. I told my mother at dinner the other night. I said, Mother, I apologize, but for 45 years now, I have fought a good fight. I've wrestled people. I've keyed cars. I've done everything you can to a handicap spot. She showed me. She said, I'm the same place you are. We can't win. It's over. We both have stopped. Give it up. So park away. Park it all in there. Back it in, sideways, vans.
They're not going to get your wrath anymore.
They don't care. I don't care. I'm going to help them. I'm going to help them.
Ladies and gentlemen, what's the Scott Goski?
Remember that, Scott. Not us.
Do you feel better?
Oh, my gosh. I got 10 years back right there.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's no way to recap what's happening. If you just join this story, bear with us.
Yes.
It's too detailed at this point.
She has screamed in the phone, Willie tried to kill me, and the law's got him.
We hustle upstairs.
Yes.
We find when we get there the manager of the hotel.
Yes.
We find Wanda, who has been popped to the eye a couple of times, it looks like.
Unfortunately, that is true.
She is soaking wet.
Yes.
And I immediately go, Wanda, what in the world has happened here? Now, let me set the scene. The hotel room is trashed.
Trash.
It is absolutely trashed. She says, Billy got mad, Willie got mad at me, and he stuck my head down in the toilet and tried to drown me.
Which is a terrible situation.
Yeah, look, Grant, we're not making light of the violence of this situation. But you have to understand what we had been through. I mean, this woman is not to be blamed in any way, shape, or form. But let's face it, she's made some bad life decisions.
Rick, this is where the thing just gets absolutely bizarre.
Yes.
Okay? Like it ain't already.
Right. So she's soaking wet from the toilet, right?
She apparently this scuffle broke out,
yes.
and Willie tried to drown her in the toilet.
Okay.
She escaped.
And look, and Bubba, seriously, to Willie's credit, he did remove the beer from the toilet before sticking her head in.
Yes.
So
she apparently
everywhere.
She apparently escapes, gets out of the hotel room, and runs down the hall screaming. A maid sees this.
Right.
A maid runs and calls police.
Right.
Now, this is in Los Angeles. Okay.
Yes.
Right.
Let me set the timetable here. This is about 1 month after the O.J. Simpson escapade down the interstate. The state of California, I should say, had just passed a law about abusing your significant other.
Yes.
Okay?
They don't play anymore.
And it was a rather stiff penalty for that. We asked, where had Willie gone?
Mm-hmm.
He had been taken to the L.A. pen.
Yes.
We asked the manager what was going on. She explained this new law to us. She said the chief of police was a friend of hers. She had talked to him on the phone and said that Willie was going to jail for about 20 years. Now, Wanda, at this point, is just completely coming apart. She doesn't want to testify against Willie and leave him in California when this grand vacation that we're on comes to an end.
Yeah, and she wants him back.
Now,
now she is wanting him back.
Keep in mind, Willie is the boyfriend. Her husband's in jail.
Yeah, her husband's already in jail.
So the manager of the hotel explains to us, after she has talked to the chief of police, that it doesn't matter what Wanda wants, that Willie, because of this new law, because of the maid seeing him chase her down the hall and threatening her, that's all they need. It is a done deal. He ain't getting out. He is going to stand trial in Los Angeles as a test case for the new O.J. law.
Yes. Now, keep in mind, folks, this is us on a contest winner we've taken to Los Angeles.
Now, at this point, we try to get Wanda gathered together the best we can.
Yes.
Bruised up.
Once again, we call and get her airline tickets moved up even further so we can ship her right on out.
Yes.
We make plans again to have a cab pick her up. Her called early. And then we had to call our boss at that point and let him know that things were totally out of control.
Then comes the horrible call back to Master Control to say, you know that little contest that we've been really promoting and that Rick and Bubba are on right now? You're going to love this.
We got a promo for you.
Yes, I said, we tell the whole story. And I told him, I said, well, the good news is, imagine the promo when we get back, if you will. Rick and Bubba.
Yes.
They carried 2 people to California and left one of them there, all expenses paid, for 20 years.
Yes. Yes.
We just sent a listener to Los Angeles for 20 years, all expenses paid.
We know now that our contest winner is in an orange jumpsuit and shackled, and is in jail.
Orange jumpsuit and shackled is hard to say.
With birthday cake in your mouth.
Now we are afraid that Willie is going to somehow get out,
repercussions,
come back in some kind of drunken stupor, and try to kill us all. That is immediately what we're thinking.
That's what you think about for the next 24 hours of the vacation.
We talked to the manager again.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
23 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. If Scott Goski upset you in any way, of course, you know the email, speedy@rickandbubba.com. He said he feels 10 years younger after getting all that off his chest.
That was a good one.
They got in his convertible and drove away.
Yeah, he did. I like that.
He looked relaxed, didn't he? So a lot of that, though, I think we all can go, you know what?
It's therapy for me.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing.
For sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. But anyway, we do have something. We continue to be amazed at the people that can't seem to see things that are so, and kind of like what Scott, a lot of what he went through, this fake world where they can't seem to grasp reality. And sometimes, when someone's in the fake world, you try to show them reality, and it's almost like they can't handle it. CBS host Margaret Brennan would be in this situation. She cannot believe that CBS just took a poll to find out how Americans feel about deporting all illegal aliens who came through the border illegally out of our country. Now, this is her own CBS poll, her own company, and watch the reaction from the people who responded, and then her reaction to the people's response. Here we go.
You know, we have a lot of the campaign rhetoric speaking of what people say they would do. You've seen the Trump campaign talking about mass deportations. We tested that in a general way in principle. Would you support a new government program that would deport all people living in the U.S. illegally? And that finds majority favor. That finds 6 in 10. It's strongest among folks who are MAGA. It's strongest among Trump supporters, but also from some Democrats as well. And I think that that speaks to the general idea, not just that people see the border as a crisis, but also where we are in the campaign, where a lot of very dramatic or new proposals out there are finding favor here.
So unpack that a bit, because this 62% of Americans favor deporting all undocumented immigrants. So Homeland Security says that President Biden has already deported or repatriated more people in the past year than any year since 2010. And then, depending on the details of what's talked about on the campaign trail, some of what Mr. Trump talks about could be illegal. It doesn't seem practical in some sense to round up children. And then we know that the courts have questioned whether local authorities would have the ability to do it, and federal authorities don't have the resources. So what exactly do people think they're supporting?
Y'all.
All right.
She just said they deported the most, but then she said that they don't have the resources to do it.
Right.
Those numbers are fake numbers. That is fake news.
Yeah.
To use the term fake news, that is absolutely ridiculous.
Fake
news.
Fake news. Is she see?
Boy, she contradicted herself.
Yeah, she did.
Yes.
And you'll see that quite a bit on the left, but she can't believe that the border is as big an issue to people, and that's what I don't get, the disconnect there. This is so logical that people in a country would be concerned, especially all the garbage that was shoveled about the pandemic and how we got to lock everybody down, but yet we had an open border. We've all talked about that. Hey, we're worried about terrorist attacks. Worried about terrorism. The border's open. We're worried about our drug problems. We're worried about all these deadly drugs, fentanyl, meth. But we leave the border open. People don't. No sense. That doesn't make any sense. And so people are thinking we need to be vetting people coming into the country, and legal immigration is a blessing to a country. Illegal immigration and an open border is dangerous to a country, and she can't believe that the majority of Americans think that.
Yeah.
Just shocked, isn't she?
Yeah. So you're getting some other things. Let's look at the fours here. More shocking things around the world. The conservative parties are winning all over Europe, and there's some shock there.
And they say immigration is one of the driving issues behind this.
For them, it would be the terrorist would be their biggest problem.
Sure.
You have the radical Islamists taking over their communities. Here's Belgium, their globalist prime minister, Alex de Croo, I think, or Crow, and he has resigned because the elections are so overwhelming. We see this here. He lost huge and is resigning as prime minister. So there's a globalist out there. Over in France, Macron, listen to his supporters gasp as they watch their party, also globalist, get destroyed in elections across France. They can't believe it either. Here we go.
Yeah, you got to hear this.
J'ai décidé de vous redonner le choix de notre vie. Je dissous donc.
Did he say to dissous?
You don't even need to know what they're saying to understand that.
Of course, what do far leftists do, Bubba, when they don't get their way? They act up.
We got to break stuff.
Yeah, rioting all over Paris, as opposed to just accepting the people's voice in elections. Now, they'll be the ones that'll say elections have consequences unless we pay the consequences.
Right.
And if we do, then we riot and we pitch fits and we break things and we tear things up because even though we tell you we think everybody should be able to be free thinkers, that means we want you to think like us, and if you don't, we'll burn your cities down and break glass and hurt you. So there you go. This globalist thing and the far left stuff, it all sounds good until you actually have to live under it.
Yeah.
Then it's not so much fun. And you see that
happening all over the world. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He talked to the chief and said, I assure you, don't worry, Willie's in my jail. Now, I mean, we're in talking L.A. County. L.A. County jail, the same one OJ's in, just a few cells down.
That's the one Don Juan and I'll be in.
You had OJ, you had Robert Downey Jr., and our contest winner.
Now, the next morning comes, we get Wanda, we make sure that Wanda has shipped out.
And
we verify that she is on the plane, headed back.
Yeah, and all you're going to send letters. We had a great counseling. I said, girl, you got.
Oh, we tried to talk to her.
I said, you got to move on in your life. I said, you got to get these losers out of your life. You know,
we did the best we could given the circumstances.
Right.
Well, she's gone, and Rick and I have another 2 days to enjoy Los Angeles, and we had a ball. We went to Universal Studios. We went to see them tape General Hospital.
Yep.
We went to this. We went to that. We had a great time. And the running joke became, very sick on our part, hey, what do you think Willie's doing right now?
Oh, yeah.
We just anytime.
Yeah.
Hey, what's
right?
Willie
And I
doing?
wonder what they did with the hat that was crumpled up in the corner of the hotel room.
Yeah,
you know,
I have to wonder.
So,
the empty what was it?
In the empty holster.
Empty holster under the bed.
Now, Bubba, then we finally get home and it gets very bizarre.
No,
No, we're fixing to leave.
Oh, yeah.
Our time is finally up. We're on the airplane. The airplane is taxiing down the runway, and we still have this fear that some Los Angeles lawyer is going to get him out, and they're going to bring him to the plane in an orange jumpsuit and shackles.
Yes.
Now, we're like scanning out the plane while it's loaded, looking for anything.
For that unmarked car to pull up.
Enough. They shut the plane up. We taxi down the runway. Plane takes off. And I look across the aisle at Rick and say, hey, reckon what old Willie's doing right now?
Yes! That is so true. That is true.
And we figure, well, we'll never hear from Willie again.
Right.
But Willie came back around.
Is this where are they now?
Look, I'm home sometime later.
Yes.
I'm approached by a member of law enforcement and says, what do you know about Willie?
And said the last name.
And I said, now, of course, when we got back, we were sworn to silence by our management at the time.
As a matter of fact, we were supposed to be sworn to silence for life, I think.
Yes. And of course, here we are telling you.
Yes, right.
Well,
but
names have been
look,
changed.
this story had to be told, folks. This is what we go through behind the scenes sometimes that you don't realize, and you wonder why we get a little edgy.
Yes.
So this guy wants to know the story, and I say, well, I know part of it, and he says, I will tell you my part if you will tell me yours, because I know the story after your part. I tell him the exact same story you have been told. He said, well, here's my part. Me and some other people that I work with was approached by Willie's family to go and retrieve him from California.
Gosh.
We called, got no answer, got no answer. Finally, the district attorney in Los Angeles agreed to meet us over dinner. We went, we had to wine and dine him, and he agreed if we would carry Willie to the plane, as we suspected, in an orange jumpsuit and shackles, that they would release him to come back home. But if he ever even stepped in California again, he would go immediately to jail for 20 years.
Gosh.
This is our contest winner.
They went out.
Keep that in mind.
They got him, and they brought him back. And I passed that story along to Rick. We thought, well, we'll never
that was it.
We'll never hear any more about Willie and Wanda.
Right.
But it came up again very, very soon.
When we come back, the conclusion to the story of Willie and Wanda and their trip to Los Angeles with Rick and Bubba. If you're out there right now and you may win a random drawing from this program, you're thinking to yourself, will the next story be about me? And we sure hope not.
We've never been anywhere. Hopefully it won't. But
yes. Conclusion right next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. All right, so let's look at mypillow.com/bigbox. The $25 extravaganza, it's still going. I'm thinking about, family. We're going to try to do a family trip to the beach coming up on vacation this summer, and I'm looking, and we can get beach towels from MyPillow for $25 right now. And if I get 3 of them, I now get free shipping because my order's going over $75. But I got three towels, and then I got free shipping. You're looking at this: my slippers, my sandals, $25. Premium Giza MyPillows, Greg's favorite, $25. All right. You need some MyPillow bed sheets. Maybe you're thinking, yeah, I think we're good on sheets, but maybe you got a camp house, you got a lake house, something like that. You're going, you know what, we could get some more sheets and get them at $25. Yeah, you can do all this right now, and if it goes over $75, the whole order, then you get free shipping too. So it's still going. MyPillow.com/bigbox, B as in boy, I-G, V as in voice, O-X, and $25. And there's a lot there that we don't even have time to mention, so go check it yourself. All right, so Helmsy, you asked a question earlier. You said when we get a chance today on the show, and I think that time is now, something involving social media, and you wanted to, are you making a decision on whether you should stick a toe in the water?
I realize what I'm about to ask.
No shark pun intended.
Yeah, I realize what I'm about to ask is going to open me up for, hey, he's becoming the old man that doesn't understand.
That's all right.
The world of social media.
We all get there.
Okay, get that.
Yeah, we are old.
We all get painted that color.
I'm not a big poster on social media.
Sure.
I have accounts. I have Instagram. I have accounts that y'all don't even think about. Like I've got TikTok accounts and Snapchat accounts and what's the world I live in.
Well, plus, if you're going to coach college sports, you better have all that.
Like I send girls messages asking them if they're interested in our school through Instagram and send them a bunch of information. They won't respond. I put it in Snapchat and they respond in 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to know that world, and so I'm in it, and that's uncomfortable, and I don't like all that. But I keep seeing something populate in Instagram, and this is not new. But I just don't understand it, one, and I don't know how it would benefit me, and that's Threads. Are y'all up on Threads? Instagram Threads?
I don't know what that means.
Adler, really thinking that you would be able to help me.
Anybody know what an Instagram
world.
thread is?
So this is all.
What's the difference between that and a reel?
Greg, just hold off, okay? So
why do we have reels when we can have a post?
And guys,
you talking about where you?
What about a story?
Listen, we've moved on from that, okay?
All right. Are you talking about inside where you can have conversations and send and all that? Okay.
Yeah, and so I see a lot of people that, like, even in mine now, and I don't even know how it got there, but like you can go, you see my Instagram account, and then you have my Thread account, and there's a Thread app that you download.
They're pushing that Thread
and,
out.
And the Thread looks a lot like X or Twitter. Mm-hmm. But I just don't know what it's used for. Like, what benefits would I have from really embracing this?
Well,
if any at all.
It was supposed to be a Twitter killer from Meta, who owns Facebook and Instagram. And it doesn't seem to be that popular. At one point, they discontinued it. I guess they're trying to bring it back. But it was supposed to be a competitor to Twitter. As far as what I understand, and similar to actually more like Snapchat. Now that I'm reading it, I've never tried it, but I know that it wasn't successful as they wanted it to be at that time. Okay, here we go.
So y'all are. I'm not out of the loop here. Y'all are as unfamiliar as me. Maybe Adler knows a little more.
They launched it in October of 2019. They discontinued. This is Meta. They discontinued the app in 2021 because it wasn't very popular. But it was supposed to be similar to Snapchat, focusing on private interactions, and but it seems like okay. So now introducing Threads, a new way to share with text. So initially it was supposed to be a Snapchat competitor, and now it's supposed to be a Twitter competitor.
They rebranded it.
I was more familiar with the newer iteration.
It looks like
hear that word?
A lot like X or Twitter.
Watch out.
I just. I need somebody to tell me why this would be beneficial for me to even use.
I think
if not, I'm going to get rid of it.
Let's say you don't have somebody's cell phone number, but you communicate through Instagram. You can do text. You can send. You can follow certain profiles. You can communicate more on a personal basis versus having.
But you can send a message on Instagram already,
right? Yeah, you can. But I think this might show the. I don't know. It's a little bit more in depth.
I can't believe what I'm about to say.
You see where I'm going with this.
I can't believe what I'm about
to
say.
Better.
Because I've tried to learn all this too, obviously for marketing and all this, and you want to go where the people are, and you want to say, hey, we got this going on, be part of this, let's do this. So you started out at one time, and all we had to do was put something on Twitter, okay, and then you had you whichever came first, you Facebook and you Twitter. And I've never done the Facebook thing, but started doing the Twitter thing, saw how that would work. Well, then here comes Instagram. Then you're like, well, okay, I'm supposed to put something on Instagram. Oh, not just post something. You need something in your story. And I'm like, what's the difference between story and post? Oh, they're very different, Rick. And then I started hearing, why are you not responding to my direct message? And I'm like, well, I don't know what that is. Well, there's a direct message on there, too. So I need to be looking at my story, my post, and my direct messages.
And checking your email.
Yeah, and checking my email.
Text.
And making sure I got my X done. And then I got a text. And like I said, I've never gotten to Facebook, but I was like, well, then I guess I need to put something on Facebook. I mean, it's almost like you're saying, is there a playoff? And I guess, so what I'm going to say is this. And this is what you cannot believe, because I've been schooled lately on I need to be checking direct messages from people on Instagram, which I didn't even know they existed.
Yeah.
And I don't really do that very often at all. But what's the difference in this thread and just me direct messaging you on Instagram?
And like
I guess that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
I can't believe I just asked that.
And I'm sitting here now. I went to my Threads account, okay, and I clicked on the home button, and I'm not following anybody that I'm aware of. Now, James Spann's popped up here. I don't know why.
I bet he has.
Pickleball Mama, whoever that is.
Easy.
I mean, the Dink Pickleball.
So
I don't know. The Tennis Channel. I do follow them, but I don't know why. Why is this happening? What do I do? I see where people have followed me, but it's not the same followers as. Right. Some of them are the same as Instagram, but there's not as many. So I don't understand it. Like I don't understand how that would benefit me.
Well, yeah. Well, you're kind of where we are. I'm just a little. It's kind of like what Bubba talked about with apps and stuff. When you're trying to stream, content and watch things that might entertain you or inform you, I'm becoming overwhelmed by the choices, and I can't just do all of it. I mean, and I think that's what you're saying. Do I need to stop doing some things and start doing this? Is it worth my time?
I feel like I'm able to do what I need to do on the platforms that I'm already on.
There you go. There you go.
But why would this?
What would this contribute?
Am I missing something by not embracing this?
Right now, Threads is trying to be a Twitter killer. It's X killer.
Looking at that profile here, Rick and Bubba, it looks kind of like this here. So it does look like X.
Okay,
like X, and it's supposed to be a more. You know how Facebook is super censored. Like they decide what they want you to see.
Right.
On Threads, you can have like, all right, I don't want to see these words. I don't want to see these people. So you can really curate your thread feed. So basically, if you want more echo chambers, this is a good place for you to go on Threads. Does that make sense?
I just stopped listening. I'm so sorry.
I'm just watching everybody's look.
I was in
when you said echo chamber.
Yeah, it's just. I'm sorry.
It's a bad version of Twitter.
Right. Okay.
That's it.
All right, that's what I need to know. That helps me because now,
is that what you're looking for?
Nobody has told me, Helms, this is why you need to do it. If it's a bad version of Twitter and I'm on Twitter, I'm sticking with Twitter or X or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I hate to even say this, but now that Elon came in, it kind of overcame it. And so I was like, good, I don't have to worry about that anymore. When the big push came, we all got to leave Twitter because they're crazy. We got to go to, what was it? What was that attempt that didn't work?
Oh, that
Parler?
Yes, Parler.
Oh, yeah.
Good callback.
So when you're sitting here and you're looking like what we do for a living, and we're trying to market the show and market merchandise, market what we're doing to get people. I went over to Parler, and you're thinking, okay, there's a few thousand people. And on Twitter, there was tens of thousands. So just from a logical standpoint, I want to speak to where there's tens of thousands, not a few hundred.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of how I usually look at it. Which platforms have the most people, and I'll spend some time there. And the ones that are startups, if they catch hold, then yeah. But if not, I'm not going to go out there and jump on it because you can't do it all. I mean, there's no way. It's too much. So it'd have to, in my opinion, it'd have to develop. Like you're asking, it'll have to develop a little more.
I'm more looking for a recruiting edge than anything.
Right, and that's what I mean. That's just like what I'm talking about. Where's the most people?
Yeah, and this is not.
Yeah. How do I connect?
I don't
with
get
the
on
people?
Twitter that much anyway, so why would I get on something that's not even as good?
You just need to work on your Riz, Helmsy. Just Riz it up, and you'll have
Riz
an
it
edge.
up.
Yeah, be Rizzy.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. We make our way back for the final segment, the conclusion of a story that was never to be told, and it has been told today.
The tale of Willie and Wanda.
We have returned home. You have been told by someone at very high in law enforcement that they had retrieved Willie.
Yes.
On behalf of his father from L.A., and we're bringing him back to Alabama, and that's where we are now.
Rick, the story ends just as a matter of fact, Christmas a year or so back. It was the Christmas before Hunter was born.
Yes.
I was all excited about being a dad, and we were having a little Christmas party at the house, and a gentleman was there who I didn't know before this party, but we got to talking about in the big group about a father's love and what a father will do for a child, and you know what a great gift that they are. And this guy says, "Hey," says, "I know a guy. You won't believe what he had to do for his son. He had to fly out to Los Angeles, and he had to take the district attorney to dinner. He spent about $600 on the meal just to get his kid out of jail and bring him back here to Alabama." And I perked up when I heard that story, and I said, "Really?" I said, "His name wouldn't be Willie, would it?" He said, "Have you heard of that?" I said, "Not only did I hear it, I lived it, man. I was there, man." I said, "But you know, it really ain't his fault. You know why?" And he said, "Why?" I said, "'Cause he ain't never been nowhere. He ain't never been nowhere. Stay in it. Stay in it." And there's several side stories to this that will remain untold.
Yeah, we won't tell what happened right after he got back, right? None of that. So that.
Oh man, that's part of the story.
No, we can't tell.
Is he in jail now?
No. I just see.
Let's just say, I mean, sometimes you see a trend in people, and they sometimes they make changes for the better, and bless their heart, sometimes they head right off down that very wide road. As we're being told at the good book.
Yeah. Some people just cannot get in line. So we'll. But who knows? Maybe today things are different for Will.
And y'all, you don't know how it has hurt us not to be able to tell you that for I don't know how many years.
For a number of years.
Yes. There's been many a days that I've spent most of the lunch hour begging.
Yes.
Begging for this. Not only for more, but for this story to be told.
One of the side notes of this story that I must tell, because I think you all can relate to it. Willie worked at a large plant in the area. And it was so large that it had its own weekly newspaper. And Willie had showed us on the way to the airport, in between flipping birds out the window, that his picture proudly on the front page, and it said, "Willie wins trip to California." He's waving. No. Now I can't help but imagine what his co-workers think when they came back and Willie was never there again. And they go, "Man, that must have been quite a trip he got."
Yeah, to this day, they probably ask, just how long was he going to L.A. with Rick and Bubba?
Was that a permanent gig? What's up?
So it was a horrifying trip, and we survived it. And who knows what happened to?
I want to know what they're doing. Both of them are doing right now.
See, we have a saying. No, let's not know.
Yeah.
Let's please let this thing sink.
No, just for my own amusement. I wish I could look over and go, there's Will.
Let's face it, when you're watching the Friday the 13th series, you go, gosh, I hope he gets killed eventually.
Yeah.
You really don't want him to keep returning. You know what I mean?
Folks, that is one of the little behind the scene things that we go through here at the Rick and Bubba Show.
Yes,
and, there's other strange events. That has to be the daggum weirdest though.
Yeah, well, and I'll now call my wife in the break and say, I don't know when I'll be home today. I'll probably be in various meetings, one right after another. Because this story just could not stay down.
Phone calls coming down now. Speedy taking them at 866-WE-BE-BIG. America, your time to talk on the show today. We'd love to hear from you. So check it out. So Cameron is going to get us started. And if you want to join us, you can get in right now. Speedy will get you lined up, ready to go. Cameron, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Good. How y'all doing?
Getting after it, Cameron. That's all we know. We don't know any other way.
That's right. So all this talk about pickleball has got me really kind of frustrated, with the fact that it's not a real sport. So I would like to see if Helmsy would play a friendly game of tennis one weekend so I can whoop up on her.
You think you can beat Helmsy in tennis?
Well, he's got low T, so,
I actually don't.
LDL's a little up.
You want to take Cameron on him?
Now, if you're worried about my cholesterol, that's a whole different issue.
Right,
It turns out I'm dying.
Tell you what, Cameron, why don't you go on Instagram thread and reach out to Helmsy and see if he'll respond.
Seriously, email. I'd love to play tennis.
Yeah, so you
all right, good deal.
So I know. Is it one of these things? Because when someone
it's hard to find somebody to hit a tennis ball with these days. They're all pickling it.
Well, that's what I was wondering. You took the words out of my mouth. I was going to ask you: Are y'all
absolutely.
having a hard time finding tennis people now?
Absolutely.
To play as far as older people.
Got a lot of picklers.
Yeah. Do you think this will be one of those things that young people will become? They'll eventually get a hold of it and they'll just kind of take it over and take it away from old people as well, as far as pickleball.
Well, Rick, let me ask you this:
I think they can play together. That's the point of the whole thing.
Did young people take over horseshoes or
lawn
darts
or
yes.
Maybe cornhole?
I don't think young people are going to be challenged by it enough to really get into it.
Right.
I think it's settling with the age group that fits their athletic ability.
That makes sense, and it's good for us. We need to move around a little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt.
Aiden in Florida. Aiden, go ahead.
A lot of young
Need a new name.
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
Aiden, we're good. How are you doing?
Killing our sports.
I can't complain. I just want to tell y'all, I think it was 2018. Me and my dad were at the expo, and Speedy and Adler were walking through, and they stopped and asked me how old I was. I told them I was 7. I just want to tell y'all I'm 15 now.
Okay, for a minute I thought you had lied about your age. Okay, so you've been listening for 8 years.
We appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks, man.
I remember that guy.
Way over 8 years.
Adler said remembers.
I really do, because he was a big kid.
You don't remember him.
Adler, every kid you see is big.
So good. No, I really do. We asked him. He goes, "Because I'm 7," and Speedy goes, 7.
Right.
It's in the video. It's great.
Okay.
I can remember crap, Greg.
Younger people can.
Yes.
Jerry
You got me there.
in Piedmont. Jerry, go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing this morning?
We're Good, man. Good, Jerry. Come on.
Hey, listen, Greg was going off on Dunkin' Donuts the other day, and that was killing me. Can we not get on Friday mornings the Greg sound off again since this is the last year? Can we not get that back?
Well, Jerry, here's what I would say. It almost seems redundant now because Greg just sounds off through the entire show anytime.
Yeah. Plus, we're contracting that out to Goski.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It was interesting to watch Greg be able to sit down through 3 segments and really not have to add anything.
Yeah,
because Goski pretty much spoke for you, didn't he?
He did.
I love that.
So Greg got to be seated and silent.
You know what?
I say I can't think anything make that any better.
At the end, I really enjoyed the fact what we called the kill me stage. He just finally said, "You know what? I've tried to correct these
begging
things.
you to please do it.
Please keep doing it."
I love that.
Brian in Sweet Home, Alabama. If you want to join us, lines are opening up. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Brian, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
All right, man. I got a cool tractor story for you.
Well, we'll be the judge of that.
Well, me and my dad went over there up Tennessee and bought a new tractor, and man, we pulled off the lot. They wouldn't even go park. Sorry, bear with me, fellas. So we took it right back up there and told them, "So man, this thing won't even go in park." And man, so they kept it for weeks and weeks and weeks. I'm talking about weeks, and they finally called me. They finally called me back, said, "Hey, it's ready." And so I went back up there. And the thing would go in park, wouldn't even go in gear.
All right.
Gear.
All right. There's no way to know.
Listen,
no way to
really
know.
not. But I'll say this: if he's acting, it was
He's-
well done.
He's studied up.
Yes, he has.
And he's practiced in front of a mirror.
He's watched YouTube videos.
Listen, I've experienced, I don't know if that was
Here we
legit
go.
or not, but I've experienced the real deal on that.
Well, yeah.
And look,
I have too.
and I was the one in the crowd that didn't know the person, so nobody else even thought anything about it. And I'm looking around like, are y'all not hearing this? About every 10 words, he starts making turkey sounds.
I was about to say, is that the guy that made turkey sounds?
Like that. And then they just all kept eating. I was like,
he didn't do that.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all, I really feel like we missed out on the offshoot guy.
I know.
mean,
Well, we
that's-
tried, Bubba. You
I
can't.
know.
I mean, don't act like we didn't try.
That was something.
Yeah,
and
don't-
I had him solo. That was y'all wasn't there.
Yeah, legit or not, that
I
was.
want to know how he got his tractor, if he got it fixed or not.
Now I know Greg to you because I know you very, very well. I've known you your entire life.
He said it wouldn't go in gear. Did it?
Yeah, I think you did. But what I'm saying is, you don't find and the pretending to be anywhere near as good as the genuine article.
Oh no, I appreciate a good, if I'm doing an impersonation and I'm really good at it. But the genuine article, you can't beat it.
Hard to beat.
That's
hard
just
to beat.
nothing better.
You can't.
But you're right. When you don't get a heads up,
oh shoot!
Hey, because about the first couple of gobbles, I looked around and everybody was just eating like nothing was happening.
I've
and
got
I was like, maybe there's something wrong with me. Maybe I'm hearing weird or something.
yeah, I'm hearing weird. I have a guy that you know, Greg, that I encounter every single week, unless I'm out of town, and you almost learn that when they lock up. You just take a moment to gather yourself. You might want to look down at a text.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You might want to if you move something you got on the table you're messing with and let them gather it back. In the beginning it kind of knocks you off guard.
Sure.
But when you finally get in the rhythm of it, I can almost plan when he locks up on something I could be doing till he comes back around.
And that's probably like the guys I was with that day. They all knew him.
Right.
So they didn't think nothing about it.
Steve.
Have you noticed too? Can I ask you
Sure.
a medical thing on
Sure.
that? The number of stutters I have run into historically has been overwhelmingly male.
Yes.
Is there any science to that?
I think there's something to that.
Now, the ones I'm referring to would not be under the category of stutter. It was like Tourette's. Hollering out.
Yeah.
Well, you would
I think-
consider what just happened Tourette's.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think.
But to your point, Bob, I've never
Still,
heard of stuttering or I don't
Wait
know
a
that I've
minute.
heard of
Wait,
a woman
hang
with
on,
Tourette's.
Hang on, let me think.
It's a good
Bubba,
question.
You may have a point.
That's a great question.
I'm just from a science standpoint.
No, we did have that intern
Strictly
that
studying.
had Tourette's.
That was a female.
She called back the other day. It seems
Yeah.
to be gone.
Yeah.
Did y'all see that?
Yeah.
Valerie in Alabama. Valerie, go ahead.
Adler called her out anyway.
You did.
Hi, I always hear y'all just saying green acres, monkey grass, and making the noise, but I have no idea why. Can you
sorry,
explain that to me, please?
I don't think that question can
Because
ever
we
be
all have a
answered
stutter.
I can't believe there are people that still don't know this. I mean, we've explained this
Again.
so
Rick,
many
time's
times.
run out. If you don't know it by now, nobody needs to tell you.
Are you? Green acres means I'm calling from work.
Yeah, in case you have to talk quiet or hang up quickly because the boss
Yeah.
wants it.
Monkey grass means first time to call. and mac, mac, mac is the way we get each other's attention in a crowd to know where we all are, and that's the Gila monster mating call.
Yeah, our version of it. Rick, by the way, stuttering affects men 4 times more than it affects women.
That makes a lot of sense.
Makes sense.
Based on my own observation. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No, I'm good.
You good, buddy?
Sure.
What's wrong?
Nothing much.
You all right?
This next segment's going to be a great one.
Yeah, we're talking about the installment all-star edition of Hey Coach.
Put me in.
Hey Coach.
You didn't?
No.
Well, Hey Coach has never really been about, hey...
You just wrong on that?
No, because I think you have. Hey Coach has never really
been... Have we ever done Hey Coach we already knew what happened?
I'm not sure, Rick.
The outcome, yes. Hold on, Bubba's got to... There we go.
There he goes.
Bubba's got to get some air.
Yeah, there you go.
All
See you, buddy.
All right, buddy.
There's Bubba. Ready to go.
There we go.
Ready to go.
See you, buddy.
See you, man.
Well, thank you, Rick.
Tell you what, I warned you.
Talk about it scrambling.
Okay.
They'll come back.
No, because see, Hey Coach has always been about, hey, what happened while we were there.
Right.
It's never really been about who won.
Well, I know, but we heard the whole dramatic story, and we saw a little bit yesterday.
Okay, well, we won't do it. All right, let's move on.
Now let's just hear. I like seeing the intro. That's what I'm fired up about. I hated we didn't have it yesterday.
Okay.
All right.
Hey Coach is the all-star team, National League 5- and 6-year-olds that I'm a part of, and we were in Vincent, Alabama for the Sub-District 9 tournament that we won. And you're wrong. I have told you before if we won. I just never told you like the whole story before.
Right. No, but I love it. This is Speedy as a Little League coach, and the first ever, by the way, Little League baseball coaches show. And here it is. All-Star Edition with Coach Speedy.
We just got a little Hey Coach All-Star Edition. Now a little music play. This is your little black and white intro that you like.
I love the intro.
It's not the same without the intro.
Okay. We just kind of roll this old black and white film footage.
Right there.
Somebody that they're going to look back and go, you know, he coached me and he taught me a lot. Worse than seeing some little kid cry. I mean, I know you're 4, 5, or 6 years old, but good gracious, get tough. Hey, look, guys, no, look. Pressure. Here's pressure. Imagine this. You're Speedy with the Rick and Bubba show. You coach a team and you lose. That's pressure, okay? Now look, here we go. Get down. Get down. Take off. Run. Run. That's another one. Go. All right, this hitting coach, you got to really get on him before the game.
Oh, look, he's got his all-star uniform on now.
Because see, once the we're in Vincent, Alabama. Once the game starts,
he's traded in the colors.
I should already have done my job. You know, and if they're struggling, that's on me. Here we go. That's Coach Teddy throwing. Step back to coach. That's super set. Step back to coach.
Hey, now the shorts are a little shorter than I thought.
Step to coach. Okay.
Watch the way he hits that plate.
Here it is. Oh!
Yeah.
We're in batting practice in the outfield. People just killing it now. Teddy's putting it in there good.
He's ready tonight, boys.
That's Morgan Sharp.
Attaboy.
It's Boomer.
Here we
Here's
go.
Tyler.
Get your hands through. Get your hands through.
Attaboy, Tyler. Here we go. Right. That's Matthew Spencer.
Oh!
Hit that a mile, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, I feel like we had a good batting practice. Hot, by the way. Essential if you want to play well. Bubba, it's real hot. Have a good batting practice. We're visitors
I can tell by the sweat. You look like Ron.
Good night, you're sweating.
Which means that it's very important that you get out in that top of the first and hurt somebody's feelings. I'm talking about, like, you know, score some runs and have them back on their heels. So, yeah, it is. I feel like we'll be fine. The coaching staff is fired up. Teddy is firing the ball in there. And I feel like somebody's going to go home. Look at me, Matthew. Matthew, walking to the dugout. Okay? All right, now hustle on up there with your team. Let's go, baby. Hey, we got ball to play tonight. You see, you got to keep them focused. I mean, it's all about the mindset. You got to be ready. See, I mean, my job is done because as hitting instructor, once the first pitch is thrown, you already got to have your job done, baby. You got to have them ready. And I am the emotions of this team, and I will have them high. I will have people running, going crazy, sliding, just going nuts. If you're scared, just say you're scared. Time. So this is where the shades go off, coaching hat goes on. See, gotta be prepared. Get the boys up now.
In the old days, that's where Speedy would go to the bathroom.
That's right.
Look, Speedy spoke. There's Mickey Dane.
Mickey Dane, we're beside the dugout now. Mickey has shown up with.
Is that his daughter with him?
Yeah. And he's got boxers on. He has pulled his pants down. It says Speedy's daddy.
Oh my God.
Oh, give it a little bit.
Excuse me, kids. I'm sorry.
Right. By the way, all of the pictures are on the website. You can go there and follow along.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't have done it. I'm putting this on the show, too.
I'm not.
Mickey looks good.
Yeah,
he sure does. Open heart surgery.
I came here for the kids. That's what we're going to do, right?
All right, so now the game's about to start. Mickey's there. He's ready to go.
There is. We're back 6 minutes past the hour. The gang, as you heard, is all here, and we'll chat with you coming up this hour, hopefully. Find out what is on your mind today. Thanks for being with us, however you get the program, whether you get the program live on America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Maybe you don't have an affiliate, so you go with the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app. Free download, just search Rick and Bubba, 24/7 Rick and Bubba. Including the live show every day. Another live option, our YouTube channel. Eddie Van Adler has that for you. Now, on the archive side, you've got a couple of options. You can get the daily podcast archives. A lot of you do that. Or you can get the daily archive on our YouTube channel. Also, a best of hour can be found by all Blaze TV subscribers. And then there's also a best of audio version on our podcast channel, too, if you'd like to kind of get the high points of the show in a nutshell because you don't have time to really immerse yourself in all 5 hours, but we prefer the latter. So as we start the hour, Nancy Pelosi has made news today, Bubba. I know she's one of your favorites.
Oh, yeah. We all love Nancy, don't we?
Isn't she something?
She's had some great quotes over the years. Now, what is interesting, this goes back to the January 6th insurrection, where we were told for a long time that Nancy Pelosi refused to add National Guard to the Capitol when they knew that a rowdy crowd was coming to town. And she has denied that, but it appears that narrative is now changing.
Yeah, we're gonna find something here from 2021, and since 2021. We're going to talk about all the time that she spent blaming Donald Trump. But this one video is going to look like she's admitting and taking responsibility for not sending the National Guard, but then turning around telling us we didn't hear what we heard. All right, so here's the damning audio video here.
We have responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. This is ridiculous. You're going to ask me in the middle of the thing when they've already breached the inaugural stuff that should we call the Capitol Police? I mean the National Guard? Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
They thought that they had sufficient resources.
There's not a question of how they had been. They don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more.
Uh-oh. So that's in the car while it's all happening, right? Is that what's going on?
That appears to be what we saw.
Yeah, and so you hear her saying, why did we not have the National Guard there? And then she says, because she knows she could have done it, that's her responsibility. She takes responsibility for that. Now, remember, Trump claims they asked for the National Guard, and it was not sent. So she is going, of course, to come back and going to let us know. It appears she's talking. This was shot by her daughter, Alexandria, and while they were escaping from the Capitol on January the 6th. And so that's who is shooting this. Someone released it on X, and now Pelosi is trying to do damage control. So let's now hear her responding on MSNBC. Of course, that's where you go to find friends to the video that we just saw. So here we go.
The fact is that the President of the United States, the former president, and his toadies do not want to face the facts. They're trying to do revisionist history on January 6th. But we cannot let us be dragged into their, again, false impression of what happened that day. They know what happened that day.
But why does MSNBC, and maybe they did, we just don't have it in the clip, so I'll allow if somebody can produce something that we don't have, why did they not say, well, let's get real specific. Why did you say on the video you take responsibility for the National Guard not being there? Why did and then go, now explain that to us. And even if I'm MSNBC, so I can defend you, right?
Right.
Yeah, help me to help you. But maybe, was that question asked? Because, see, she's trying to talk in general.
Right,
There they go again.
Right.
You know, and all that, which that's just a bunch of...
I mean, you heard it in her own words, the other. I don't know.
It's not like someone shot it that was out to get her. It was her own daughter.
Right.
Now, did it get released? Yes. But the daughter knew we were in a historic moment, and Nancy Pelosi sounds distraught to me. And sounds like, what in the world's going on here? Why did we not have the proper...
Yeah, which is her job. The Speaker of the House is in charge of security at the Capitol. That's not a debatable fact. And she was the Speaker at the time.
Did she say...
Let's hear can we hear the first one again?
Yeah. Did she not say, I take responsibility for this?
Yeah, listen to this. See, now, again, this is in the heat of the moment. It's not a prepared statement. And her daughter is doing this because she knows she's in a historic moment.
Yeah, and so these are her own words happening in real time. Right? Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think the main thing that people are cycling in on is we didn't have them there, and I take responsibility for not having more.
Sure.
But if you guys want that whole clip of her in the car again?
Yeah, let's listen to it.
We have responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. This is ridiculous. You're going to ask me in the middle of the thing when they've already breached the inaugural stuff that should we call the Capitol Police? I mean the National Guard? Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
They thought that they had sufficient resources.
There's not a question of how they had. They don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more.
It's pretty straightforward. Now, you also can tell that she's, like our president, getting older and is slurring a little bit when she gets excited. And
wearing a mask and all that. But
thank God she had the mask.
It sounds like she is distraught, and at the end says, I should have had more there.
Right.
Here's the beginning of the MSNBC appearance. She got when this footage leaked yesterday. She was on MSNBC within hours.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's the fastest response to try to control the narrative that I've seen in a while. This is how they framed the question.
Why do you think this is stirred up and a brouhaha on the right and in some corners of the media today?
Well, because of the fact is that the President of the United States, the former president, and his toadies do not want to face the facts.
So then there's the answer.
We heard brouhaha and toadies all in the same.
Well, and by the way, how about
interview.
that hard-hitting journalism?
Yeah. Right.
Wow. Quick, defend yourself. I mean, they might as well said that.
Unreal.
Yeah. The fact is they don't want to face the facts.
Okay, facts are you're in a car saying that you should have had the National Guard already there, and that's actually your responsibility. And it sounds like you're talking to your team saying, we're going to look bad on this.
And the girl interviewing her, Jan Brady called and wants that hair back. What's up with that?
So there you go. So we're going to hear that somehow, and I don't know how, the right has caused her to say in a video from 2021 that she takes responsibility for the National Guard not being there.
And then more in this clip, she says Trump didn't want to send in the National Guard, so she tried to pivot to blaming Trump again.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Capitol. He insisted that it be built during the Civil War so that it could show the resilience of America. And to see these people coming through the Capitol with their foul deeds and foul actions, waving Confederate flags and Nazi flags under Lincoln's dome was so shameful. And yet this president who incited, this former president who incited this insurrection would not send the National Guard for hours. People were harmed, and Nazi flags under Lincoln's dome was so shameful. And yet this president who incited, this former president who incited this insurrection would not send the National Guard for hours. People were harmed. People.
Did you say he has a Calvin GLMs?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, there's Tyler and Jason Reeves.
That's Christopher Columbus's son and Speedy's youngest son.
That a boy. It's a good job.
It's funny when the
That's my wife. There's Tyler coming up to bat. He hurt somebody's feelings there, I'm sure. And he hit the ball. He knocked two in. Morgan Sharp cleared the bases. They were loaded.
Oh, look at the slide.
They got Gillum in. Here's Matthew Spencer.
Look at him beat that plate. Yeah!
Was that part of the instruction? I know a lot of plate beating with the batters there, Speedy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Ooh,
wow.
Boy, that's a stroke.
But he did stroke, didn't he?
That's Joe Watts playing as third base coach.
There's Mickey and his daughter.
Yes.
Now, don't reach for it.
They're there. Appreciate them coming. I
wonder where that T-shirt
Here they come. We're running them. We're running them hard.
Who's your third base coach?
Joe Watts.
A lot of activity there.
Yeah, got to be. Got to scream and yell, because if not, they
so
won't
where are
hear
you at out there, Speedy?
I'm in the dugout.
Seconds away, going to get your
Is that your dog? Is your dog at the game?
No, that is someone else's dog. As a shot, and Tyler snagged it.
Did we get double play?
No, he was safe, but an unbelievable catch by T-Man.
But he almost pushed him off the base.
Yeah,
that's what
I was hoping for. We got another one. It was two back-to-back.
Hey!
Good play over there, T-Man.
Hey, Joe! Joe, he's got dirt all in his eyes. Tell Chris to call time. No, turn around and watch the game, guys. Be gracious. Yes, Coach. Yeah.
We now the Hueytown All-Stars are at bat. That's Skyler, who made a great catch at shortstop. It's another hit.
Get it in. Get it.
Tough one to handle, but watch this arm coming in.
Wow.
He gets it back in, and we hold him to a double, which is huge. They're hitting the ball all over the place. This is Casey. Casey's going to throw it over to T-Man.
Way to go.
T-Man will catch it, and that'll put that inning to rest. Now we're back up to bat. That's Gillum. Gillum hits the ball back up the middle. He's running hard.
Wow.
He gets a single. Coach Watts is sending Skyler, who's got a lot of speed for his age. Skyler's
Don't feel upset. Mickey just had open heart surgery and he came to the game, but don't worry about it. 5 days ago,
yeah. We had to get on y'all a little bit here, of course.
Well, I know you had to get your 12 hours, and Rick, you had 14.
Against doctor's order.
Yeah, you had 14.
I probably wouldn't make it back home, but I'm here.
Right, and Rick, you had your 14 kids to take care of, and Bubba, you had to get your 12 hours of sleep.
And I got old in one taping.
Yeah.
We're not going to mention the huge contract or anything.
So right now we're going into the fourth. It's 20-10. Here's
no gamble.
Here's Casey Allday. He gets a great hit, and watch this. Watch this. This is Seth on third. See, what you want to do is run them halfway and see if they overthrow it. Well, he caught it, so now he's got to go back to second, which Casey's gone to second, so now he's got to go back to first, but then they overthrow it, and that's what you're hoping for. So you're hoping for confusion to mess them up. And so now Seth gets to come back to third, and Seth goes halfway, they throw it to home. And now he goes back to third. So now we got runners on second and third. Now that's Joey Contorno. He gets a hit over the pitcher's head. This is going to score Seth. Seth is coming in, and that is going to be what puts us over the top, because you have to, be winning at least by 10 runs. And so that's the end of the game. Now, as you can see, now you want to run to you want to run to third now and jump up and down and go nuts and line up.
How about that? Good job, boy.
Now we're lining them up so they can shake hands. Now we're showing off the trophy.
Watch the jumping.
The jumping, I don't know if it's in this one here, Rick. But
that jumping.
But everybody's having fun. We're all getting a picture around the trophy now.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. How about you? Thank you for being with us today on another Rick and Bubba show. Our websites are all back up today. I know yesterday they were down and it was confusing, but all that's back up today. A little tech problem there. Got it resolved, and it's back up and operational today. Coming up this Saturday, going to be in Birmingham, Alabama, Valleydale Church, my home church. Hey, guys, you want to join us for a little men's breakfast action? We'll be talking about all the things going on. I'll be bringing the message that morning. And you also can plug into the small groups that are going through one of the curriculum from themanchurch.com as well. All that in Birmingham, Valleydale Church, 8:30 a.m. local time this Saturday morning. If you want to join us, check the details. There are upcoming events at themanchurch.com. Bubba, what do you think about old Hurley? Dan Hurley was offered the coaching job to coach the Los Angeles Lakers, a $70 million offer, and he has decided he will stay at UConn.
Well, I know that has to be devastating for the Lakers and for most NBA fans and the NBA league as a whole. They can't believe anybody would turn them down.
Mm-hmm.
But he seems to like where he is in Connecticut. He said he's got a championship mentality going there. And, you know, he's got a $30 million deal there, so he's not going broke on this.
Right.
Now, you know, he's a little more old school coach, Rick. He gets after people.
Mm-hmm.
He's not real passive on things.
Mm-hmm.
And he may be one of these guys more built for college basketball than pros, because those guys historically have not done well in the pros. But the college landscape has also changed too. So, you know, you basically, Hams, I think you said it earlier, you basically are coaching professional players at UConn. They just don't have the name yet.
True. Well, I think this feels, and you kind of touched on it there, Bubba, it feels a little Saban-like. You know, Saban, the way he, of course, I know that changed. Now that's why he left, but it's not the same thing for Hurley because the landscape has changed so much. But, you know, Saban struggled in the pros, and I actually talked with someone over the weekend that knows Coach Saban pretty well, and they were having a conversation after he went to Miami to coach the Dolphins, and when he asked his friend, Coach Saban, how it was going, he said, I was not prepared for what it was going to be like to take the way that I run a program and be told by the players that they make more money than me, and they're not going to do that.
Right.
And he said that was a bit of a setback, and so Hurley, I think, is making a quality of life decision because he's not going to be broke.
Right.
You know, now if you go, well, all the stuff that comes with the Lakers is going to be a
all
bit
the glitz and glam of L.A.
But if you think it's worth it because it's going to be life changing for me financially, well, he probably says, I know 70 is more than 30, but 30 million with my quality of life here
in Connecticut
actually is better than 70 million having to deal with all that.
Yeah, it's just historically, and I don't know exactly why, but I think if you look across the board, and I'm speaking in averages, the hard-nosed coaches do not do as well in the pros now as they have done in college. And a lot of the pro coaches, especially in football, that seem to do good are the more passive kind of guys. Maybe they're great technicians, maybe they know the numbers, but they can't rule the team with an iron fist and get anywhere. And you see that with the Patriots, and you've seen that with the Seahawks and other teams that have been on successful runs. It seems to be more of a, we need a coach that can be our pal kind of guy. And that doesn't play to some of the better college coaches.
Do you think that that's one of the reasons that Belichick can't find a new job? Is it just his age, or is it because the landscape has changed and his a little more hard-nosed approach is not as desired.
Well, I would say he's probably more of the passive, at least in the way he manifests it. You know, he's not a raise his voice and scream kind of guy. He seems to be, you know, fairly passive on the front side.
Well, he was kind of it's my way or no way, though.
Yeah, well, he may have been that behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I don't think he was the players' coach. You know,
No. But you're not going to see him out there ranting and raving at a cornerback like you would see Saban.
Right.
And I don't know. I don't know. It just it seems like it's a little different feel. Maybe it's because of the dollars involved. I don't know.
Well, think about it, guys. Think about you. I know Connecticut is a liberal wasteland, but at least there are some places in Connecticut where you still have somewhat of. There are some conservatives there. Now they can't win an election, but they're there. But just think about. I'm going to uproot and I'm going to go immerse myself in modern day Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm. Well, he was rumored for the Kentucky job when it came available, and it was his wife was outspoken about. I like it where we're at. Mm-hmm. And his dad's up in that area too, in New Jersey, and so I think family had more to do with this than probably most anything, specifically his wife.
Because he easily could have gone out there, got sideways with LeBron James on something, and LeBron demanded he be fired, and he'd be let go in 6 months.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what kind of guarantee he would have, but, I don't see LeBron playing well under his coaching environment. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, I don't know, but I think this he's made it pretty clear.
Either.
This is a quality of life decision.
Yeah.
There was more to it than money.
Yeah.
And
so now the Lakers have to go find a second choice, so to speak.
Well, that hurts, doesn't it, if you're them?
Yeah. I mean, if you don't get your man, so anybody turn the Lakers, they're insulted by that.
They are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know.
If they've seen their record this year, maybe they shouldn't be.
But I guarantee you, after they saw the number that was thrown at Dan Hurley, there's a lot of resumes being freshened up this morning.
No question about that.
A lot of agents making some phone calls.
Hey, Jenny Buss, I'm interested.
So, do we have the story that we sent Adler now? The one with the people going to egg somebody's?
Yeah, this is a funny video clip, and I don't know the circumstances around this, but you have people who, and Speedy, you may know more. They get out and they egg a house. They're throwing eggs at a house, and they get what some people are calling instant karma. After this, do you know why they're doing it, Speedy? What the details?
No, and it looked like they were throwing it more at a car / building of some kind. It looked like it was over a car in someone's driveway.
See them running and get back
and so then they go back and they get in, and that intersection up in front of them, they run the stop sign and get T-boned here as somebody's coming through.
Hey!
Oh, my.
With one of the doors still open. They never got it closed.
Yeah.
Which makes you think they probably didn't get seatbelts on.
Yeah, and this is in Detroit.
Now, what are they throwing? Because that looks like liquid.
Eggs and maybe a milkshake or something?
Yeah, it says it was.
Cup of urine?
They were throwing eggs,
and
while the other
flour.
was throwing
door's
powdered
still
a
open.
powdered substance.
Okay, yeah. And bam.
They run a red light and get absolutely T-boned.
They go through that stop sign, and I mean, so you come out, you throwing stuff at somebody's something, or car, I guess.
Who's running after them after they have the wreck?
Looks like maybe some neighbors. You
like the
think?
people came out of that.
It makes a pretty loud
Looks
noise
like-
if you listen.
Looks like
the bystanders say something too here.
See, they're out there. They're already out there when they threw the stuff. Do you see them?
Yeah. Okay.
You can see them coming in the.
Oh.
So
They ran that stop sign.
Yep.
You don't run
Not
stop
wise.
signs.
Not wise.
They're there for a reason.
Hey, I'm gonna get away.
And I think about the person that's just in that white car, probably going home. I don't know what they're doing.
It's a busy road, it looks like, too. Look at it.
And these two good uns, can't act right. And so now look at their car. It gets hit and slung all over the place.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Well, that I think we'd all take a note of that.
Yeah.
Maybe,
yeah.
but one
you know
way,
what you reap, you do sow.
In this situation, Bubba, if I don't throw stuff on somebody's whatever I'm throwing at, car in the driveway or whatever, then I'm not fleeing. Then I don't run a stop sign, but to help me flee, and I probably don't get T-boned.
Do y'all agree that if you're gonna be the thrower, don't be the driver?
No,
have a driver,
Yeah.
and then if you're gonna get out and be the thrower,
Sounds
you just
like
get
you've
back
done this
in.
before.
No, I'm
Everybody
just
knows
saying.
that.
Everybody knows that.
This is one of those things, though. If it was your property or your car, you just meander down the driveway, stand in the road, keep on drinking maybe some crushed ice and a nice soft drink, and go. I have nothing to add.
Yeah. I wash my car.
You get the hose pipe out and start washing your car.
Right. I have nothing to add here. Hopefully they're not injured badly, but but they learned their lesson.
Well, they took a lick. I know
let me tell you, they did take a lick.
And they had their back door was not shut, so I don't know if they got their seatbelts on either.
And then the guy that hits them had nothing to do with it.
That's
They're
what I
all
mean.
banged up.
Yeah.
If you're living on the West Coast or planning on traveling there, you need to catch the next segment. Got a little update for you.
Uh-oh. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're all holding up a #1 sign. All this is on the website. And I want to thank Lance Lenore. It was a big help, and so are a lot of the moms that took pictures, and I was able to get copies of those and email them to Ryan, and he's got them up on the site right now.
All-star edition of the first ever Little League Coaches Show, Hey Coach, with Speedy, which, as we discussed on yesterday's show, known now in Little League circles.
That's the difference. We play tonight in the big tournament. We play Pleasant Grove, 6 o'clock.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Agree with y'all, but I have to disagree with you on something you said this morning.
Well, this is a big disagreement, Dave.
Well,
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us. Cook's Pest Control, part of the Rick and Bubba show and has been for years. Termite protection like no other when they team up with Centricon. They build a fortress around the property. But let me tell you what else they're great with. Everything. Your monthly maintenance, ants, spiders, fleas, ticks, rodents, nesting wasp. Boy, it's that time of year, isn't it? Roaches. I mean, it's one of these things. I mean, I know we all love when the warmer weather gets here and all that. Not crazy about hot weather, but I'd rather be cold than hot because it brings so many bugs and nasty stuff. Hey, I'm out here. It sure is pretty. God, something bit me, you know. And
you're about to get your fill of that too.
It's everywhere. So go right now to cookspest.com. Cookspest.com. Put them to work for you. Nobody's better. New home construction, yep, they can help you with that too, contractors. No obligation. Let them come out and evaluate the property. We love them. They do outstanding work so you can enjoy your home, enjoy property without dealing with all these pests. So put them to work with you and for you, and you can sing like us. Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control. Bubba, you warned us about going to the West Coast.
Yeah, Rick, a study out today, major fault line off the West Coast could trigger a catastrophic 9-magnitude earthquake, according to a new study, and the scientists say it is due to blow. An underwater fault line that runs along the U.S. West Coast could trigger a megaquake, more devastating than California's, quote, big one, according to a new study. Using underwater mapping techniques, scientists have mapped the Cascadia subduction zone, a 600-mile fault line extending from Southern California to Northern California in never-before-seen detail. It has revealed that the fault splits into 4 segments instead of being one continuous strip like the previous interpretation was. The discovery could prove a more catastrophic result because the tectonic plates can slide under each other, creating more pressure and more severe earthquakes.
Hello.
The researchers also concluded the Cascadia subduction zone has the potential to unleash a 9+ magnitude earthquake. Now, that would be severe, Rick, to the point that it could last as long as 5 minutes and could generate tsunamis reaching 100-foot tall waves, damage more than 500,000 buildings, and kill countless people. And they are using the data from this and other fault lines that they are compared around the world, and that's where they're getting this forecast that it is in a zone of compatible data to other faults that have given away to earthquakes and tsunamis in recent time.
Okay. So, I mean, I don't really plan to go that way anytime soon, but that's a great heads up because that's a doozy right there.
Now, they're saying, and this is the one they're comparing it to, that the data from this particular fault is very similar to a fault that was mapped off the coast of Japan that erupted in 2011, creating a magnitude 9 earthquake that caused devastating tsunamis to strike the country, killing nearly 20,000 people.
Hey,
Bubba.
Good night. Look at that.
No, that's what they say. I mean, I don't want to be a doomsdayer on this, but
You just give everybody a heads up.
those
That's
faults are
alive and well.
They're trouble, and they have been trouble, and you know, you can't predict an earthquake, but you can study and look at the data, and they're sounding the alarm. So I hope California's ready.
And you know whose fault this is? Donald Trump.
Donald Trump,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yes,
He
yes.
caused it. He went down there. He actually had a shovel underwater digging it,
Right.
trying to get it to move.
Right.
Yeah.
On not near as important, but still not good news. But again, we need to understand that, like we've often said, the things the left want to do, they're never thought through. Never. It's all about emotion, and it all sounds so good until you actually try to implement it and live. I'm not familiar with this one because, again, I don't get out that way much. Anybody familiar with Blaze Pizza? It's not from Blaze Media. Blaze Pizza.
Never had
330 restaurants across 38 states and 6 countries. I've never seen a Blaze
I
Pizza.
like
Have
pizza.
you? Have you ever seen?
Never
Blaze?
heard of this. I've never heard of it. Never
I
heard
do
of it.
like pizza.
Bubba, guess who they're saying goodbye to? California.
Yeah.
Out. They're out.
Speaking of Blaze,
they said we cannot survive on a $20 an hour minimum wage. This move from their headquarters being in Pasadena to Atlanta. This one move, Bubba, will save them a corporate tax rate. It'll cut it by a third, if not more.
What is the weird part of that law that they did that if you make your own bread, you don't have to pay?
It was something to give some key Democratic donors an out in this. And they wouldn't have to pay because they were outraged that they were going to be treated like everybody else.
Weird.
So the headquarters is leaving California for no other reason than the corporate tax rate and the hourly wage. They're packing up, taking all the restaurants, and they're leaving.
Blazing on out of there.
But Bubba,
bring some around here. I'd like to give it a shot.
We got 2 in Alabama.
Oh, yeah?
Tuscaloosa and Mobile.
How about that?
Anybody like them? I mean,
look at the picture. It don't look like my style.
Well, look, I mean, guys, can you really mess pizza up?
I think it's very similar to that place that we used to go to all the time.
Firestone?
Yes, I think it's very similar to that.
Come on with it.
I mean, if you just get the ingredients on there, I mean, I'm like you. It looks like it would be hard to mess up.
Has anybody ever gone to a pizza place of any kind and said, "Oh man, that's awful"?
Well, the only
I know they can be comparing.
No,
one's
you're right.
Is there one where you go, "This pizza's no good"?
If you say that, if I could find what I consider a negative trait, would be too doughy.
Yeah.
Too much bread and not cooked.
That's why I think you'll like this.
I like a thin
looks
crust.
very similar to
I
that.
like a little crisp.
I like that stuffed
I could
crust
stop
they
by
had
and
for a
pick up
while
some
with the
for
cheese in it.
Watch a lot going on right there. Watch a lot going on.
Blaze Pizza is the fastest growing food chain in the U.S. of all time.
Calm down.
Slow down.
I just read
Tap
that.
the brakes.
I didn't know anything about it. I just
Glenn
read it.
back on it too.
Whoa.
They have 300 restaurants as of November.
Somebody said that Gastamuni can get us a free pizza.
That's good.
Is this where Steve Dace eats? So I've never heard of it.
Me neither.
I understand there's 2 here, but the bigger point is this notion that everybody's so in love with California, they'll stay here no matter what you do to them. Just not true.
Yeah.
Somebody says, "I tell you what we could do: move this thing out of here, go to Atlanta, and we'll cut our corporate tax rate by more than a third. And oh, by the way, no more $20 an hour on our restaurants that are here."
Yeah.
You know what they said? And we're out.
And see ya.
So what was accomplished, leftists? What was accomplished?
You got one less pizza place.
Right. And a lot of jobs.
How many jobs left?
No, they're going to.
Would you rather have a job that pays you on a regular basis that stays in business, or for you to demand something that doesn't make any financial sense, or for them in their financial plan, how they make a profit? Does everybody realize? I know that folks in California don't, but does everybody realize that if what you are requiring makes the company that hires you unable to make a profit, they're not going to just continue to do that? I mean,
just so you can have your wage,
right? So so Blaze Pizza out. I find myself wanting a piece.
96 of those 300 locations are in California.
How about that?
That's a bunch.
Yeah.
Wow.
Texas has got 20 of them.
Sure they do. And
New York's 13, and everybody else has 1 to Nevada 12, but everybody else has 1 to 5 or 6. Kentucky coming in it, they got 6 locations.
I know. Go ahead, Adam.
It looks like they do a lot of California things with their packaging. It's all recyclable. Their straws and cups and utensils.
Still not enough to stay though.
Yeah.
Well, you know what they said? We did all that. Was that not enough?
Well,
and you still keep wearing us out with the tax stick.
Just because we don't make our own bread? What?
What does the government say? Especially giant central governments run by leftists. Hey, we did everything you asked us to do. Are we good? Nope. We're going to need more.
Yeah.
Okay,
Give me another pound of flesh,
I'm never
please.
going to meet this requirement. Never. It's based on emotion. Never know how I might feel tomorrow.
Right. What we need.
Right. So I might need more from you. We'll come back. We'll look at phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll check stories that we may have missed as we grow ever closer to wrapping up this particular hour. The number, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available to hear from you. We'll check the headlines, anything that we need to hit before we wrap up the hour. We'll do all that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, this is always scary whenever Speedy says he has a surprise.
Yeah, and I'm trying to look on the TV, too.
See, we got something coming down the hall here.
Well, you know, and you and I, it's not that we're against surprise. Oh, my gosh, is this something to do with the restaurant? Oh, no. I don't know if this is going to be a happy memory or not.
There he is. What's up, David?
Hey. Well, this is actually all the people who manage and work there.
Hey, folks.
This is David Brown, the general manager, Rosa, the assistant manager, and Jessica, the shift manager that Rick and Bubba's a restaurant. And I guess this is our last week, huh?
This is it, buddy. Closing on the 31st. And,
man, y'all busted your tail, though.
Yeah, we did. We're glad to have the opportunity to do it, though, guys.
Y'all did a great job. We fumbled somehow. We don't know what we did. But
somehow we let you down. We didn't keep it going, and nobody likes a loss. This is going to be like a burn my saddle, like the state championship loss in high school. By 3 points. I go over it in my mind over and over. What could I have done to make it better?
Sure.
Maybe one more quarterback sack might have been the difference.
That could have been it.
Yeah. Well, anyway, this is the very last Rick and Bubba's Restaurant microphone T-shirt.
Oh, is that the last one?
This is the very last one. We got all the employees to sign it, and it's got a small inscription that reads, "Thanks for a great experience. Thanks for a great experience, employees of Rick and Bubba's Restaurant, 2002-2003.
Wow, David, thank y'all, man. That's
well up in a minute.
Y'all don't think that thing's bad luck or anything, do you?
No, it shouldn't be bad luck.
I mean, I'm not superstitious. I just don't believe in taking chances.
Now, here's the uncomfortable part. Have all y'all got a job now? I mean, have y'all got a plan?
Yes, Travis will do.
Well, I mean, if you've been trained in that place, you ought to be a host for somebody else.
Yeah, absolutely. We're pretty much all going in different directions. We all have backups, and we're doing good. So.
That's good. Well, I just can't thank y'all enough. You three have been there with us through thick and thin, and I just hate it. I mean, I hate a loss. It just makes me want to strip naked and run down the hall and pour gas on myself. But not light it. Just actually have it on and think what it would be like.
Right.
So, but thanks for all you've done. And that'll be good. We'll put that up. I actually in Bubba's office and. No.
Well, the engraver wanted to do the description and tombstone.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. Really, I'm sure the Baileys probably don't want that as much. It'd be more fun for us.
Yeah.
Since we didn't lose over $1 million.
So but anyway,
that'll be great. So, well, look, that's tremendous, and we appreciate what you've done. And if we had more places on the show, we'd set you up. But there's really just not that much to do here on the show. Thank y'all very much. That's great. That was a cool shirt, too. It was designed by Frank Cummins and the folks at American Classics. Also printed them up, who handle our merchandise. And, really, is there any of this stuff left? I mean, if you want to get like a collector's item or anything?
It's gone, isn't it?
Is it all gone? Dave, get up in the mic a little bit.
I wanted one of those with the spots on it, and I think they're gone.
Yeah, those are absolutely gone. We've got about 6 extra-large T-shirts left, and that's all we have left. Some of the Rick and Bubba Army and some of the Rick and Bubba White universities, and that's it. We are talking about next week, starting Monday, selling the Rick and Bubba customer service specialist.
The actual uniform?
The actual employee T-shirts.
What if you had an actual uniform of the now debunked Rick and Bubba restaurant?
I had somebody call me that has a restaurant that has up merchandise from, like, defunct things. They got, like, the stallions and the barracudas and all of that kind of, and they wanted a T-shirt to put up there, and I said, that would only be fitting.
Oh yeah, that'd be perfect. But there really is, especially if you're a Rick and Bubba historian, you need a little piece of this, so the good and bad is all history. And I can't say it was all bad. We sure did have a lot of fun with it. You remember that opening week?
Wow. Oh wow!
How about opening day? That was fun.
Yes, that was fun.
How about that party?
Yes.
Police called and said, "Hey, can you do something?" I said, "I don't know what to do."
Of course, we never lived up to the hype, and it was the end of us. But it was really something, though. In all your years of working in a restaurant, have you ever experienced anything like that?
No, we had a blast. It was a blast.
You guys were that and Fat Fest was the only times I saw y'all look at us like we're going to kill you.
We'll be in the cooler for the next 30 minutes. Don't bother us.
Well, can y'all hang around for a minute?
Yeah, we can hang around for just a minute. Yeah.
Okay, thank y'all. Glad y'all came, and thank you so much for all y'all done. We do love you, and the friendships we develop with y'all will last forever, restaurant or not. So that's great. Bubba, another thing coming up this weekend, when you start thinking about food, you have to think about the big football game.
The big one, the Super Bowl.
The old Super Bowl, and we're kind of fired up because Texas Pete has become a new sponsor here on the television part of Rick and Bubba, and I guess now the radio too, because they are running spots on the radio as well. And do y'all know how to properly use Texas Pete? I mean, there's a lot you can do with it.
Rick,
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, here we go. Phone calls coming in. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Wrapping up the hour. Don't forget, any part of the show you miss, you can always go back and grab on either the YouTube or the podcast audio archives every day. Never have to miss any Rick and Bubba. Catch all of it on your own time if you miss any of it live. Let's get started. Let's talk to Kurt out of Birmingham, Alabama. Kurt is listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. Kurt, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I'm actually watching on YouTube, and during that Pelosi interview, I don't know if you noticed, but it looks like she has two sets of eyebrows. I don't know if she's an alien alternative or what.
Well, a lot of people believe that these are aliens, but the only thing that I would kind of disagree on people saying the current politicians, especially on the left, being aliens, I thought aliens were supposed to be more intelligent than us.
That's a good point.
And it doesn't feel that way. So I don't know.
Well, that's a shade in her eyes.
Now, I know some people think lizard people.
In the world.
I heard some of that out there. They may not be overly sharp. I don't know.
Yeah, you got the lizard bunch.
I'm looking at y'all's eyes.
She's just got. She's had a lot of nips and tucks done. And I think that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, that's just a lot of work.
That's where somebody turned left.
Stretched like a canvas.
Yeah.
Leah, Sylacauga, go ahead.
Hi, guys. I wanted to ask you guys if you'd heard about the book, The Anxious Generation.
I haven't. You have? Adler says he has.
Yeah, it came out this year. I'm sure it makes sense for Adler because he's a parent of young kids, but you guys might want to look into it. It's very data-based. But basically, it's calling for a social change about the effects that smartphones and social media is having on the current generation.
That's not surprising to me, just kind of watching on my own. But Adler, you've read the whole book, have you?
I've not. I listened to a podcast with the author, and it's great. But a lot of it's just common sense. Like, your kids shouldn't sit on a phone all day. Social media is bad for your kids. It's making them feel much, much worse about themselves and their lives versus better. I watched a video just yesterday in which this parenting guru was like, hey, guys, wrestle with your kids. Wrestle with your kids. Even before bedtime, it's okay. Wrestle with your kids. That physical release is getting anxiety, and it's releasing feel-good chemicals. It's a great bonding time. It's like, yeah. Play rough with your kids. Get them outside. Get them out from in front of a TV. Make them learn to hang and hold up their own body weight. I mean, push-ups. Figure it all out. Play. Do it. Go.
Well, and I heard this advice said, and I can't remember the person who said it. If you push back and you think that everybody's overreacting to you sitting there letting your kids stare at a phone all day, and you don't think there's anything wrong with that at all, you think everybody's overreacting, and you will reject that your child is addicted, go take it away from them. And then watch their reaction.
Yeah. All right. And that'll tell you how deep the addiction is.
That'll tell you everything you need to know. Yeah. We continue. Let's go to Craig Gardendale. Craig, go ahead.
You were talking about the businesses leaving California, and you said, hey, liberals, what do you think about that? Well, they don't, because they're going to blame the owners of the business, saying they were so greedy they just didn't want to pay their employees. That's why they left.
You're right.
And if I can remember correctly, since the 90s, California's been running a deficit of millions of dollars each year. So, see, they never pay the consequences for their actions, because how do you function if you're always in deficit? So
they do it anyway. They just print more and ask for more. You're right. And then it's always weird, and this we talked about this a little bit on last week's podcast that's out now. It's always odd, and we even had our guest kind of unpack it for us a little bit, this phenomenon where the uber wealthy person becomes a leftist and then tries to destroy the very system that made them wealthy.
Yeah, it doesn't.
And demonize it, and don't want you to have it. What do you call it? The pull the ladder up syndrome. You know, you get up in the treehouse and you pull the ladder up so nobody else can get up there with you.
Yeah.
And are they guilt ridden? I don't know. We continue. Let's go to Clint in North Carolina. Clint, go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
I know y'all get a little frustrated with the question about green acres and monkey grass, but I think the question being asked is where it originated. I think we all know where it came from or what it means, but I don't think anybody remembers where it came from, myself included.
Well, I think Green Acres
That one,
was a tie to you
Money.
make money, and
Money.
you know that's green. That's what we always tie to it. Monkey grass, I think, is just the first thing that come to somebody's mind because we were tired of hearing first-time caller.
Yeah, people were like, I'm so sick and tired of people saying first-time caller. It
Yeah.
gets on my nerves because they do it on all talk shows, you know. And so we said, all right, we'll just do something different. And I remember one time we theorized, I think I was having landscape issues when I lived in the house prior to the one I've been in for over 20 years, and we were dealing with monkey grass. And I honestly think that we just shouted out monkey grass randomly.
Yeah, I remember it having to do
I
with
think that's the question that people are asking. I know y'all have asked, get annoyed by it, but
yeah,
I've been
because the
listening
definition,
years, and I've never got the origin.
Yeah, and we have explained the origin before, but you're right, not as much as we have the meaning. So you're right on that. Thank you for clarifying that. We continue. Let's go to Cindy out of Mississippi. Cindy, go ahead.
Yes, I was calling about earlier the handicap park, and I have a grandson that has muscular dystrophy, and y'all just don't know what it does to me when I see what y'all were talking about.
Yep.
People park there, and when you see them get out and there's nothing wrong with them, and then kids just start piling out, it goes all over me. And
Yeah, so Mr. Grossi speaks, and of course him having a dad who was in a wheelchair for over 40 years, that's where his passion comes from, that, because his dad desperately needs those spots, and so do people like you and others. Greg, you'll be my witness on this. Our dad, even when he was full-blown final stages of Alzheimer's, he still would get furious if you tried to park in the handicap.
Oh, yeah.
Even though he had a sticker. He was like, well, I can walk in the building.
My parents don't have one.
Yeah, and
I'm like,
and-
Dad, you can't.
and probably would qualify for one.
Oh,
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah. So, Sean in Huntsville. Sean, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Love the show. Appreciate what y'all do to spread the word and advance the kingdom.
Thank you.
Talking about the Blaze Pizza California communist government thing, I had a friend of mine, good friend from college, who very successful in life. He moved to California, established some businesses. I won't say the business names, but had grown quite a bit and was very successful at them. Finally, had enough of the regulatory overbearance and the tax rates, and sold all his homes, pulled up anchor, moved the businesses to Tennessee and to Florida. Since then, he said that the California taxing authority, whatever you want to call it, he said they have a division that is just strictly chasing down wealthy individuals and companies that have fled the state, and in his words, just harass and try to shake you down for money. He says, I owe them no back taxes, I owe them no back fees or anything. It's just made up stuff. And his lawyer told him, said it's really what they're doing is they're banking on you, saying it's cheaper to pay this than to fight it.
Their revenue. Yeah, their revenue. I've talked to some other business owners that not even based there, but just part of their business happens to include California, and he says they're constantly fishing, trying to find another fee they can put on you and a requirement and another it's just incredible. But even when you decide to leave, to your point, they try to punish you for leaving.
Mm-hmm.
Mike in Texas. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing?
Good. Fine, Mike. Hope you're okay.
Yes, sir. I just want to say thank you very much to the morning crew, 5 to 6, and then the rest of y'all, gentlemen. I just want to say thank you. For 28 years now, you have made my life a great.
Well, you're very kind, Mike.
How
Thank
about
you,
that,
man.
Mike?
Well, thanks for encouraging us.
Thank you, Mike.
Attaboy, Mike. So if you're leaving us, that'll do it. Catch any archives that you may have missed. And you can find all those options by now going to rickandbubba.com. And the website is back up and current again. Thanks for being with us this hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and